So this seminar is going to be about Islamic finance in theory, in terms of how Islamic finance, or how finance and how Islam views finance and the concept of it. And we're going to look at the theory in terms of how it's supposed to work. And then we're going to look at the practice in terms of how it's generally working in the world. And then we'll discuss some criticisms to determine whether it is working or it's not working. So is it functioning the way it was supposed to function or not? So with that, let me introduce our speakers. So I'm the first speaker, and my bio is on our website. So if you care to read it, you can read it there. And then to my left here is Sheikh Umar Khan, and I'm going to introduce him because he's not that well known. So he is the, I missed one thing, but you're the Vice President of Technology, is that right? Or you different title now? Yeah, SpaceX. Yeah, I don't see how that's relevant. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to introduce that anyway. So Umar's the Vice President of Technology at SpaceX. He completed a formal alim program from As-Salam Institute in the UK, which is authorized by Darul Ulum Nadwatul Ulama, which is considered to be a alimiya program, like a scholar's program in Islamic studies. He has a master's in finance, and he has that's from the University of Pennsylvania, School of Wharton School of Business, and he has another master's in Islamic finance from the Islamic Finance Institute in London, and he has a few Islamic finance certifications. For example, he's a certified Islamic finance expert from the Islamic Finance Institute in London as well. So the reason why I introduced that, usually I don't give him any introduction at all, but the reason why I did that is because oftentimes when people are presenting on Islamic finance, one of the criticisms is that, these are just, some random person who maybe read the Quran, studied some hadith, studied some old classical fiqh books. They don't even understand how a modern economy works. They don't understand what modern finance is. And so I'm introducing that because, one, I've kind of done my own research in this field quite a bit. And number two, we have someone who has the credentials in the field as well, in the finance and in the Islamic finance field. So if someone comes along and says, well, you don't have the Islamic studies background knowledge, well, we both have it. Oh, we're both completing an IFTA program as well to become certified muftis as well. And we're skipping class today, right now actually, to teach this class, but we have permission from our teacher. So the Islamic knowledge is, there. Of course, it's relative. The Islamic, someone will claim, well, you don't understand finance. So the finance part is there. And someone will say, well, you don't understand how Islamic finance really works. So the Islamic finance part is there too. So I just wanted to clarify that at the get-go, so people don't, just assume that we have absolutely no idea what we're talking about. We have no idea where we're coming from. But at the same time, what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to simplify concepts as much as possible. So our target audience is kind of like middle range. So we're not going to be speaking very high-level finance language or even Islamic economics language or Sharia language, nor are we going to dumb it down too much for the average person. So our goal is kind of like mid-range. So the average kind of fairly educated person who has some interest in economics and finance will be able to understand these things. So with that intro, the second recommendation that I have for a lot of people is we put a pen and a paper in front of you for a reason. Number one, the pen helps advertise our university. But that's not the main reason. The main reason is that there's actually solid research which shows that if you take notes on a laptop or if you take notes on your phone, you are less likely to understand that information than if you were actually writing by hand. And we're not going to get into the details of why that is. So my suggestion is, if you really want to focus, this is a little bit of a heavy topic, and you want to take some notes, try to mute your phone and just stay away from your phone. Because if you get distracted, what's going to end up happening, you're going to be like taking notes, you're going to be listening, like this is interesting, and then your friend messages you and like, where should we go for lunch? And you're like, yeah, just a real quick message, just let me just respond real quick, and you'll miss a very important point, and you'll think that, you know what, that wasn't covered in the seminar. But you won't realize it's because you got distracted. So many people make that mistake. So my suggestion is, if you don't need your phone, unless you're on call for some emergency, just put it away completely, okay? So that's point number one. Point number two is completely contradictory to what I just told you, and that is that we are using an app called Slido to actually ask questions. So what you can do is you can download this app called Slido, S-L-I-D-O, and what it does is basically you can type your questions in here, and you can upvote the questions that you like and downvote the questions that you don't like. I don't know if you can downvote, but you can upvote at least the questions that you think are relevant. And what we'll do is during Q&A time, we're going to take one question from Slido and one question from the live audience. So you can do that. So my suggestion is, instead of typing in Slido, while you're taking notes and while we're presenting, and instead of reading the questions through, just write down the questions you have on the paper, and then during the break time, you can transfer them into Slido, and then you can vote them up and all that stuff. So that's going to work pretty well. Okay. The restrooms are to my left through this door over here for both men and women. We're going to have 2 breaks. Usually we have one 20-minute break. This session we're going to have 2 15-minute breaks because this topic is a little bit heavier and people just tend to start, zooming out, and stuff. Zoning out. Right? See, I'm already zoning out. So she'll start zoning out, right? So if we see that happening, we're just going to be like, you know what? It looks like we lost a few people. If we see some heads fall on the table or something like that, then we know it's going to be time for a break, and we'll give you that break, inshallah. Any other matters we need to cover? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, hold it 2 seconds.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, that's better. So a bit of, can you hear me okay? Okay, so just wanted to maybe explain what we will cover, which topics we will cover in this seminar, and which topics we will not cover. So what happens is basically for the average person, the average Muslim, we assume that anything that has to do with money is Islamic finance. So whether we're talking about personal investments, whether we're talking about the macroeconomy, whether we're talking about mortgages, bank accounts, whether we're talking about zakah, whether we're talking about inheritance. So there's a variety of different topics, gifts, and so on. So in the topic of Islamic studies, Islamic finance is narrower than that. So for example, if you think inheritance is a part of finance, right, which it may be considered in conventional finance, it actually is not in the topic of Islamic studies. We've got an inheritance expert sitting back there. So, Ahmed Sheikh joined us. If you have questions on inheritance, you can certainly go to him. He knows all about wills, estate planning, everything like that. So that's a topic we will not be going into. We will also not be covering the topic of charity and zakah. So zakah and sadaqah are outside of the scope of the conversation. So if you have questions about how do I take care of zakah on my bank account or my stocks or my 401k, we're happy to answer those questions outside of the seminar. Or maybe just since Ramadan is coming up, generally before Ramadan, the number of zakah workshops pick up. So inshallah, that is a good place to ask your questions about zakah. So those are some of the things that we're not covering. So what are we covering? Primarily, we want to start by covering the topic of riba. Riba is usually translated as interest. So maybe that's the topic we'll be discussing. And we're going to spend a good chunk of time talking about this topic of riba, because this is one of the most misunderstood and maybe somewhat controversial topics in Islamic finance. And so people are always trying to understand, why is interest prohibited in Islam? So we want to clarify that point by talking a little bit about the history, talking a little bit about the prohibition in Quran and Sunnah, and then explaining in simple ways that maybe we can all understand why riba itself is prohibited. So a good chunk of today, we'll be talking about riba itself. And then if we get time today, inshallah, we'll talk a little bit more about what a halal business is, what types of transactions are permitted, what types of transactions are not permitted. and we'll probably end the day over there. Next weekend, inshallah, we'll start getting into the meat of Islamic finance. So today is about riba, what's like not allowed. Next weekend, we'll get into more what is allowed and how partnerships are formed, how stocks work, how bonds work, real estate, and so on. So that will be a little bit more maybe a little bit more practical, but today helps you understand the why. Now, this seminar is also not about how you should invest. So which stocks you should buy, which ones are the good ones to buy, you know, is it Tesla, is it Apple, you know, should you invest in Amazon or not? That's not going to be covered. We're not going to talk about 401k versus Roth IRAs and all these different things. We won't talk about portfolio diversification. Maybe that's a separate seminar we can do on how to invest, right? But that's not this seminar. This is a bit more academic, talking about Islamic finance so people can understand. Also, Islamic finance is a very dry subject. So we're going to try and make it a little bit more interesting, but it can be very, very dry. So we'll try and make it as simple and presentable and interesting as possible, inshallah.
Okay. What was that? Oh,
Like finance, okay. The comment from the audience was,
not monotone.
we're not monotone. Yeah, we will try not to be monotone. I think both of us have not after last week, so we'll see, but inshallah, we're going to try and make it as interesting. Also, in terms of Q&A, just want to, if there's something you don't understand, if we happen to use a term, there's a lot of terminology and we're trying to remove much of the terminology. If there's something that you do not understand, please ask the question right away. If we use a term, we say like debt versus equity, and you go, I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Okay, we'll explain it. We'll just take a sidebar, 1 minute, we'll explain it, because if you don't understand the basic terms, you will be lost after 2 hours, and you will definitely be lost the next weekend. So please don't get lost. Ask the question. Don't be shy, and ask the question. If the question is about something that builds on the topic, like, hey, you just talked about musharaka, how about stocks? Leave that for the Q&A session, okay? So questions that build upon, leave those for the Q&A session, but questions of not understanding, ask those during the session. Because as our scholars have said, if you are not asking questions, it's either because you are too proud, right? You're too proud and arrogant. You don't want to seem like you don't understand something, so you want to kind of look good in front of people, and that's not a good reason. Or you just maybe don't care enough, or you're not interested in the knowledge. So let's make sure you're asking the questions. If you don't understand something, please ask the question.
Okay, so for the Slido, I forgot to mention the join code. So the join code is 1086. Okay, 1086. All right. So with that, we'll get started. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah, wa ba'd. So Islamic finance. So finance refers to money matters, basically. And the first thing we're going to talk about is riba. This word riba, we have to really understand what it means, because this is the term that was used in Islam. But there's many different terms that have been used throughout history. Terms like usury, terms like interest, and there's different words that are used for the concept that we're going to be discussing. So technically, what is interest understood as? Can anyone give me a bare bones definition of what they think interest is? Yes. Making money off of money. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Yes. Making money off of money with a time element to it. Okay. Very good. We'll leave it at those two. Okay. We're gonna come back to this concept. And what is usury then? Anything over 15%. 15, 1 5? 1 5. Okay, 15. All right. I'll challenge you on that later. But yes, that's good. So he mentioned a good point. So basically what usury is today is it's any interest rate that is above the maximum that's defined by law. You say defined by law where? Right. Well, in America, every state has its own laws for what's considered to be usury. So in America, you have a ton of different standards. Canada has a different standard. Different countries will have different standards. So that's what usury and interest is kind of today, and we're going to go back and reanalyze these terms. But what we want to do is we want to go back in time and we want to look and say, well, this idea of making money off of money, whether it's due to time or whether it's not due to time, where did that start? How far back can we actually trace it? So if we go back in ancient societies, what we find is, according to historians, there was this concept of food money, where food was actually food like olives, dates, seeds, even animals. People used to loan them out as early as 5000 BCE, right? If not earlier. So the ancient Mesopotamian people did it. The ancient Hittites did that. The Phoenicians, the ancient Egyptians. All of those societies, we have evidence that shows that they used to give out loans to other people, and when they would ask for whatever it is that they gave, when they asked for it back, they wanted some increase on that. So this is what we find in ancient societies, but we don't have too many details about that. And then we fast forward a little bit, and we get to Greek society. So what was going on? Actually, well, stick with ancient societies. Hindu society, going way back, ancient India. We have religious manuscripts in ancient India between the years 2000 and 1400 BCE, which talk about usury or talk about the concept of interest, and they equate the terms usury and interest. I mean, they don't use two different terms, but they talk about any amount over and above the principal is considered to be in the category of interest. And what did it actually say about it? It says that it is disdained. It says that it is frowned upon. So you find that in the Hindu Sutra, for example, which was written between 700 and 100 BC. They talked about the payment of interest. People who pay interest, they're looked down upon. Something is wrong with charging interest and the people who are taking those loans. In ancient Buddhist society, you have the Buddhist Jatkas between 600 and 400 BCE. They talk about disdain for payment of interest as well, or even taking of interest. So you have many ancient societies are engaging in the practice. The practice exists in their society, and you have, at least so far, ancient Hinduism, ancient Buddhism at this time, frowning and looking down upon the practice and saying the idea of loaning, whether it's money or whether it's food money in a different form, and you're asking for a greater return when it's coming back, that is considered to be something bad, right? Then we go to Greek society. Now the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, you have philosophers, very famous ones like Plato, Aristotle. What other Greek philosophers can you name? Socrates, he's the third famous one. Can you name any others besides the three? It's okay if you can't. Right, it's okay. So we got three, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. So Plato, huh? Who? Oh, Ptolemy, yes, Ptolemy. So what you have is you have Plato and Aristotle being the two of the most famous. They actually criticized the idea of usury or interest. So they looked down upon it, and the group of philosophers known as the scholastics, they made this argument, and the argument has been preserved, especially the Aristotelian Aristotle's argument has been preserved. He basically says that asking for an amount over and above the principal when you give a loan is considered to be an unjust claim. Why is it an unjust claim? Because you're asking for compensation for something which you did not put any effort into and you did not actually make any sacrifice for. And he's saying that why is it not considered to be a valid sacrifice? He says that money by its nature is considered to be sterile, right? And without going into the concept of that. And he says there's no loss if you're temporarily separated from your money. So on what basis, what did you actually achieve when you gave that money? What effort did you put in? What risk did you really take? A recognized risk. So Aristotle understood that, and he made that argument. So among the Greeks, the concept of usury, I'll just use usury and interest simultaneously right now, it was looked down upon. It was frowned upon in any amount. Okay, that's among the Greeks. Then we go among the Romans. You have very famous Roman thinkers like Cato, Cicero, Seneca, and Plutarch. they all criticized usury as well. They looked down upon it and they said it's a problem. Cato was one of those people. In one of his texts, he was asked, say, what do you think about lending money and asking for usury back? So his response was, what do you think about murder? Like, that was his response. Like, it's as bad as murder. That's how, and look, these are not religious people. These are not Jews. These are not Christians. These are pagan people who pride themselves on utilizing their mind to understand what makes sense and what's best for society. And they're arriving at a very early period and saying, this is one of the worst things, you know, when you're asking me about usury, why don't you ask me about murder? You know, what do I think about murder? It's that bad. And then what happened was, we have data that shows there were some legal reforms known as the Lex Genusia in the Roman Republic in about 340 BCE, where they actually banned interest completely in all shape, in any amount. All right, small amounts, large amounts, interest was completely banned in Roman society, right, BCE. But what ends up happening is, later on in the late Roman period of the Roman Empire, and keep in mind, late periods are usually periods of decline. So even though they're powerful, still a period of decline, so you can kind of see the connection here, that interest became something very common in the Roman Empire. So just the whole shift took place. So it became so common that you find leaders like Julius Caesar coming and stipulating a maximum amount. So they said, you know what, interest rates need to be regulated. So Julius Caesar regulated at 12%. When Justinian was the emperor, he regulated at some rate between 4 to 8%, depending on what what class you're coming from, and a little bit higher if you're depending on the type of investment you're getting involved in. And it got to a point where they actually had high interest rates as well, between 24 to 48%. So who would take an interest loan at 24 to 48% if it's being capped by the government at this point? It was very short-term loans taken by very wealthy people. If they thought the profit looked good, they would take an amount. They would take a huge risk on it because they knew they could lose the money. It's not a big deal. Or they could make a ton of money, and they would go ahead and take those loans. So generally, in the Roman period, interest was actually banned, but then later on, near the end, it became commonplace. In Judaism now, so what we find is, Judaism, the term for interest or usury in Hebrew is ribit, which is very similar to riba in the Arabic. Now, it's mentioned in the version of the Torah that we have with us today, right, in the Old Testament. In the verses of Deuteronomy, chapter 23, verses 20 to 21, it says, thou shalt not lend upon interest to thy brother. Okay, you cannot loan any type of money to your brother with interest. Interest of money, interest of victuals, interest of anything that is lent upon interest. Any type of interest, you cannot give it to your brother. This is being given to the Jewish people. And then they say, but to a foreigner, you can lend on interest. So there was one exception. And the exception is, for foreigners, you're allowed to give it on interest. So what does a foreigner mean? A foreigner means a non-Jew. So why? We're going to talk about that in a moment, right? So that's the one clear-cut verse. Now, there's a bunch of other verses here. Exodus, Leviticus, Ezekiel, Nehemiah, Psalms, Proverbs. So many verses talking about interest being prohibited. You're not allowed to loan at any rate of interest at all, with the one exception, and that's to non-Jews. So some people have come along, and when they were trying to modernize Judaism and kind of reinterpret scripture, they said, well, the verse on Exodus, it was talking about loaning money to poor people and charging them interest, or loaning money to sick people. And the verse in Leviticus was the same way as well, right? But nobody could make the argument that Deuteronomy was talking about anything but that. So even if someone makes that argument, the argument is, responded to, is counteracted. The second argument that has been made is they said, well, why was it allowed for Jews to loan money on interest to non-Jews? Say, well, we need an explanation because that looks bad. So the explanation was, they said, well, it's not just that they're non-Jews, but since Jews form a community, non-Jews are foreigners. They're coming from the outside. And because they're coming from the outside, they're technically can be seen as an enemy because they may be trying to attack us or something like that. So therefore, foreigners are seen to be an enemy, and we're allowed to charge interest to an enemy because interest is a weapon to submit other people into surrendering, and it's a way to destroy people, basically. So what you find is even the most charitable understanding of the exception of why Jews can charge interest to non-Jews explains the wisdom behind why it's prohibited in the first place. Because what interest does to people, it actually it starts to destroy them as if you're attacking your enemy. Okay, so it becomes a problem. Let's move on to Christianity. The Catholic Church, which used to define most of Christianity, there's different forms of Christianity, but the Catholic Church basically had a doctrine that says any type of interest is sinful. Any amount, doesn't matter what it is. So the Council of Nicaea, which happened in the year 325, which is where the Gospels, 4 Gospels in the New Testament today, they were kind of decided upon. These are the Gospels we want. Constantine, Roman Emperor, had converted to Christianity in 313, and now they come together, 325. They're coming together, they're deciding which books are going to be considered to be our Bible. So they're deciding what is the Bible. In the exact same council that they're deciding what the Bible is for the, for the last time, in historical Christianity, they made a clause in there. And they said, you know what, there's a lot of our clergy, they didn't say some, they said, there's a lot of our clergy in the church, they're taking interest. And they're like, this is clearly prohibited in the scripture. How can they be taking interest? So say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to pass a new law in the same council. If we catch any one of these priests or, any, fathers or church fathers or archbishops or whatever they are, if they're caught, we will expel them and they will now no longer be able to be clergy. So the prohibition was extremely clear for Christians prior to this, and they realized that some people were violating this, so they even documented and said we need to punish these people. Fast forwarding to the Middle Ages, right? So some people say, oh, early church didn't believe that, and then the later church, here's an argument that people make. They say in the medieval times, they became very anti-Jew. And I think they were equal opportunity anti-Jew, throughout the history. That's kind of my reading of it. But so they say they became anti-Jew, so they wanted to start penalizing, and they started becoming more strict in the understanding of interest. But you find that in the Council of Nicaea in 325, it's documented there, and it's not only a restriction for clergy. As some historians, I don't know, I was going through this, I don't know where they got this idea, but what they've done is they've tried to reread the history of Christianity to kind of interpret it to how it suits them. But if you look closely, you'll see that's not the case. Anyways, fast forwarding to the Middle Ages. So 1179, the Pope or the church issued a doctrine. They said anyone who takes any amount of interest is excommunicated from the church. You are not a Christian anymore. So not only is it a sin, you are not a Christian, and when you die, we will not bury you as a Christian. You won't even get to be inside the Christian graveyard for taking a little bit of interest, even if it's a small amount. So they're taking a very strong stance on it. And at the same time, there's Jews living in that area. So the Jews are doing what? They're the ones who are giving loans. They're, according to their religion, they're allowed to give loans to non-Jews, but they can't give loans to themselves with interest. So they're practicing it on the Christians. So now it's becoming a big issue. So in 1290, in England, for example, the whole area of England, the whole country, before countries were there, the whole region of England, they expelled and kicked out all of the Jews because they were charging usury. That was the at least the reasoning that they gave. So everyone was gone. And I remember, when I was visiting, I was doing a tour of Oxford University, like one of those open bus tours, and we're kind of going through, and they're showing me the different buildings and stuff like that. And like, oh, this is where penicillin was invented, in the World War, and this is where this thing was invented. Oh, this is really interesting. And they're like, yeah, and this is where the Jewish quarters where they used to live prior to their expulsion. And I was just like, well, wait a minute, What do you mean prior to the expulsion? Yes, so, around this time, every single Jew in the entire country was kicked out of England, and all the Jews who were enrolled at Oxford University were all kicked out. Every single Jew was just expelled completely. And the reason was very clear, because their group is giving loans with interest or with usury, right? So this is something very clear in history that happened. So you can see the church's position and the university's position as well at the time was clear. So what you have is, you have a lot of famous instances in Christian history that talk about this. So Dante wrote a book. Anyone know what Dante's famous book is? Probably read it in English class or something. Inferno? Yeah, the Divine Comedy, right, referring to the Inferno. So he has these categories of who's going to hell and who's not going to hell. Where did he put people who deal in interest? Which area? The 7th level, the lowest level of hell, right? The absolute worst level of hell. And you have Shakespeare. He wrote a very famous book called The Merchant of Venice. Did anyone read The Merchant of Venice? One person. Two people. Okay, 2 people read them. It's funny. Okay, so we have 2 people who probably didn't read it in this country. Did you read it in Pakistan? Yeah, so the 2 people read it in Pakistan. Not a single person in America, actually. That's kind of interesting. But anyways, Umar being the exception. You were in Bangkok. Okay, so no one in America has read Shakespeare's works here. So the Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet, right? Yeah, because they made movies out of it. All right, anyways. So Shakespeare wrote Merchant of Venice, and the whole story, you probably heard of at least the title of the book. It's pretty famous. The whole story is about a Catholic guy by the name of Antonio. He's taking a loan from a guy named Shylock. And Shylock is a Jew. And the Jew is charging him interest. And the whole thing is about how he's charging him interest and what effect it's having and all of that stuff, right? That's what the entire story is about. So what you find is, this becomes a huge theme in Christianity. It's not like Christians didn't know this was happening, right? Christians don't remember their history, but it's very, very clear at this point in time, this is their history. Then St. Thomas Aquinas comes, and he's considered to be like the rational thinker, trying to bring Aristotelian thought in line with Christianity and thinking. So he comes along and tries to explain why does the church prohibit interest, and why does the Bible prohibit interest? So he comes along and he says, well, here's the more detailed reasoning. He says money is a measure of value, or money is a medium of exchange. It's going to be one of these 2 things. He says interest, when you charge interest on a loan, it's going to violate the essence of the purpose of money in the first place. So he gives an example. He says it's like double charging somebody when you're selling something. So he gives an example. He goes, if I sell you a bottle of wine, it's yours now. And then I say, but if you want to drink it, I'm going to charge you again if you want to drink it, right? So it's like, imagine, you can't have your cake and eat it too. That statement never made sense to me. But now, this is what he's saying. He's basically, if I sell you a piece of cake, right? It's yours now, I got my money. And then you're like, I'm going to eat the cake. You go, no, you can't eat the cake. You want to eat it? Or you have to pay me another amount on top of that. So he's saying that's what doing interest is like. So he gives that one example. And he's saying, why? Because time is not a commodity. And if time is not a commodity, it cannot be sold, and therefore something is wrong with this principle. And then he quotes Aristotle. And Aristotle comes back, and Aristotle was saying that if you live by usury, it's exceedingly unnatural because you're never going to be putting any effort or any risk in there, and you're going to constantly just keep on multiplying your money over and over again. So we're going to see this argument revisited. So Thomas Aquinas popularizes this. In 1745, getting to the modern period, right, Pope Benedict XIV comes along and issues an encyclical and condemns interest as usury. And he's saying, you know what? In our society now, 1745, people are starting to make this argument that there's a difference between interest and usury. One of them is a high amount, one of them is a low amount. And he goes, no. We need to clarify this point. So he says this statement. He says, one cannot condone the sin of usury by arguing that the gain is not great or excessive, but rather it's moderate or small. He's saying you can't justify it by saying, it's one of them is large and one of them is small. And he says, number two, neither can it be condoned by arguing that the borrower is rich. He said, well, if someone is borrowing money and they're rich, so it's okay to charge them interest because they're rich. He goes, you can't make that argument. It's invalid. Number three, nor by arguing that the money borrowed is not left idle, but it's being used in some capacity, right? He's saying these arguments don't fly. So while the church is saying this in one hand, at the same time, some workarounds are happening in the back end. So, for example, in, I think it was the 1600s, the Medici Bank actually started loaning money to the Vatican. And the Vatican is the Catholic Church, okay? So the Vatican is borrowing money from a bank, known as the Medici Bank, but because they needed money. So the Vatican says, but we can't accept interest. We can't pay you with interest, right? We need this money, but when we pay you back, we can't pay you back with interest because that's completely against our religion. So somebody came up with the idea. I don't know if it was the bank or if it was the theologians working in the, in the Vatican. They said, okay, here's what we're going to do. The bank also goes and sells silk, brocade, jewels, all these other commodities to the church, because church was a very, luxurious institution, right? I think like it still probably is today. So they're selling all this stuff. So they say, what we're going to do is we're going to overcharge you on the stuff that we're actually selling to you, and then you're going to take the loan and you're going to pay us back the loan, so we end up getting extra money at the same time. So we're going to take two transactions, which are separate, we're going to combine them into one, and that way you can go ahead and get your loan, and we're going to be happy we made our money. So they did that, right? So this starts becoming a common practice in the church. So when Martin Luther, okay, not Martin Luther King Jr., okay, I just want to clarify. Martin Luther goes and starts revolting or rebelling against the Catholic Church and gets his Protestant revolution started. One of the things he argues is the people in the church, they're saying interest is prohibited. They're saying you're not allowed to charge any interest, but what are they doing? They're just doing these workarounds, and they're taking interest in a different way. So he writes this in one of his speeches. He says, I'm doing this because of the accursed and damned Zinskauf. Zinskauf is a workaround, like stratagem, what we call in Arabic a hila, which the Pope has instituted. So they came up with this idea, you have a right to use a piece of land, it's going to be sold for fixed payments over a period of time, and you end up getting interest. So while the church is saying this, they have this concept of workarounds that are going on, okay, at the same time. So that has been Christianity, or at least Catholicism. But even Christianity during the Protestant Reformation, the founder, the father, Martin Luther, is critiquing the church and saying, how can you guys be taking interest, right? So even him, he's not overthrowing this concept of interest at the time. Then we have usury coming into the modern era, okay? So modern era coming in with the Renaissance, and then eventually the Enlightenment. So around the 1500s, this is where things start to change. European society begins changing, and arguments for interest start to surface. People start saying, we should have interest. Interest should be allowed. Doesn't matter what Scripture says. We'll worry about what Scripture says later on. Interest should be allowed, and they start making arguments for it. So we have Aristotle, you have St. Thomas Aquinas. They're making all these rational arguments against it, why it was prohibited. Now they're saying, well, we need to rethink this whole thing. Let's start making arguments of why it's a good thing to start charging people interest. So they start coming up with these different ideas. They say, well, you need to have a premium. There's a risk of default when you loan money. The person may not be able to pay you back. So what's going to happen? Whenever you loan money to someone, and you can't charge any interest, maybe they're not going to be able to pay you back. So there's got to be some premium that you can charge that person. You can get something out of it. Otherwise, you don't want to give a loan to that person. So that's one argument they come up with. Second argument is they say, no, that interest is a premium. Premium means like an additional payment, additional amount. It's a premium for the preference of having something now rather than having something later, right? So it's like, look, when you order something from I don't know, a tailor, or you order some custom-made item, right? Sometimes they have two prices. They go, do you want the You want it to be rushed? Should we finish? We could get it done in 24 hours. Let's say a flyer, right? Like if you saw the flyer for this seminar, you probably can tell that we should have hired a graphic designer instead of me doing it myself, right? So, but if you hire a graphic designer, what happens? They have two prices, right? They have one price. Oh, turnaround time is 2 weeks. Oh, if you want rush delivery, oh, I could do it within 72 hours, but it's an additional $15. So they're making the same argument. They go, well, when you're buying stuff, right, you can ask someone that if you want it faster, you're going to be paying them more money. So you're paying a premium, an extra amount of money for that rush expedited service. So they're saying, well, interest is something similar, right? Because if you want this money, you can have this money now, or you could have this money later, right? Because you can take time to earn it. So the fact that you're getting this money now and you're getting it earlier, it's going to cost you a premium, because there's a difference between getting something earlier and getting something later, just like we do in trade and economics. So they make this argument. So that's argument number 2. Argument number 3 they start making, they say, well, there's a lost opportunity cost, right? So if this money that I could have used this money in some way which would have benefited me. So this $100 which you're asking me to borrow to you, I could have gone and, I could have bought something with it. I missed that. Or I could have gone and invested it somewhere else and maybe I can make $1 return on it, right? So now the fact that I've given it to you, I've lost that opportunity. So who's gonna compensate me for my lost opportunity cost there? So that's argument number 3. And the argument number 4 is say, well, there's a price of deferred consumption, right? So which is basically, look, you want me to give $100 to you? I want to buy a gift for myself, right? It's like if I give the money to you, I can't go and use the money myself. So because I lost that money and I gave it to you, there should be some compensation for me. So they start making all of these arguments, right? Starts coming in the 1500s. So it starts to become very prevalent. So they said, okay, in 1545, King Henry VIII of England did 2 very important decisions, okay? One of them, he wanted two things to take place, right? Because keep in mind, he's under the Pope. The kings are still subservient to the Pope. The Pope defines what the religion is. So King Henry VIII of England wants to do 2 things. Number 1, he wanted to marry another woman, and he didn't like his wife, so he wanted to divorce her. But guess what? Divorce is not allowed in Catholicism. So he goes to the Pope and says, look, you know what? I'm in love with this other girl, and I really don't like this wife. Can you please, just make an exception just for me, because I'm King Henry VIII. You can make one exception just for me. And the Pope goes, no exception. No exception for anybody, not even you. So King Henry becomes very upset. This is one story of why he split. So he goes, is very upset, and he goes, okay, fine, forget it. I'm going to start my own church. So the Church of England began, because he wanted to divorce his wife. So he divorced his wife and he married another woman. He said, forget the Pope. I don't need the Pope's authority. So that's one thing that happened. Second thing that happened is that he comes along and says, okay, we're going to fix a maximum interest rate in society, and we're going to differentiate between the term interest and usury. And once we define what the maximum interest rate is, anything above that is usury. It's haram. It's impermissible in the religion. Anything that's below that, that's okay. So we're going to draw a different line. So he comes up with this new concept. 1545 is when it happened. So now, prior to this, there's no difference between interest and usury. Now there's a difference in England between interest and usury. So other European nations now going through this modernization era, they're going through Renaissance, they're redefining themselves, and most of them start following the exact same example, just like England, and they start to say, yeah, we need to set an interest rate, we need to introduce these rates, and we need to say anything above it is usury, and anything below it is interest. They're 2 separate concepts. One of them is prohibited, according to our religion, so they're redefining the religion, and one of them is not prohibited. So then now we start to get a bunch of people explaining and making arguments for interest. So the Englishman Jeremy Bentham, he writes his book Defense of Usury in 1787, which were like letters given to Adam Smith, who is the father of capitalism. Adam Smith is economics. He's a very influential figure. So that book, it's said that really just changed the world because it changed the way that the economy is operating, right? And then you fast forward to the modern era, okay? 1917. The church, the Catholic Church, comes back and sees all of this happening in this Protestant Reformation, and all these countries are modernizing and everything. So 1917, the Catholic Church comes back and goes, you know what? Well, we're getting behind now because this whole economic system has changed. So we need to start catching up as well. So the Code of Canon Law, they said, you know what? Okay, the churches that have extra money, we're going to allow them to accrue interest because otherwise our money is just devaluing. We need to at least allow somehow that we could get some interest as well. Said, okay, still no loaning, but the money that the church has, well, technically that's how you're going to make money, but only if the church has it. Christians cannot do it on an individual level, but the church itself, to protect itself, we're going to be allowed to accrue interest. So they kind of join the bandwagon here. So now we have this separation between interest and usury. And that comes back to the beginning point that I was talking with someone. They said 15% is the maximum or something like that. So it's not the case actually. So the case is, what is now the difference between interest and usury in the world today? Let's just take Canada, right? Canada, what is the rate? Does anyone know approximately? What is the usury rate? 60%. So anything at 60% above it is considered usury. You're not allowed. 60. 60. Okay? 60%. 60. Now, coming to America, every state has its own laws. Every state is allowed to define whatever they want. You say, well, that's great. What does California say? What do we say in California? California says 7 to 10%. Anything above, depending on what type of transaction it is, anything above 7% could potentially be usury and illegal in the state of California. Now you look at that and you're like, wow, that's pretty small. I mean, that's a really low threshold. How does that happen, right? And when you come across something like that, you say, wait a minute, but there are credit card companies and there's so many other companies that are charging much higher than that. How does that work? So, well, that's because of a Supreme Court decision that was passed, which basically says that as long as the financial institution is not based in that state, they can use the laws of another state to loan to anybody in the entire world as long as they're in a different state. And guess what? The best state to be in? It's Nevada, Delaware, and South Dakota. That's why if you've ever received your credit card statement, it's always going to come from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Every single one. I don't have any of you seen anything besides that? You're going to see it pretty much there. Why? Because South Dakota is supposed to be a little bit of a conservative state, right? They realize, hey, we're losing jobs. We need to attract people to our economy. What should we do? Well, this is a great opportunity. What we can do is, let's try and get people to move to South Dakota and open up some jobs by saying, we're not going to have any usury rates at all. There's nothing. You could charge as much interest as you want. You can charge 1,000,000% interest, right? And we're not going to give you any problem at all. So how about you guys all start moving there? And all the banks, when they heard that, South Dakota made the declaration, they all started moving to South Dakota. So they're all headquartered in South Dakota, right? Or Nevada or Delaware. Perfect place to be. So there was even a credit card company or a bank, First Premier Bank, they were offering a credit card in America. The interest rate was 79.9% interest. Now, I don't know what in the world they were offering as an incentive to sign up for that card. I don't know. They must have had like some kind of, I don't know, toaster or some kind of caviar or something, right? But for some reason, that was the highest credit card interest rate in the United States of America. So practically, the way it works is there's these usury laws, but the usury laws don't really mean anything because of the way in which they function. So you could technically charge almost whatever you want today. So that's the concept of usury in the modern era from Christianity to post-Christianity. Now let's come to Islam. What does Islam say about interest, about usury, about all of that stuff? Well, we go to, whenever we want to learn something about Islam, we go to the Quran and we go to the Sunnah. The Sunnah meaning the hadith, the statements and teachings of the Prophet, peace be upon him. So let's look at the verses about riba. There's three main ones, okay? The first one, it says, "O you who believe, do not consume interest." The word riba is there. Do not consume interest multiplied and remultiplied. Okay? So let's focus on this verse for a moment. What is the context? When was this verse revealed? It was revealed around the time of the Battle of Uhud. Now, to give you some context, the Quran was revealed over a period of 23 years. The first 13 years were spent in Mecca, and the next 10 years were spent in Medina. Now, the Battle of Uhud took place. Does anyone know when the Battle of Uhud took place? Approximately what year? 8th year? Too late. Third year, thank you. So, third year after Hijrah, after the migration to Medina. Okay? So, we're talking about, 16 years after the initial revelation, but there's still several years left to go, and most of the rules of Islam were introduced around this time. Jummah prayer, Friday prayer, fasting in Ramadan, formalized zakah with percentages, stuff like that, all introduced, around this era or this time. So that's the context. And Ibn Hajar Asqalani is very clear, one of the scholars. He said this was the first verse that clearly prohibited riba in the Quran. And, some scholars have also made, given an explanation that the Quraysh the Quraysh were the people who were from the Prophet's tribe, who were pagans, and they were fighting against the Muslims. So he says the Quraysh were financing the Battle of Uhud through usurious loans or through interest-based loans in order to fight the Muslims. So what's happening here is this verse is saying, do not copy what they're doing to go and finance your war so you can fight them back while, engaging in interest because of military reasons. So some of the explanations were given was that was the reason for the revelation of this verse around this time. Now, riba prior to this was probably disliked anyways, because there's some indications in the Quran which mention that, like alcohol, for example. When alcohol was prohibited, it was prohibited several years later after the initial revelation of the Quran. But there were indications that there was dislike for alcohol. So the same thing, the prohibition was not clear-cut, that you are not allowed at all, but there was kind of indications that, riba is not good for you in society and all of that stuff. But this is the first clear-cut prohibition that actually came down and made it clear. All right, the second verse is, it says, and because it's talking about the Jews, and it's talking about them and their problem and what happened with them, and it says, and because of their charging interest while they were prohibited from it, right? So they were charging interest even to each other. He's saying they were prohibited from doing that. They were not supposed to do that, and they did it. Now this was probably revealed around the period of, middle Medinan period, somewhere in the middle there, right? And what does this indicate? Now, why is this even significant? It's talking about the Jews. Well, what is significant is, if it's criticizing the Jews for taking interest, then that means that it's got to be something bad for the Muslims to take interest. Otherwise, you have no right to criticize them, right? So there's got to be something wrong with it, right? Number one. And number two, the type of interest that they're engaging in is the same type of interest that the Quran is talking about. So it's not a different context. It's not some, different usage. So that's the relevance of the second verse. And then the third verse is the longest one, okay? And we're going to break it up, all right? So Surah Al-Baqarah, verses 275 to 281. Okay, so what happens here, it says, those who take interest will not stand, meaning on the Day of Judgment, except as one stands whom Satan has driven crazy by his touch. Meaning, the person is going to be standing on the Day of Judgment, whoever takes interest, and they're going to be going crazy, insane, as if they've been possessed. And it says that's because they've said trading is just like riba, right? Trading is like interest. There's no difference between buying and selling, economics, just trade, barter, and charging extra money. But then Allah responds, says, but Allah has permitted trading and prohibited riba. He's prohibited that interest. So it's saying, no, there is a difference. There's a very significant difference. So Allah clarifies that part. And it says, so whoever receives an advice from his Lord and stops, Meaning now that you got it, this is, Allah is warning you one more time. The prohibition was already there. Okay? Allah is warning you again. If you get this, you learn it, and you stop, you're allowed to keep what you had in the past. Meaning you can keep your capital that you had loaned out. You can still get your loan back, but you can't get the interest back. And the matter will be up to Allah. And the ones who go back, they're going to be the people of the fire. They keep going back to consuming interest again, asking for interest again. They're going to be the people of the fire. They will remain there forever. So very serious threat. And then Allah says, Allah destroys riba and nourishes charities. Right? So Allah eliminates riba. He eliminates interest. There's not going to be any blessing in that. And then He says, وَيُرْبِ الصَّدَقَاتِ. And He nourishes, meaning He causes charities to grow, right? To multiply, to be blessed. And the interesting thing is the word yurbi sadaqat is the word riba. So basically Allah is saying Allah destroys riba, and riba literally means increase. It says Allah destroys riba or interest, and He does riba of charity. He causes increase in charity. It's like a play on words built into the language of the Quran. Many people don't see it in the translation, sadly. You should take an Arabic class. It helps. It's really interesting. So Allah mentions it that way. And then He says, Allah does not like any sinful disbeliever. And then He says, O you who believe, I skipped a little bit, O you who believe, fear Allah and give up what still remains of the interest that's left if you are believers. So whatever interest you had to collect, give that up. Just don't ask for it back. You have to give it up. If you're a believer, you got to just give that up. You can take your capital, but if you don't, then listen to the declaration of war from Allah and His Messenger. Allah and His Messenger are going to declare war on you. I mean, you can't get any worse than this. Alcohol is not mentioned in this way, right? Gambling is not mentioned in this way. Eating pork is not mentioned in this way. This is one of the most serious declarations of prohibition in the Quran that you can find. And if you repent, right, if you ask Allah for forgiveness, you can have your principal. Right? You can keep your principal. You can take your money back. And it says, neither you wrong, nor will you be wronged. Right? So neither you will wrong somebody else by taking interest that you shouldn't have been taking, nor will you be wronged. Right? Well, how would you be wronged? How could you potentially be wronged here? By not taking your principal back. Exactly. So if you didn't get your money back, you're like, I lost my whole thing. So because I engaged in interest, I lost everything? I'm wrong. How can I at least collect the $100 that I had loaned out initially? You'd be wrong because you would have lost the 100 plus your interest. So they give up the interest that you had, take your $100 back. It's okay. You can do that. Okay? Is there a clarification?
You cannot be wrong by having to pay interest. Having to pay interest is also being wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to explain that in more detail. Yeah, it's coming up. Okay, so those are the verses about riba. Now you got some hadiths, all right? And then maybe we'll take a break soon, okay? So then you have a few hadiths. First of all, the Prophet, peace be upon him, he says, avoid the 7 great destructive sins. And among them, one of them is associating partners with Allah. So it's pretty serious, right? And one of them is interest. It's among the 7 major sins. Just stay away from that. This is in Bukhari. Prophet ﷺ, he said, I had a dream one night, and he was telling his companions. And he says, we were walking through and we reached a river full of blood. And there was a man inside the middle of the river. And there was another man standing at the bank of the river. And every time the man who was at the middle of the river, he was swimming and he was trying to get out of the river, he would come near the bank. And the man who was standing there, he would take a rock and he would throw it into the mouth of the person, and the man would swallow it. And he would be pushed back and he would end up back stuck in the middle of the river. So after the dream was done, he asked the people who were taking him around, and these were angels, explaining to him what hellfire is going to be like. He asked, who was that person? And they said the person in the middle was the person who was a person who used to consume interest, who used to take interest. And if you think about why that is, basically the person keeps getting stuck, and what are they getting, right? They're opening their mouth to consume something. And when you take interest, it's called consuming interest. It's called aklu riba. You're eating riba, right? So this rock is representing the riba that you're getting. You're getting this little thing you think is going to satisfy you, and you're actually swallowing a rock, and it's putting that person being stuck, and he's repeating this forever, again and again and again. It's very, very serious way of showing what can happen to people who are going to be taking interest. This is in Bukhari. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, he said, the Messenger of Allah cursed the one who consumed interest, the one who commissioned it, the people who witnessed it, and the one who recorded it. So if you're just sitting there and you're like, well, I'm not going to do it, but you want me to help you write the contract? Okay, I'll write the contract for you. The Prophet ﷺ cursed all of them and put them in the same category. So we have to be very cautious. And those are the hadith that condemn riba. Some of them, there's more of them. Then there's some hadith which define a little bit more about riba. They introduce a new type of riba, which the Prophet, peace be upon him, introduced. And this is known, so the riba we've been talking about, or interest so far, we've been talking about is known as riba and nasi'a. Right? This is the deferred payment. You take a loan and you're getting more money on that loan. There's a second type of riba, and that is hadith where one time Bilal was a companion of the Prophet. Bilal, he bought some dates. It says brought, but he brought. He brought some dates, and he wanted to get rid of these dates, and he wanted to buy more expensive dates. Okay, these dates were called Barni dates. Not related to Bernie, elections and stuff. But this was the type of dates. They were not very good dates, and he wants to sell them, and he wants to get something better. So he's doing that, and the Prophet ﷺ finds out. He goes, "Hey, wait a minute. You're going to trade these inferior dates for these better quality dates, right? Some are just something different quality." So he goes, "Yeah, I want to do that." He goes, "Don't do that. That's a type of interest. You cannot do that. That is wrong." So he said, "Well, what should I do, Messenger of Allah?" He says, "No, take your dates, sell them in the market, and then come back, take the money, and then you can go and you can buy those dates." Now, if you look at that, you say, "Well, what is that, like some ritualistic thing? Like why can't we just trade dates for dates? There's no big deal about that." The Prophet ﷺ forbade that for a specific reason. So we're not going to get into a lot of detail on that, but to explain to you what's happening is there can be room for exploitation here, right? And what the Prophet is doing is telling him of this concept of you have to mark your dates to the market price, called marking to market. And what that's going to do is going to prevent potential exploitation. So it's not just some ritualistic thing. The Prophet ﷺ, he prohibited that for several different reasons. Why? And that's just one of the reasons. So another hadith that he mentioned, he says, gold for gold. When you're trading gold for gold, just like the date example, it's not allowed to trade good quality gold for bad quality gold or vice versa in different amounts. They have to be the same amount, right? Because there's going to be some potential exploitation there. He said silver for silver, same thing, because gold and silver were the currencies, right? There's no deferred time here. Still, you're not allowed to do it. Wheat for wheat, not allowed. Barley for barley, not allowed. Dates for dates, not allowed. And salt for salt, not allowed. So it's these 6 things, and he says any increase in this is going to be considered to be type of interest. So these are the hadiths that we have pretty much about interest. Okay. Now we're going to take these verses, we're going to take these hadiths, and we're going to try to come up with the definition of riba in Islam according to the way the scholars understood these verses, according to the way the scholars understood these hadiths. So should we do that, or should we take a break? Yes. So we're going to let Umar talk, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain this hadith a bit further because it can be confusing for people. I think people understand the concept of I loan someone $100 and then I ask in a year, give that back to me as 110, right? I think people understand the concept of lending money and then getting interest on that. But they struggle with, if you're exchanging one type of dates for another type of dates, why is that a problem? Like, why is that an issue? So the scholars have talked about this, and Ibn Rushd, I think, commented on it as well, right? And so there's been discussions about why is this being prohibited? It's either being prohibited because it is interest, or it is being prohibited because it may lead to interest. The best explanation I can offer is, how many people have studied economics, macroeconomics? Anyone? We have 3, 4 people. Okay, good. So some people have studied the concept of money, right? Economists define what money is, and there's a long definition, M1, M2, and money supply and all that stuff, right? But they define the functions of money. And they say the functions of money are as follows. Number one, money is a medium of exchange. Because if every time I wanted to buy something from someone, I have to trade something like, hey, take my iPhone and give me like, this many dates, it would be very hard, right? It's very hard to constantly barter and make deals. I'll exchange my laptop for 20 microphones or whatever. It's very hard to operate that way. So money provides a medium of exchange. This is not necessarily from Islam. This is just economics, right? What does money do? Money is a medium of exchange. Allows you to say this laptop is worth whatever, $3,000, and this phone is worth $1,000. So I can have what I can do is I can just use money instead of always having to trade goods. Related to that is money is a measure or a unit of value, right? So related to this is, how do I figure out what something's worth? Again, I say, this is $3,000. It helps me understand that 3 iPhones of this type are equivalent to 1 laptop of this type, right? I don't have to constantly try and figure that out. We have these monetary values. In fact, it makes our life easy, right? So money, Islam's not against money. Some people think Islam's against money. Islam's not against money. Islam has no problem with what's called fiat currency. So fiat currency, the dollar bills that you have, checks, bank accounts, checking accounts, all of that, Islam's not against that. We don't have to go to dirham and dinar. We don't have to go back to just bartering and trading. Anyway, so the idea here is the money is, again, an exchange of value, and then a measure of value. And then the third function of money that economists talk about is money is a store of value, okay? That you can store value inside money. Now, Islam doesn't recognize that, and that's why riba is prohibited, is because we don't believe that money itself has value. We think money is used to exchange one type of good for money, and then you exchange it for another type of good. So that's the ultimate goal, is money, not money itself, but what money brings you. So what's this hadith trying to say? The hadith is trying to say if you try to exchange one type of dates for another type of dates, there's a possibility that you might be exploited. That somebody might say, you know what, I'll trade you like so many of these dates for so many of that dates, but you might get confused, something might go wrong in that transaction, and you might end up trading, for example, if I say, I'll give you $100, you give me 120, right? That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be right. So the Prophet ﷺ said, in order to avoid that, why don't you convert the dates into money and then convert the money back into dates, because then you don't have that problem. Now I'm guaranteed that I converted this number of dates into $100 worth of dates into $100, and that $100 back into $100 worth of the other type of dates. And that kind of makes sure that you don't get exploited. And we'll talk more about why riba is prohibited later, and maybe you'll understand how this fits into that. So I just wanted to share that.
Can I share a story real quick in regards to that exploitation? That actually is a cool story last night. A friend of mine runs a store, a clothing store, and he had a customer who comes in and gets provided uniforms by their company, but he doesn't like that type of uniform. He likes another kind. So he brings it to my friend and he tells him, hey, why don't I give you this and you give me this brand? I give you this brand, it's more expensive. You give me the other brand. And my friend goes, okay, but on one condition, it's 1-to-1. He goes, yeah, no problem. So he gives them that, and they exchange, 2 uniforms for 2 uniforms. And then 3 minutes later, no sooner than the guy walked out of the store, another guy comes in, grabs some things off the shelf, shoplifts, and leaves. And when my friend went in and calculated the cost of that shoplifting, it was the same exact cost, the difference between what was exchanged. So I just thought it was ironic that this story was told last night, that
Yeah.
exploitation ended up essentially without love.
Yeah.
Exploitation of the other guy, and he ended up paying for it, by the way, because of shoplifting.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair.
I had a question about that in regards to dates. If I had premium dates and you had the inferior dates, but I'm in a market where I'm predominantly surrounded by poor people, today's inferior dates make no sense to keep. So if we traded, it's not necessarily like exploiting, because now I have inferior dates that I can sell at a lower price for
Yep.
customers versus you have the
Yeah, the question was if you have, let's say I have inferior dates, and Sheikh Mustafa, just came back from Medina. He's got like the amazing high quality ajwa dates. And I'm trying to sell in a market where, let's say, like I'm trying to sell in or he's trying to sell in a market where you've got poor people and they're not desiring the high quality dates, or they just can't afford it. They're desiring it, maybe they can't afford it. So it makes more sense for him to have the lower quality dates. Why can't he just trade them with me? The answer is the problem is not the fact that he's trying to get the inferior quality dates. There's no issue with that. It's completely fine to have a customer market, a market segment, as we would call it in marketing, and cater the products to that market segment, right? You want to make money. So you want to make sure you're providing the product that your customers desire, and they have the willingness and the ability to afford it, right? I'm speaking in conventional finance and economics terms, right? So you want to provide the right product for the right market. There's nothing wrong with that Islamically. The issue that the Prophet ﷺ was trying to avoid was somehow like what the brother was describing happened at a store with like, a certain quality of uniform being traded for another quality of uniform. And really think about what happened there, right? So a customer went into a uniform shop, and he was allowed to buy a certain quality, and he said, no, I want a different quality. He ended up getting a higher quality for the same price. But it's not really fair. Higher quality should be charged at a higher price. So we're trying to be fair here. So in order to guarantee the fairness, the idea would be that he would, maybe if I had we don't have to literally like say, here's cash, give me the dates, and then he gives me cash and I give him those dates. Islam's not about like following, like Sheikh Mustafa said, it's not the ritual that matters, right? What matters is the essence of the transaction and what actually happens. So we need to just sit down and say, look, you've got 30 kilograms of ajwa dates, so many dollars per kilogram, that's equal to this many dollars, right? And I say, I've got the lower quality dates, they're so many kilograms, it's equivalent to this many dollars, right? And we calculate that. We could put it in Excel, Google Sheets, in our phones, whatever. If we can remember it in our head, great, right? We calculate. We're trying to find the equivalent value, right? And then we just say, you know what? Actually, the money itself doesn't have to exchange hands. We need to make sure that the dates being exchanged are being converted into the measure of money. So again, it's not the ritual or like do this, then this, then this, like stand on one leg and raise your hand, and if you trade dates this way, this will be halal, but if you trade it that way, if you're lying down and doing this, it won't be halal. That's not the idea. That's not how Islam operates, right? The idea is to make sure to prevent exploitation. We convert that into a measure or unit of value that we recognize so that the trade is fair and I don't exploit him, maybe maliciously or accidentally, because a lot of this can happen by accident. And he does not do the same back to me.
And if you've ever been involved with like anyone done like trading cards when you were young with kids, pogs or something like that, you know what happens with kids when you're trading those cards and you're trading those pogs. The one who's got the inferior quality cards, they're the ones who usually gets ripped off. And the reason why is because the person who's got the inferior stuff, they're looking at that one really expensive card. They're like, man, I'm willing to give extra of my little ones that have very little value. I'll give you 20 of those that are worth like $1 each for your $10 card, because these are all $1 cards. So you end up actually losing because you're not making that mark, but you want this very rare pog or rare card or rare whatever collectible item. This happens to a lot of teenagers and younger people. So and imagine how they feel later on when they go back and they're like, I just lost this value, because a lot of people get manipulated. That's why making this marking to market concept of determining a value actually prevents that potential for exploitation that's there. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So number one, there's the type of interest that we define that is very, very clear. Okay, that clear type is I give you $100 and then I say, give it back to me in a year as 110. That part is called riba al-Quran or riba from the Quran, also called riba nasi'a, right? That part's very clear. It's kind of like within Islam, it's within the scholarship of Islam and the valid opinions that we find. It's not really controversial. It's pretty well understood and clear. The riba of fadl, which is what we're talking about, the riba of exchange, you know, dates for dates, wheat for wheat, barley for barley. This one's a little bit more confusing for people, okay? So much so that the scholars have differed about exactly what to do with this hadith, okay? So since you asked the question, I'll provide a little bit more detail, right? So the question becomes, the Prophet ﷺ listed, 6 items? Right, 6 items. He listed 6 items and he said, these are the things where you can't exchange them, right? Dates for dates, wheat for wheat, barley for barley, etc. So people are trying to figure out, so the scholars, the jurists, have put in some effort to figure out, is it just these 6 items? Because guess what? US dollar bills are not included in there. It's not in the hadith. The Prophet ﷺ did not say US dollar bills. So are we allowed to trade US dollar bills, right? Majority of scholars said, no, it's not just limited to the hadith. There's probably more to it. Let's try and understand the rationale and the logic, right? Which is what we're all trying to do. So some of them said, you know what? What's common between the 6 items? Maybe it's food. Maybe you just can't take food things that are the same and trade them, right? Maybe it's not food. Maybe it's anything that can be consumed. So, you know, dates can be consumed, right? Wheat can be consumed. Gasoline can be consumed. So what if I exchange, you know, 87 quality gas with 89 or whatever? You know, is that okay or not okay? So some jurists will say, no, it's anything that can be consumed, right? Some say it's food items. Some would say, no. What's common between these things is they can clearly be measured. So anything that can be measured, maybe that's what we're not supposed to trade. Quite frankly, I mean, these differences of opinion exist amongst the madhahib, right? So if you're Maliki, Hanafi, Hanbali, Shafi'i, whatever, you will find that they each had their own opinions on how to read this hadith, how to understand this saying of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Quite frankly, I would say we don't need to dwell on that. Like the jurists have disagreed, but we don't need to sit here and try and go like, okay, is wheat okay, but how about whole wheat? You know, how about like, you know, non-fat milk versus this? And I mean, we can sit here and talk about that, but it's not really worthwhile, right? So our trading cards in scope or not, our books in scope or not, I don't know, right? What's more important is that we try and understand the concept and the spirit of what this is trying to accomplish. Because it will be hard exactly to understand literally what he meant in every single category of product that we can buy. So what's important here is that we understand this concept of if there's a possibility, if we see that there's a possibility of exploiting someone, like maybe with trading cards, right? And maybe kids have experienced this, or whatever the modern equivalent is to trading cards. What is it? Do we have one? Sama's cards are very popular. Samawari's cards are very popular. But there's got to be some equivalent where people are exchanging things. And we see kids do this. We see them intentionally trying to exploit other kids, right? And adults try and do this sometimes. It's important then when we're conducting those types of transactions, when we see that there's a possibility of exploitation, that we try and find an equivalency. The basic idea is try and say, look, I'm exchanging Shakespeare's books for Thomas Friedman's books. I think that was your example. What do I do in this situation? Well, think about it. Don't just like get carried away with like, oh, I like Shakespeare so much more or whatever. Think about Shakespeare's books, go on eBay or Craigslist or whatever and say, okay, they're worth this much. Thomas Friedman's books are worth this much. Let's just make sure it's a fair exchange. We should do that anyway. We should do our due diligence when we conduct transactions, something we're not talking about, but when you're investing in a business, when you're conducting a transaction, when you're buying something, you look at the price. You make sure you're paying the right price. That's all this is really trying to say is when you're dealing with that with money, it clicks on our head very quickly. When you're trying to do an exchange sometimes, it doesn't click right away. And some people, especially, you know, you mentioned children as a good example. Children don't always, they get more emotional. We're going to talk a little bit about behavioral economics, right? But these are the things where you just have to try and be extra careful. Okay. So
Quran, in the verses that we saw, it mentions the term riba, but it doesn't define what riba is. It doesn't say, you know what, and the definition of riba is this on money with this time factor. It doesn't say those things. So the question is, well, why doesn't it say those things, right? There's got to be some reason why Allah didn't define it in detail. Because some people can come along and say, well, maybe it means something else. Maybe it has a different understanding. So the thing is, when Allah prohibits certain things which are well known, He doesn't sit there and give a definition. So when Allah prohibits pork in the Quran, He doesn't define what is pork. Pork, a pig is a type of animal, and it has this many legs, and it looks like this, and it's well known, right? When Allah prohibits alcohol, He doesn't go into detail and say, you know what, khamr, it's like, it's made from this thing, and it looks like this, and it smells like this, and it causes this effect and all that. It's not there. Gambling, adultery, all these things which are prohibited, they're not defined. Even adultery is not defined. If you do this move and you have to touch like this and it doesn't go into detail. Why? Because when something is so well known and something is so clear in that society, it doesn't require a detailed definition. So when it came to defining riba, Allah did not give this long, detailed, or even a bare detailed definition of riba in the Quran, because it was so well known, right? So that's number one. How do we know it was so well known? The definition, well, let me continue. So other societies have been practicing riba, interest, throughout history, right? And that's well known. The Quran, when Allah reveals the scripture, the Arabs know that. People understand that. They are aware that there's interest being charged on transactions. The reference to the Jews in the Quran is there, very clear cut, because the riba that the Jews were using, or the ribit that they mention, it's the same as the one that you find is being mentioned in the Quran. Now, what is the common feature of all interest, usury transactions, riba transactions? It's this definition, is that there is an increased amount charged on the principal of debt. That is basically the common feature or the understanding of all of this. But when we look at it from this perspective, when we look at the term riba and we talk about the word interest or usury, we need to differentiate between a few things. Number one, our understanding of the word interest today is different than people's understanding of the word interest in the past, right? Depending on which society you're in. So the first principle we have to keep in mind is that not all interest is riba. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for some people to hear this. They're like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that there are some types of interest that are halal and that they're okay? And the answer is yes. That's correct. Right? And now you shouldn't leave the seminar like right now at this moment. You're like, that's what I was waiting for, man. Thank you so much. You're like, you're out of here. You're like, you got, right? So just pay attention and understand this idea. So interest as a term today is much wider than just with loans. There's this concept of the time value of money, right? That your money that you're spending has, when you buy something now with a certain price, there's a value for the time factor that's involved. And that is significantly different than the riba that is being prohibited in Islam. Now, there have been a few, I think mostly modern scholars, Muslim scholars, who made the argument that there is no such thing as time value for money in Islam. Among those who made the argument was Maulana Maududi and Mullah Sadr, two very well-known revivalists in the Muslim community, in the Muslim Ummah. But the reality is, this is actually considered to be a very weak and mostly unsubstantiated opinion, because the vast majority across the board in history of Muslim scholars, they said that this idea that time has a share in the price of an object when you're selling something. Okay, when you're selling something. And they're saying it's justified to have that due to the opportunity cost of deferring the compensation of that person. So I'll give you an example. Still recovering from the flu. All right, so example would be, let's say I want to sell this recorder, okay? This audio recorder here. I want to sell it now for $10 to Umar. I'm going to sell it to him, and I bought it for $5. Okay? So when I sell it to him now, I say, you could buy this for $10 right now. If he buys it, how much profit am I going to make? No, how much money? $5, right? Okay. So if I say, if he says, you know what, I really want it, but I don't have $10 with me. And $10 is a little bit expensive right now. So I'll actually buy it, but I'm going to pay you at the end of the year, but I'll pay you 15, right? And I'm saying, okay, you know what? I'm willing to sell this to you for $15, and you can pay me at the end of the year, right? You could either buy it now for $10, or you could buy it at the end of the year for $15. And how much did I buy it for? For $5. Now the first question is this allowed for me to do this? Okay, so according to the vast majority of scholars in Islam, it's allowed, because this is an asset. I'm not giving a loan, right? This is not a trick, this is not a strategy. I'm not trying to, loan him money or something like that. I'm actually trying to sell this item that belongs to me. It's in my possession. I took the risk of owning it, and he wants this item from me. Okay, so this is number one. So the second question I have for you then is, if that's allowed, which it is, according to all four schools of Islamic law, according to the vast majority of scholars, this is allowed to do that. I can give him two different prices. I can sell you this recorder for $10 right now, or if you pay me now, or $15, deferred payment, you can pay me after 1 year, $15. So the question now is, he goes with the $15 option, because he doesn't have the $10 with him. I sell him the recorder, okay? How much profit did I make? $10? Anyone else? Unknown? I bought it for $5. He pays me back after a year, assuming that he pays me back, right? Depreciation of the no inflation, assuming no inflation, no adjustment for inflation. How much profit did I earn? $10. Everyone says $10.
$10 in December, but when you work in December, the $10 really worth 7 or 6.
No, not counting inflation. Let's assume deflation. So I'm okay. So yes, I made $10 profit, but how do I understand the concept? When I use the word $10, how is that understood in modern terminology? There's actually $5 profit that I made from the sale, and what's the other $5 called? For the time. It's called interest. It's called interest. Is it halal? In this example right now, is it halal for me to take the other $5? So I have $5 profit, and I have $5 interest, which makes $10 that I'm making. You pick. It doesn't matter. Is it halal for me to take the $5 and the other $5? Well, I'm only getting the extra 5 from him, so I get my $10. So $5 is my profit. All right, Omar's gonna chime in now to clarify some things, right? So, can it be called? Yeah. Go. Okay. So, regardless of all that, my question is this: when I made $10 profit, everyone was fine. Right? When I made $10 profit, everyone is okay. When I change it and I start calling the first $5 my profit, and I call the other $5 interest that I made, I'm just giving it a different name. So it's $10 profit, but how are you breaking it down? What term? What do you list it in your accounting? $5 usury. In the Islamic state of, whatever, right? Go ahead.
So the way that you're hearing it be explained may not be something that you're used to, and even if you've studied Islamic finance, this is typically not how it's explained. But we're trying to be real here. We're trying to make sure people understand from a conventional terminology standpoint that interest, like it says in the slide, not all interest is riba, right? So we're not saying that this is riba, absolutely not. Riba is not permissible ever. Quran is very clear. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la ta'kulu riba. Do not consume riba, period. Okay? So this is not riba. However, we're trying to explain that conventionally, everyone calls it interest. If you buy a car this way, and you go to the car dealership, they're not going to say like, this is our profit. They're going to say, this is the profit, this is the interest. That's what you're going to see in the accounting books. That's what you're going to see in the general ledger. You're going to see at all the accounting books. That's how it's going to show up. And in fact, even if you're a Muslim, you're running a business and you're doing it this way, you're going to make sure to call it interest. Why are you going to call it interest? Tax benefits, right? You're going to call it interest, right? Because of the tax benefits. So it's important to understand we're calling it interest because that's how modern economics defines it. And that's what we're trying to say is like that $5 is coming from profit and the other $5. By the way, there's a lot of conditions around this. We'll talk about it next weekend. You know, like, can I do this with like any type of object? What if like I sold something to you and then I sell it back, do all these things? Like what if I play more tricks with it, right? Because you can have a lot of fun with this, but you can have a lot of fun and turn it haram as well. So how do we keep it halal, right? Does anyone have an issue with the halalness of this transaction? Anyone have concerns or issues? Because that's important to address. Doesn't this have the same concept of getting money without putting in the effort? Okay, so did I have to put in effort to acquire this device? Or did Sheikh Mustafa have to put in the effort to acquire the device? He already has it. Did he have to put in the effort to find a buyer, to negotiate a price, to do all of that? Yep. Yes, yes. So in this case, I think we want to make it clear. So we talked a lot about like the Christian arguments and the Jewish arguments and so on, right? And how they talked about opportunity cost and all these different things. We want to make sure now we're understanding this purely from an Islamic standpoint, right? So number one, like the problem that we have is not solely with the lack of effort. The problem is also the lack of effort on making money from purely money. Because money itself doesn't have, in Islam, money itself is not a store of value. Money itself is think about it, it's a means to an end. Money, if you just had money, if I put you in the middle of nowhere and I gave you a big safe with $1 billion and you had no way to contact anyone else in the world, it's worthless, right? So in economics we say the money has no intrinsic value, right? In fact, we know that. The only reason the dollar bill has value is what? We what? We give it value. So we don't just give it value, everybody does, because there's something in there that says, you know, it's backed up by the US Treasury, all this stuff, and, you know, in God we trust. There's all this stuff on the dollar bill. I don't know why the in God and trust is there, we trust is there, but there's, huh?
It came later.
Yeah, it came later, but because I guess you have to rely on God is because the money is not backed up with anything, you know? So you have to trust in God that you're actually going to get some value out of it, right? So the money itself is backed up by the federal government, right? That it has value. But intrinsically, it has no value. So Islam doesn't recognize the value of the money, and that's why what Islam is trying to get you to do is make productive use of things. Make use of your assets, make use of your wealth, and money that's just, money doesn't have any use, use it as a means towards an end. There's a couple of other questions about the halalness. Go ahead. Yeah, hold that thought, and we'll get to that, inshallah, in much more detail.
Maybe we'll get to this later on or something, but you know, this example of the digital tape, the digital recorder. You know, when we saw
Tape? What's tape? What you talking about? Sorry, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, tape recorder. Yeah.
when he tells you this, he says $10 now or $15 later, and you say, okay, I'll do
Yep. Okay. Save that question. Save that question. Ask it later, inshallah, when I get to my area. Yeah. Yeah. One more. Do you have a good answer, a quick answer to that one?
The Islamic wisdom.
Yeah. So the question is it a good definition to say, like, Islamically, you didn't have to put in any effort? No, I think it is an incomplete definition. Okay? If I happen to, you can make arguments about, like, what if I bought something with almost zero effort because it just kind of fell in my lap and the money just, there's a lot of arguments you can make. So it's not just the fact of zero effort. It is the fact of the effort combined with the fact that money itself doesn't have intrinsic value. Those two kind of go together. Do you agree with that? Yeah. So those. Yeah. So it's a principle. The more important than the effort is, let's call it risk. Okay. What Islam wants you to do is when you buy something or sell something or invest in something, it wants to make sure that any risk that's involved in that is being shared. And we'll talk more about this. So maybe it'll become more clear there. But the idea is the risk must be shared, and then the profits get shared, the losses get shared, and all of that happens. So we'll get to that. But the idea is it's less about the effort and more about the risk. And what I might be doing is, a lot of times what people are trying to do, a lot of modern finance, fintech, a lot of the modern instruments of finance, hedge funds, high frequency trading, things like hedging in general, right? The concept of hedging, the concept of insurance, all of these instruments are designed to reduce or eliminate risk. Okay, so a lot of modern finance, what people do isn't, only the rich can afford to do this, by the way. So what the rich do is they build these funds and instruments and vehicles of trade, and they build them in a way that they will make money and there's no way they'll lose. That's the kind of stuff Islam is trying to avoid, is to make sure that when two parties are involved in a business, that the risk is shared. So I think a lot of these questions will get more answered as we go through the topics. So let's get through those, and inshallah we'll come back, okay?
So that is, not all interest is riba. So even if I term my $10 of profit as $5 profit and $5 interest, which is the way that we look at the term interest today, it's more of a wider term. It is not riba. So that other $5 is not riba. The $5 profit is not riba, and the $5 interest is not riba in this type of transaction, because the commodity is involved and because the time value of money is factored into the sale of a commodity. That's the only reason why. Now, if I gave a loan, right, and there was no commodity involved, and I said, I'm gonna give you $10 and you're gonna pay me back $15 at the end of the year, and I say, well, that's interest. That interest is riba. This interest, if we call it interest, it's not riba, it's profit. If you very uncomfortable with that, just call it profit. All right? call it interest profit or profit interest or some kind of, hyphenated word or something like that. You can call it whatever you want, right? But it's not riba. Okay. If I give him $10 as a loan and ask for $15 at the end, that is interest and riba. Okay? The $5 that I'm making, the $5 of profit that I made from the sale, and the $5 of profit, 5 additional dollars of profit I also made from the sale as a time value money factor, that I can call it profit, I can call it interest, but it's not riba. And I can hyphenate it, and I can call it profit interest or interest profit, or I can come up with some new cool term, right? Like the Islamic finance industry is very good at, utilizing Arabic terms. I just open up Arabic dictionary and just come up with like some random, I'll call it zaid, right? I'll just come up with some real, cool term, and then we'll Islamize it, basically. And then you don't want to feel uncomfortable anymore. But the reality is, whatever you call it, it's called interest in the modern economy, but it's not riba. So that's the key to keep in mind. Not all interest is riba. Okay? All riba is riba. Yes? Mm. We're going to get to inflation. We'll get to inflation soon, where it's coming. Yeah. Okay, I can sell this instead to him. I have to be selling something, right? So let's say you go to buy a car, okay? You go to the difference between financing a car and leasing a car. Is there interest rate when it comes to financing the car? Is there interest rate when it comes to leasing the car? Is there a difference between the two? Hmm. Yes. Right. So there's another. Sometimes it can be the same, depending on what's going on in the background, right? But there's a difference between the transactions. So even though we're using the same term, there's a big difference between that. Yes, sir. Yeah. There you go. It's a time value of the commodity. That's a better way to put it. Yeah. So rather than time value of money, time value of the commodity. Yes. No. You in terms of like, yeah, the price has to be clear when you're selling an item, and you can't make an adjustment later on the price. If you made an adjustment on the price, it'd be a huge problem. Yeah, that would end up becoming riba. Yeah. So that plays a big role. The terms of the contract. Absolutely. Yeah. That's why he was saying, Shaykh Umar was saying that you can easily play with this and reshape it into different transactions, which are all riba. Right? And a lot of people do that. But in the example that I gave you, the very simple, basic example, that would not be riba. Okay? All right, so that's principle number one. Now you flip that around. Not all riba is interest. Right? It becomes more confusing. So there is riba that is prohibited, which is not interest. So normally you think riba is equal to interest. But now we just broke that apart with two ideas here. So which type, this is actually, it's not that significant, but it's good to kind of keep in your mind that riba is an independent concept. So which riba is not interest? Interest is on something deferred. So when we talked about Bilal doing the dates for dates, that example that we were talking about, and the trading cards and all that, it's not time factor in there, right? So interest has a time factor. There's no time factor in this transaction, but it's riba, and it's prohibited. Therefore, not all riba is interest. Okay, so the riba, the Bilal trading the dates is prohibited. The Prophet said this is riba. It's a different type of riba. It's called riba al-fadl. And the other one is riba al-nasi'a, the one where there's a loan being given here. So here, that the Prophet called that transaction of dates for dates in unequal quantities, he called it riba. Is it interest? Is what Bilal was doing of trading dates for dates, was it interest? No. Because again, so what we're trying to say is the translation of riba technically is not interest. It usually is, but it isn't always. Okay? So it usually is, but it's not always. That's all we're trying to explain here. Okay, is that part clear? No? A little bit? Okay. We're going to give you the recording anyways, so you're going to get a chance to go back, and you can just listen to it 10 times, and you'll get it, inshallah.
We're going to revisit some of these concepts.
And some concepts will come back, yeah, inshallah. Okay. Now, why was riba, and now from now on, now that that slide is done, I'm going to sometimes simultaneously use the term riba, interest, and usury to refer to the same thing. Okay? Just now that that slide is over, now that you got that part, okay, so why is riba prohibited? Okay? There's a reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited riba, and there's wisdom behind it, right? So before you start reading this slide, probably should have left that out. But anyways, before you start reading this slide, I'm just going to leave it on this slide. So what's the reason why riba is prohibited? Well, good, because Allah said so, right? And period. There's nothing else to discuss, right? There's absolutely nothing else to talk about. Allah said it. You don't need to rationalize it. You don't need to understand it. It doesn't need to make any sense to you. It's like if Allah told you to stand on one foot, you just do it. You don't ask questions, and you don't need to worry about anything. Is that the right mentality? The correct mentality. Who agrees with this mentality? Raise your hand. Who agrees this is the right mentality, and you should not reflect further at all? Okay. All right. So technically the answer is correct. When Allah tells you to stay away from it, period, you stay away from it. From a practical perspective, it's done in your mind. You don't question whether you're gonna do it again anyways. But do you question why did Allah prohibit that? Why? What's the wisdom? Did Allah have some reasoning behind it, or no? We don't even want to. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even bother us why He prohibited it. We don't even need to reflect upon that, right? So there's two approaches that people have to understanding Islam. And the first approach is there's no need to ask detailed questions. There's no need to try to understand why Allah did this. Just He tells you to fast, just fast. You want to know, well, what do we get out of fasting? Just fast. It's Ramadan. You don't have to, it doesn't matter. You're hungry, stop thinking about it. And the second approach is there's got to be some, there's an underlying wisdom there. Allah doesn't do anything unless there's a wisdom there. So what is the wisdom? Can we start to understand and figure out what is the underlying wisdom behind it? And when we begin to understand the wisdom, does that help us in any way, not only to understand it, but to understand where it applies and where it doesn't apply? Okay? So that's why it's very important to take what I call the rational approach versus the irrational approach. Rational approach doesn't mean it. Here's the wrong rational approach. Rational approach for some people is, if it doesn't make sense to me, then I'm not going to follow it. That's not what we're saying. We're saying is, yeah, Allah said it, I'm going to follow it, but there's a rational reason behind it, and I'm going to use my mind. People should use their mind to try to understand what's the underlying reason behind it, so we can appreciate, the wisdom of Allah, and we can also explain to other people why it's a problem. We could be proud as Muslims why this is not allowed. So when we look at why is alcohol not allowed, many people it goes straight to their mind. Oh man, look at all the drunk drivers and people beating up their families, and it's pretty easy, especially in America, to make an argument, even with the people who are non-Muslims who drink a lot. It's not that difficult. Muslims don't feel embarrassed to make an argument, say, alhamdulillah, we avoid alcohol. There's a great reason why. Look at it, protects our mind. We're not doing those things that other people are doing and all that stuff. So there's a great wisdom behind it. When we talk about gambling, it's in the same category. There's a reason why Allah prohibited it. When we think about it, it's not that difficult to explain to people. Even those who are gambling, you're in Las Vegas and you're trying to convince your non-Muslim friend, you kind of understand, hey, no, there's a good reason why Allah prohibited gambling, right? So when it comes to those type of things, when it comes to interest or when it comes to riba, there is a reason and an approach that we should take to understand the underlying principle where it makes sense. And we could be as comfortable with the prohibition of riba as we are with the prohibition of gambling, as we are with the prohibition of alcohol, and maybe some other prohibitions that exist in Islam. If we ignore the underlying wisdom behind it, it's very easy to get stuck with what the Vatican did with the Medici Bank, right? And it's like, we can structure this dual transaction where I could be borrowing money, and as long as technically it doesn't fall into that very literal category of what we defined as riba, then it's not riba. So we're going to be okay. So I'll give you an example, okay? So you can easily structure a sale so that it will amount to something that is equivalent to interest, and you say, but it doesn't fit the technical definition of interest because you don't care to even understand how interest, functions. So there's this idea of, the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. This idea of form versus function. Okay, so this is really important to understand when it comes to riba. So for example, let's say, Omar wants to borrow $100 from me, okay? And I'm thinking, you know what? That's a good idea. I can get you $100, but I need $110 back. What's going to happen? He's going to say, astaghfirullah, man, that's haram. You know, we can't do that, you know? And I said, well, I'm going to need my $10. I'm just not going to give you $100. He goes, okay, I have another idea. Here's the idea. I got this Apple Watch, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell you this Apple Watch for $110, okay? This is $110, and I'm going to let you pay me later, okay? So now you have this watch. You owe me how much money at the end of the year? $110, right? And I go, you know what? But now that I think about it, I really need my watch, actually. So I'm going to buy that watch for you for $100. And I have $100 in my pocket right now. So I give him $100 cash, and I get my watch back, and I put my watch back on, right? So now basically Umar has how much money in his pocket? $100. And how much money does he owe me after a year? $110. I got exactly what I wanted. This is perfect. But it's not riba because there was two separate sale transactions that took place, right? So what is wrong with this contract? If we look at it from a very narrow, literal perspective, you can easily make a contract like this, right? This buyback type of transaction where you've accomplished the exact same thing that a riba transaction would accomplish, but it doesn't technically fall in the category of riba because there were two separate sale transactions that happened, right? Huh? The question, who are you trying to fool? We're trying to fool Allah. That's what ends up happening when people take this approach, right? And this approach becomes a big problem when people don't understand the purpose, underlying purpose and wisdom behind riba. So that's what we need to. You can combine transactions together, and you can easily make an interest contract out of it. And you know what? Many people get convinced. They say, well, wait a minute, hold on. If you have a salad, okay, and in your salad there's lettuce, halal, tomatoes, halal, cheese is halal, depending on what kind of cheese you have. The whole rennet thing, we're not going to get into that. Get the cheese out of there. You got croutons, right? Don't get into L-cysteine and all that stuff. What else is in a salad, right? You got dressing and you got olives, okay? All halal ingredients separately. So you're telling me that if we combine them all together, it can end up becoming haram? In food? No. In finance? Yes. All right? Absolutely yes. And people don't understand that concept. So if you apply that idea with food, and you apply analogy to it in economics, it does not work because you can easily make it into a riba transaction. So it's very important. Actually, we're not there yet. So it's very important to understand the purpose behind things, okay? Now, what is the underlying wisdom? I'll just put up this slide on here. What is the underlying wisdom behind individual wisdom? Why Allah prohibited interest, right, as a contract? So now we're going to look at behavioral economics, right, in terms of how people function as consumers, as people who want to buy things. Don't start reading the slide yet. I see some of you reading it. Don't read. Read it later. Okay, just putting on just read the title. Purpose. We're on the purpose of the prohibition. Okay, so understand in behavioral economics, there's this principle known as delay discounting, which basically means that human beings, they would like to have some immediate reward right now, even if it's smaller or if it's lesser, over some long-term delay that's going to come later, right? So a lot of people, you'll go to them and you're like, look, I can give you $5 right now, or I can give you $10 a month from now. Which one would you want? And there'd be many people, they would choose the $5 right now. And you say, well, no, $10 is pretty good. Say, okay, I tell you what, change it. It's going to be $6. 2 months from now, you go, oh, now the $5 is looking much better, right? And if you change it to $5.50, 3 months from now, you have even more people saying, now the $5 is looking much better. And more people start jumping on the $5. The more you lower the amount, right? And the more you extend the delay. So when there's a delay, you're discounting the value in your mind due to that delay. Right? It doesn't have the same value because it's further away, and I want something closer. I want something right now. So that's where one of the behavioral economics reasons of why riba is prohibited comes into play. Yeah, go ahead.
Wanted to clarify that what the mind is doing is correct, by the way. So what the mind should look at it that way and say, $5 today might be better than $5.50 3 months from now, right? You have to do the math to figure that out. The problem that happens, and scientists have done this study again and again and again, the level of discounting that the human mind applies, and this applies to all of us in this room, by the way, is we automatically apply a level of discount that is far above what we should apply. So our mind is skewed, and we don't think about this correctly. If you sat down and did it in a spreadsheet, you'd go, oh my God, I made a stupid decision. If I take that $5, put it into stocks or whatever, I could have, I can't even make that much money. Why didn't I just take that money? So the level that we do it is not rational. It can't be explained. It's not logical. It's not rational. It doesn't compute. The math does not add up. But this is what the human mind does. So be careful when you're thinking about making these decisions, by the way, in general. Is the human mind does not do this correctly naturally. You have to make an extra effort and put it in a spreadsheet or something like that.
So there's a professor of economics, name is Dr. Mahmoud Al-Gamal. He made an interesting argument. He says, the reason why riba has been prohibited in Islam is because there needs to be a pre-commitment mechanism which prevents people from making that irrational decision, right? And that's this idea of pre-commitment in economics, right? So let me explain to you what pre-commitment is, okay? So pre-commitment, you know what a commitment means. You commit to doing something. Here, pre-commitment, you're committing to doing something in advance of you actually doing it, right? So why would you do something like that? Basically, if you want to increase your chance for success in something, in advance, you make a commitment so it's harder or impossible for your future self to back out of that. So it's like, this is short-term pleasure, and I'm going to get some long-term benefit. So let's take an example. Let's say you smoke, right? So what's a pre-commitment mechanism you can use to stop smoking? You say, you know what? I'm never going to carry cigarettes with me. So every time I need a cigarette, I'm going to have to go, and I'm going to have to ask someone for a cigarette, and that's very uncomfortable for me to ask them. It's bothersome. It just takes my time. So that's going to kind of make me start quitting, So I'm committing to doing something. Another example, you have to pay for a class in advance so that you're forced to attend, and there's no refunds, right? Perfect example. Otherwise, many people, if they're like, oh, you get a refund, if you show up, just pay whenever you want to. What they'll do is, today, I don't know, maybe I'll do it, and maybe I won't do it, something like that. Other people, another example would be, you're addicted to your computer, right? Like many people are. You say, you know what, I'm going to take my laptop, I'm working at home too much, I'm just going to leave my laptop at work, I'm not going to take it home with me, I have no other computer at home, so I don't use it at home. So you make a commitment in advance so that you don't back out of doing something you don't want to be doing. So what's the wisdom? He's saying basically the prohibition of riba in Islam is a pre-commitment mechanism that's built into the concept of equity-based financing. Equity-based financing is the example basically that when I sell a commodity, right, I sell an item, and I factor in the time value of the commodity, right, or the time value of the money here when I'm selling that, that's a pre-commitment mechanism that's there that's going to prevent, any type of, misuse or abuse or something that I don't want to be taking place. I'm going to get into that in a moment right now. So that's one way of explaining the prohibition on an individual level, okay? And Sheikh Umar is going to go in more detail about the idea of equity-based and commodities involved and all of that stuff. We'll go into more detail, just kind of hinting at it right now. So that is, on the individual level, a problem. One of the wisdoms we can discern. Now, if we look at it from a societal level, on a societal level, it's totally different. Its interest is going to affect the entire economy across the board. So how does it affect the entire economy? Well, first of all, we have to look at the nature of money, right? So the nature of money in Islam is that money is a means of exchange, a medium of exchange. That's what it's supposed to be. Money is not a commodity in Islam, right? It's not viewed as a commodity. So you can't sell it for a profit. Riba al-fadl, right? Gold for gold is not allowed, dates for dates not allowed. And you cannot rent it out for profit because it's not a commodity. So you can rent this. I can rent this for a year, but I could have rent this for whatever I want, but I can't rent my $10 bill and say, I'm renting this bill to you and you have to give me $15 at the end of the year. It's a rental fee. It's not a rental fee. You can't rent out a medium of exchange. Why? Number one, because there's no intrinsic utility for money. It has no actual utility in and of itself. It has no benefit in and of itself. I mean, you can make an argument, you know, if I need to blow my nose, I can use my $100 bill, right? There's some utility to it. But that does not, it's not intrinsic to the bill itself. It's not doing anything. It's just a piece of paper that's doing that, right? So it has no intrinsic utility, number one. And number two, commodities actually have different qualities intrinsically, right? This does something different, this does something different. They have different qualities. When it comes to money, what happens is money, or at least currency, is identical. Every unit is identical. Well, every unit is identical. Even currency, every unit is identical. So if you have a dirty $100 bill and a clean $100 bill, do they have different values? What if it's really dirty? What if somebody blew their nose with it? And then they wiped it off and you're like, oh my God, coronavirus, and how could you do that? And there's one perfectly clean, just came out of the mint, looks excellent, $100 bill, and it's rippled up, crumpled up. It's got like a little tiny tear here. It's got, drawing on some part of it. Are they equal value? They're still considered to be equal value, right? So because of that, the nature of money is viewed as something that money is not seen as a commodity, so you can't sell it with the profit. You can't rent it out. Now, interest theory is exactly totally different. Money is not a consumption good. There's a black or white idea that came out. Money is not a consumption good that you can, utilize it for some benefit. Therefore, it must be a productive good, right? So you can use it to produce more money, right? That it should be utilized in that way. Normally, you use commodities to produce money, but you can use money to produce money. Now, Keynes' theory. There's a well-known theory in economics. It says basically money is only a medium of exchange. It's not a consumption good. It's not a production good. But that was modified, and they said, no, money can be used as a production good to produce more money. So we'll use more money to produce more money. And that's when this whole thing started changing. So currency and the concept of money started changing. So in 1905, George Knapp, he published a paper called State Theory of Money. And he made an argument for paper currency without the need for being backed by gold. All right. So prior to that, most of the paper currency, especially like in America and other places, it was backed by gold. So the dollars you had, they were mapped to gold. So he starts to make this new argument and says, you know what? We don't need currency that's backed by gold. So we got off the gold standard. In the 1930s in America, what happened? Depression. All right. The economy collapsed. People lost their jobs, people lost their houses, people lost everything. So the American government set up a committee known as the Economic Crisis Committee. And they started coming up with ideas on how we can prevent this depression from ever happening again. So one of the things that they recommended was, they said in order to ensure that money performs its true function of operating as a means of exchange and distribution, it's desirable that it should stop being traded as a commodity. The committee set up by the American government to say, hey, this depression, we don't want this to happen again. What did they say? Say, we need to get out of this model. This model helped cause the depression. We are heading in a very dangerous, direction, and we need to stop that. But of course, they didn't listen. And they continue to develop more and more and more. So what ends up happening is you look at today. You have people making money off of money, and they're making off of chances of making money, off of making more money. And if you just look at what that does, you have the global foreign exchange market today, 2019. The average daily turnover of the global foreign exchange market on a daily basis is $5.1 trillion. Okay? So a million is 6 zeros, billion is 9 zeros, right? Trillion is 12 zeros. Okay? And what's 15 zeros? No. A quadrillion. Okay? And we're coming to that. Okay? The numbers are getting there. So we're getting to quadrillion. So we're at $5.1 trillion per day is traded. Okay? 95% of those transactions are speculative. They're just kind of like, betting on, hey, this might move this way, it might move this way. There's not any actual, nothing's being produced, nothing's being sold, nothing's happening. So what you have is, this virtual financial economy. It's a virtual economy where just money is being traded back and forth based upon some speculation. What does it do? There is a real economy that exists. People are trading actual things. People produce things, right? People trade goods, services, all sorts of things. So there's a real economy and there's a virtual economy. And what does the virtual financial economy do? It completely disrupts the real economy that exists. And now you have this massive gap between the supply of money, the money supply, which I'm going to explain what that is in a moment, and the real goods that actually exist. So this is where the problem begins. And that's where the quote comes in from James Robertson. I'll read it and then I'll take your question. He has a book called Transforming Economic Life. He says, today's money and finance system is unfair, it's ecologically destructive, and it's economically inefficient. Inefficient meaning it doesn't bring the right balance within society. The money must grow imperative. So the idea is, see the dash, the hyphens there. The money must keep growing. That's the way that the economy functions now. Money has to keep on multiplying. Otherwise, the economy that's the way it works. He says that imperative drives production, and therefore it drives consumption to higher than necessary levels. It skews economic effort towards money out of money and against providing real services and goods. So there's no real services good being provided. There's money coming out of money. And he's saying it also results in a massive worldwide diversion of effort away from producing useful goods and services into making money out of money. So now rather than working somewhere where people could actually produce something that's going to benefit others, the goal is just making money out of money as much as possible, as long as you're the one who makes that money. And he says at least 95% of the billions of dollars transferred daily around the world are for purely financial transactions, unlinked to transactions in the real economy. Right? So in the real economy where things are changing, less than 5% of the economy is that. So he sets this up and he says this is a huge problem. And then you have Imam Ghazali comes along, who said this 1,000 years ago, something very similar to what James Robertson was saying. So I'll read Imam Ghazali's quote. What was your question? Okay, so 1 trillion seconds is 200,000 years. Or 146,000 years. Okay, very good. That's good. That might help you conceptualize it. A trillion seconds is 33 years? Oh, a billion is 33 years. Billion seconds is... Okay, there you go. Alhamdulillah. Very good. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. So there you have James Robertson saying that. Then you have Imam Ghazali. Okay, he's speaking 1,000 years ago, and he's saying, look, riba is prohibited. Why? Because it prevents people from undertaking real economic activities. That's exactly what the other guy just said. I think that's exactly what's happening in our economy. There's no real economic activity. And he said this is because when a person has money, the person who has money, they're allowed to earn more money on the basis of interest. Whether it's a spot or a deferred transaction, it becomes easy for him to earn without bothering himself to take pains in real economic activities, actually producing something that people will benefit from, service or a good or whatever it is. This leads to hampering the real interests of humanity, because that cannot be safeguarded without real trade skills, industry, and construction. That actually requires some real skill to actually bring some benefit in society. So that's what riba will do. And he said that's one of the underlying reasons, macro reasons, the societal reasons why riba has been prohibited. Okay? So, you had a clarification? Yeah.
So does that mean that riba is prohibited because people won't work, or is it because they won't produce something?
You know, that, well, when they're trading, so they won't produce something. This, when you're making phone calls and you're doing all these speculative transactions, you're technically working, even if it's from your living room or something, and you're making a ton of money, right? Or someone's working for you, right? So yeah, it's more about this effect on society. Okay. Now coming back to the individual level, right? On an individual level, all right, you have Islam discourages people from going into debt unless they're absolutely in need. People are not supposed to live in debt. Okay? So much so that the Prophet ﷺ, when somebody passed away and they died with debt, he would not perform the janazah for them. Like, can you imagine how serious that is? The Messenger of Allah does not want to be there for the janazah of that person. The only other person that happened, someone committed suicide. And the Prophet ﷺ said, I'm not gonna be there for the janazah. Hmm? Yeah. So the debt here, we're not talking about interest-based debt. We're talking about non-interest-based debt. Okay, the halal debt. Okay, now this doesn't mean that nobody prayed janazah on them. Okay, so janazah was prayed. They're still Muslim. Okay, they were not like the church excommunicated them. Right, but the janazah was prayed. But the Prophet ﷺ did not pray janazah. He did not want to be there. Why would he do that? Because he wanted to discourage people from following their example. He wanted to say, look, the Prophet ﷺ really didn't like this behavior. Therefore, he didn't show up for this reason as well. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that Islam is trying to teach people not to live beyond their means. Now, when it comes to interest, what is interest trying to do? Right? It just as a system, once you open that door, and you can see it clearly, it makes people more and more indebted in general. So the reason why I'm mentioning that is Islam is trying to make people less indebted. And interest is trying to make people more indebted. So just to give you one example, let me finish this and I'll take it. One example, 1963. I have an old stat here, but from the UK. 1963, the average UK household debt was about 30% of the income of people. So the amount of money that they owe was about 30% of the income that they have. Okay? In 1997, the average household debt in the UK was over 100% of the income of the average person. So they're completely indebted. So whatever they're making, they have absolutely no saving whatsoever. They owe that much money, right? So what ends up that the economy becomes structured that way, right? And if there was no riba, what would happen? Just imagine if no riba existed, and they were not able to, if all these loans that are being given out, all this debt that's being taken on, if there's no riba, what's going to happen? People are not going to, first of all, give loans for unnecessary expenses, Oh, you want to buy that big screen TV? Well, let me give you a loan for X amount of time or whatever it may be. It's not going to happen. But what's going to happen instead is you're going to have profit ventures and profit sharing and stuff. We're going to come to that in a little bit. So it would change society significantly. So Islam is trying to do one thing when it comes to debt, and interest is trying to do something else when it comes to debt. So they're moving in opposite directions. Okay? Ahmed. Mm. He is in my debt. I'm repeating this for the camera. In the voice recorder example, is he in debt to me? Yes, he's in debt to me. He owes me that money because I let the transaction be deferred. What's going to happen if he's not able to pay? That's coming soon. Okay, that's all going to come. And all the other conditions that are attached to a contract like this and how it differs from the way in which a debt would work, it's all going to be coming very soon. So we're going to get into that in a moment.
Just to be clear, debt is not haram. okay? To be clear for everyone, like whether you loan, if I loan you $100, if I loan you $100 without interest, that's permissible. If I buy the recorder and owe him $100 because of that, that's permissible. Debt itself is not haram. However, you will find in hadith upon hadith and examples from the Prophet ﷺ's lives and the companions' lives again and again and again, the discouragement of debt. The idea of living within your means, the idea of earning income, the idea of being self-sufficient, the idea of not depending upon other people, the idea of making sure you have enough money that you can support yourself and your family. There's a lot of encouragement in Islam towards being, maybe not the word independent, but at least financially independent. To be financially independent and to use that money to benefit the society, right? So Islam is not encouraging anyone to be poor. And in Islam is also not encouraging anyone to go into debt. We're trying to find a balance, right? And it's important to understand that, but the discouragement of debt is there because it could happen that you take on a loan and then you die, and then who owes that money now? You still do. So now you're dead. Yep. Yeah, if I took the digital recorder, I sold it for 25, that's fine, right? That's not the issue. The concern is even if, like the fact that I signed on for a 1-year debt in that example, that is not encouraged in Islam. Because if I could have, I mean, fine, I can sign that contract, agree to pay him $110, no, in that example it was $15, right? $15 a year from now, that's fine, it's allowed, but the fact that I owe him $15 is something that I should take very seriously. And if I can, I should try and pay that back to him tomorrow. You know, if I win the lottery, oh no, wait, lottery's haram, never mind. No, so if I come into like unexpected money somehow, right?
Compliant lottery.
Sharia compliant. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Islamic lottery. Actually, no, we're not. So if I owe him $15, it should be my goal to pay him back as soon as possible. That is the Islamic way. It's not to sit here and say, my credit cards, you know, I've charged them up. I don't know, you know, I'm just going to pay the monthly payment. That's it. And I'm going to die with a bill on my credit card. That's what the average American does. They die with bills on their credit card. And they don't feel like they owe it to anybody because they're dead. We have a day of judgment to worry about. They do too. They just don't realize it. So we need to make sure our debts are paid, because if they're not paid in this life, guess what? Where we are paying them? In the next life. You don't want to deal with that. Or like thereof. We're not going to literally pay it in cash. You're going to pay it in something way worse than that. So you don't want to be dealing with the situation of having debt. It's discouraged.
So collectively, so that was again individually. Now collectively, what are banks doing? Right now that interest, if interest is opened, what are the banks going to do? Banks are going to encourage debt. They're not going to encourage real economic activities that are supporting the community, supporting projects that are doing all this thing. They just want to make sure you got your loan. I'm going to get my money back, and I'm going to get my interest. If that business fails, if that business succeeds, if that business helps humanity, if that business harms humanity, it doesn't matter. As long as I can get my profit, that's all that matters. And that's where the injustice begins to start. Okay? So now, there's injustice potentially both ways, and banks don't see that. They don't look at it from that perspective. But let's look at this example. If a business profits, right, the bank gets no share. So a bank loans, let's say, $10 million to a company, and that company gets a 50% return. And the bank, what do they get? They get their whatever interest rate, 5%. Or 10% that they loaned it out at. They're not going to share in any of the 50%. If the 50% jumps to 500%, what does the bank get? The exact same thing. They get nothing, right? So even though they're financing the money, they're getting nothing back, okay? So now you're like, well, these banks, these big banks, you know, why should they get anything? They make all this money anyways. Now just zoom out and think about for a moment, what is a bank? What is a bank in our economy? Who puts their money in the bank? We do. Okay? So we put the money in the bank. That's our money. And the bank is going to give us what percentage of interest? 2%, 3%, something like that. And then they're going to take that money, which is our money, and they're going to loan it out to another project, another company or something, at a much higher interest rate. Right? And then that project is going to go, and they're going to go and make a bunch of, investments or something like that. And if the investments yield 500% profit, how much do you get back? You get nothing from that, right? So you don't benefit in that way at all, right? And we're going to come to this point, but I'll just mention it now. And if your average inflation rate is going to be around 3%, then what do you get? You got nothing, basically. Your money just got devalued to the extent that your money was sitting in the bank. But guess what? Because of the inflation, they're going to adjust the price of goods. So when the prices of goods are adjusted, what's going to happen? You're going to be paying the premium for the price of goods. So you ended up losing. So it's not just the person, if their business fails, that loses. You lose as well, right? So only the people completely at the top are going to be losing. Now, just imagine if you were to shift this model. Imagine, and we'll get into this later, but just imagine if you could somehow get part of the 500% profit. Imagine what that would do. Imagine how that would change things and how it would change the economy. Okay? Now, also imagine that if there's a company that's going to get 500% profit, but it's going to take 10 years for that 500%. And it's going to be an amazing project. Everything's going to be awesome. It's going to help humanity and everything. And then there's another company that's not going to make any profit at all. But the whole thing is going to be wound up within 1 year, guaranteed. The bank is going to get its money back, and they're going to get their interest. Which project is the bank going to choose to invest in? The one that's going to be helping humanity, huge projects, getting jobs, getting this, or the one that's going to have the quick money that they're going to get back? They're going to choose this one. They don't care. It makes no difference whatsoever. In fact, the whole model is designed to not be there to support anything about the people, the economy, none of that. It doesn't matter, because that's not the way their model functions. So the injustice actually potentially becomes both ways. It becomes an injustice for a project is making money and the person who supplied the money is not getting part of the return. And at the same time, you can have another type of injustice where someone's project is completely failing and they still have to pay back plus interest everything that they had borrowed. So there's an injustice that happens, and that is the underlying reason for the prohibition of riba. Now just look at how it affects the economy in many different ways. Number one, it's going to affect the resources within an economy. And we're getting to that. So how does it affect the resources in an economy? It favors the rich over the poor automatically and creates a giant gap between the two of them. How? Because who are the banks going to fund? Are they going to fund the largest cash-rich companies, or the medium businesses, or kind of like the small businesses that are maturing and venture capital and stuff like that? Who are they going to fund? The largest ones with the most cash and the quickest return for them. So what ends up happening is that the money from the wealthy people, or actually the money from you and me, is going to end up going to the wealthiest people for their projects to go. So the resources that you have, all this money could have gone to someone else who's trying to develop a good project, trying to do something, trying to make their own money, and also maybe, help society or something. That project is not going to get funded, right? So this is a problem, because the deposits are coming from the people, but the money is primarily going back to the richest of the rich. The problem number one on resources. How does it affect production? Okay, the production of goods within an economy. Now loans, when you're giving them, usually the bank wants someone who has very strong collateral. Collateral means, how do I explain collateral? Collateral is, I am giving Umar the same recorder example, right? I sold him the recorder. He owes me $15. But I'm like, you know what? What if you don't pay me the $15? So I want your watch as collateral. Just in case you don't pay it, I get to keep your watch, right? Is that an Apple Watch? Yeah. So it wouldn't work. He probably wouldn't give me that collateral for that. But that's the idea of collateral. So what would a bank want? A bank would want someone who has strong collateral so that, you know what, it doesn't matter how you use your funds. You could do whatever you want with them. All we care to make sure is we're going to get our money back. So what ends up happening is, that's one problem. The production, you have huge consumption loans that are being given to people, not for development programs. So you have an option. Let's say, for example, you have countries. We can give you a development loan, or we can give you a consumption loan, right? What options do we have? So we start thinking about it, and you say, well, you know, which one is going to grant me a better return, right? Without making a proper assessment on any of these things, you may end up giving a giant consumption loan to get that country stuck, and we're going to see that in the next slide. So that's going to have a problem. So if you look at some of the countries in third world countries, they are spending half of their entire budget, half of their entire country budget for the year, debt servicing, which basically means that they're paying off the interest on debts that they had taken for other projects that, you know, either didn't work or didn't, you know, reach fruition or whatever it may be. So it's affecting production in a major way. The next thing is affects distribution. How does it affect distribution? Interest will affect distribution. If you think about the perspective that I gave you, right? You have people depositing their money into the bank, and then the bank is giving to these giant corporations. So you have a large project. The corporation has 10% of the money. 90% of the money is coming from the bank. It's our money, let's say. We are the people who put our money in the bank. So if they had 10% of the money, how much money did they finance from the bank? 90%. So 90% of their entire project came from our money, right? And how much percentage, if they're making a good profit, it's a solid project, and they make all this, 300% profit, how much money do we get back? No, nothing. We get nothing back. So something that they could not have even accomplished without our money, we funded 90% of it, and we get nothing out of it. That's horrible, right? So if you got the profitable, the middle class people, right, they're getting this little tiny, percentage, which ends up becoming nullified anyways. It's a huge problem because inflation, your interest, that you accumulated is gone anyways. Price of goods is increased. It's all canceled out. So what you have is, you have the rich end up having more money. Now that they have more money, they can loan more money so they can get more interest. Then you have the poor. They have to keep borrowing more money. The poorest of the poor, they have to keep borrowing more money. Why? Because they're still paying interest on the money that they had previously borrowed. And then you look at the cost of the interest repayments, right? Now it's a part of the cost of goods, because they say, well, you know what, interest repayments that are taking place, we have to put that into the price of goods, and the price of goods changes. So this is how it affects the idea of distribution within an economy. Okay? So these are how it affects economy as a whole. Now, the next part is about money. Okay? And this is something that a lot of people don't understand. I was going to put a picture of a mint, right? Not a little candy mint that you put in there, like a mint that mints money, right? So my question was going to be, who makes money, right? That's my question to you. Who makes money? The rich, the federal government. Who makes money? Yeah. Though that's my question. Who makes money? So you're saying who prints money? Is the mint. The mint prints money. Does that mean that does the mint actually print money or not? With the push of a button, and they produce these bills, they print currency, right? Coins and all of that stuff. Now, there's a difference between currency and between money. Now, this is something that a lot of people don't know. The few people who threw the answer, they understand this, right? Other people, they don't understand this. So let me go back and tell you a story, which is most likely true, and this is how the entire thing started. Your assumption is that, let's say, there is, in the United States, I have the figure here. Where's my figure? Anyways, I'll come back to it. Let's just say in country X, Okay? There is 1 million units of money with bills. There's 1 million bills. They're all one type of bill, and there's 1 million of them floating around. And you say, that's how much of that money exists. Is that the way the economy functions? No. Okay? There's more money than currency that exists within the economy today. You say, well, wait a minute, how can that be? Because everything has to be, in the form of dollars and bills, and, it has to be in the form of some kind of currency. And the answer is, this is how it exists. So there were banks in England during the medieval period, and there were goldsmiths who would come, and they would take their money, and they had a lot of money, and they had a gold, right? So they took their gold, and they would deposit it into the bank, and in return, they would get a paper gold deposit certificate. Okay? So they get a certificate from the bank which says, you have put $1 million worth of gold inside my bank. Anytime you want it back, you come and show us this certificate, and we'll give your gold back to you. So they would go, so another goldsmith would come, put another $500,000. So here's my gold, keep it in the vault for me. Say, okay, we'll keep it in the vault. Here's your proof that you have it as well. So they would go and they would take it and they would go. So what ends up happening now is that these bankers would take that gold, and they know that most of these goldsmiths, they don't need to come and collect the gold. It's just going to sit in the bank. So they go, instead of sitting in the bank, we're going to take this and we're going to loan it out to people on interest so we can make money from it. As long as those people don't come to ask for our gold back, we're going to be okay. Everything is good. So that was working well. It was going fine. The banking system, that's how many banks were functioning, right? They're loaning it out. Everything was good. And then some of them said, you know what? We have a really good idea. You know what we can do? We have $100 million worth of gold in our vault. But you know what? These people don't even come and check on it. We gave them all these certificates. They don't even come and look at it, right? What are they going to do with the gold, right? Like Scrooge McDuck, they're going to swim around in the money vault, like what are they supposed to do? So they don't even come. So they won't even know. Let's just do something secretly on the side. What we'll do is we'll just give extra loans to people and say, you know what? Okay, because when people would come for loans, they weren't even just taking the gold, they were taking a gold certificate, and they started trading in these gold certificates. So they say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to start loaning out more money than we have in the vault, because people are not collecting it. So we have $100 million in the vault. We're going to loan out $200 million. And if someone comes to collect it, they're not all going to come at the same time. So we can just come and say, look, you have your certificate, don't worry, we give another certificate to someone else. So they started loaning more money than actually existed in their vault. And this was cheating, right? This was something which was not supposed to happen. And when they got caught, or if they got caught, they're in big trouble. So what happens? Someone later on, this fraudulent practice, later on in the economy, during the modern period, someone comes up and says, let's develop a fractional reserve system where we do this on purpose, where what we can do is, however much money exists in a bank, they're allowed to actually loan out 10 times the money. So if you have $100 million in your vault, you can loan out how much money? Which is what? Oh, too much. $1 billion, right? Yeah. $1 billion, assuming that, you know what, at least you have 10%. Just don't go over that threshold. Don't go over 10 times, and we're good to go. And that's a fractional reserve system. So basically what happens now is, we say, how can you loan out money that doesn't exist? That doesn't make sense. How that money doesn't actually exist. There's only $100 million of actual money sitting in the vault. So what we're going to do, every time we give a loan, we're going to consider that to be a creation of money. So money gets created in a register. So the moment I make that loan, right, for another 100 million to somebody else, I'm only at 20% of my threshold. That money has just been created by me in a register, and now the money exists in the economy. Okay? So that's what actually happens today. That's how our economy functions. And a lot of people don't understand that. So when you go and you put your money in the bank, hypothetical scenario, this is kind of how it works, not exactly, but kind of. You put $100 in the bank, Bank of America. Bank of America goes, Well, thank you very much. It was very. I'm very glad you enjoyed our coffee. Usually cheap coffee in the banks, anyways, right? Thank you. You enjoyed our coffee, and you came and put your money. Now we can create $1,000 because you put your $100 into our bank, and we're gonna go and loan $1,000 out to somebody, to a bunch of different people, because of your $100. And don't worry, when you come to claim it, hopefully, you don't come too quickly, right? And you don't try and take all your money out, right? We'll be able to somehow figure out a way to get you your $100 back if you need it. Yes. Yeah. I'm just giving you an example so people get it. Yes. And the Federal Reserve Bank is it sounds really governmental, right? It's like, well, it's Federal Reserve Bank. So it's a governmental organization? It's a non-profit organization? It's a public organization, at least belongs, United Nations regulated organization? It's a private, for-profit owned corporation. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, exactly. An individual does it, it's a Ponzi scheme. Exactly. Yes. We'll come back to that because it'll take us off topic. So I want to get through this, and then we'll come back to it, inshallah. So this is kind of how the entire system works. This system could not work if there was no riba, right? Money would have to be equivalent to the actual money that exists, not money that doesn't exist, right? So this became the standard way, right? So if you look at the percentage, all the bills, all the coins that we have, it's a little tiny proportion of the money that actually exists within anyone's economy. Let's take the UK as an example. 1977, 12% of the entire money supply in 1997 was real money, like currency, actually, like in actual form. So it was real money or some kind of asset backed or something like that. In 1997, it was 3.6%. Okay? So it just keeps on going down. So what's going to 3.6%? Yeah. So what ends up happening is it'll just keep going down. The real money that exists within the economy is just going to simply keep going down, because while money more and more artificial, or we could say virtual money, say virtual money is being created. Okay, so people got all scared about Bitcoin, and when it came out, and cryptocurrency, it's not real money, it's not this, it's not that. None of your money is real, okay? None of the money was real in the first place, right? If you understand how it really works, it's all virtual anyways, right? So when we understand that, what's happening, you have, in the UK, for example, this is 1997, so 96.4% is just this artificial bubble, right? That's why it's called a bubble, because it's big, but it's so fragile, it can just pop very quickly. So it's artificial bubble that's created by who? It's by the banks, okay? Now the banks, they're not creating currency. They're creating checkbook money or deposits by making loans. Every time they make a loan, they're able to create 90% more of that money, which means that the banks are responsible for over 90% of the inflation that happens in an economy. So you say inflation happens, things are getting expensive, that's just the way the world works, it has to do with buying and selling and trade. No. Over 90% of inflation is due to the interest-based economy. You would not have that level of inflation if you didn't have an interest-based economy, right? So what they do, they say, well, we can control the interest rate, right? So the government will come, temporary solution, will lower interest rates to encourage people to borrow more money. So the interest rate goes down, they're going to borrow more money. What ends up happening when you're borrowing more money? You're creating more money, or you're reducing the money supply? You're creating more money. So more money is being created. The economy grows. All right? What's the side effect? The side effect when you lower that interest rate, people who have debt, they're going to be hit with interest charges, extra charges here. It leads to injustice, leads to homes being repossessed, leads to businesses becoming bankrupt, all of these things, right? So you're going to discourage borrowing when there's a recession. And then they're going to wait for consumer confidence to kick in. And then they're going to start saying, oh, well, we're going to lower it again to encourage borrowing. So what ends up happening is you have these cycles. And these cycles will continue and continue over a period of time. Now if that wasn't bad enough, what becomes worse now is the concept of this debt money is one thing. So what is debt money that we're talking? This is what our money is today. A debt money is a claim. When you have a claim over money, it counts as money. So what is a bank loan? Say, you know what? You owe me this much money, so we count it as money. We created a loan, and the loan equals money. That's the way it works. Now afterwards, derivatives got created. And we're not going to go through what derivatives are and how they work. It has to do with, speculative transactions. And what a derivative basically is, it's a claim over a claim counting as money. So it's just one more step away from something being real, right? So if currency is real and money is not real, derivatives are not real, right? They're one step further away. Now, if you look at the derivatives market, okay, the 2017, the world GDP, the gross domestic product, of the entire world, what the economy is producing, is $80 trillion. Okay, $80 trillion approximately. What is the world derivatives market? $1.2 quadrillion. Okay, so that's more than 10 times the GDP of the entire world is actually in something which is not real. Okay, and how does that affect? This affects the entire economy significantly. Like we said, the virtual economy is going to affect the real economy. So the real people who are producing real services, offering real things, producing something of actual real value, are going to be affected by the people who are making this giant virtual economy. And that's where people lose their jobs and they lose their businesses and they lose all sorts of things. Yeah, last 2 points and then we'll break, inshallah. So what ends up happening here is this has a huge effect on the entire world. So they say, well, what we can do is we're going to give the financial system the power to rule the economy. So they get to decide how the economy is going to be adjusted. They get to decide when there's going to be economic downturn, what we're going to shift this way, the interest rates are going to be. So when they're given power because of interest. If interest was cut, then their power would be cut, and their power would be reallocated to someone who will actually make decisions which are actually for the good of the economy, not just for the good of the people who are trying to get the maximum amount of money in that sense, right? So if you look at it from this perspective, we talked about history, we talked about interest in the past and how Buddhists, Hindus, Greeks, Romans, Jews, Christians, Muslims, everyone across most people, right, who use their mind, they said interest is a really, really bad thing, right? Like Cato, it's like murder. If interest was bad back then, this type of interest is on a totally different level of being bad. And yet many people just can't see it because they don't understand it. Okay? Yeah, hopefully 12:50 inshallah. Yeah. Okay, inshallah. We will resume. Inshallah. All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ba'd. So the overall effect on the poor, as you can see, is going to be very significant. If you look at even the development loans that exist from the IMF, International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, that are given to all of those countries, what you find is, you find three phases that generally happen. First, you have these countries called the developing nations. They're getting these development loans. And there's restrictions, and they have to they have to be done for development projects, right? So they take those loans for development projects and they start working on them. And then the next stage, once they start taking those loans, then they start taking non-development loans. Say, you know what, well, my palace, needs some marble, in its floor, and I need such and such, our fleet of Mercedes, needs to be upgraded and stuff like that. It's not a development loan. So they start taking these consumption loans. That's stage 2. And then stage 3, what ends up happening is then they can't pay off those loans. So now they're taking loans to pay off the interest that they have to pay on the previous loans that they had taken. And this is a cycle that just continues over and over again. And there's a lot of data on this. I'm gonna skip some of these points that I have, but the data on this is so clear. You look at sub-Saharan Africa, for example. Between 1982 and 1990, you look at all of the development loans that were given to them to help their country, and what do you find? You find that the people were, as a whole, as an entire group, we're not just talking one country, we're talking about as an entire group, all of them, across the board, they're more in debt, and they're more poor after 1 decade from all the development loans that were there, right? To say that, oh, well, it must be their fault, they didn't, develop properly, or something like that. This doesn't make sense. This is problem number 1. Problem number 2 is when those projects fail, and they say, you know what, these development loans didn't work, who are they going to blame? They're going to blame the country. Well, your development projects, you were going to build this giant water, desalination plant to bring clean water to your people. We gave you all this money. We tried to give you a pretty good interest rate too. We wanted to help you build your country and get your people out of problems, but you guys just didn't manage the project properly. The problem was with you guys, actually. So what we're going to do? We're going to have to do what's called structural readjustment or structural adjustment. What is structural adjustment? Well, we, as the people who control the loans and the economy, we're going to come in and we're going to come and supervise your entire economy of the whole country, right? And we're going to start determining what the interest rate should be. We're going to manipulate your entire economy since we're not capable of doing it yourself. So now, the people who had given the loans, they will come and actually take over the entire economy of a foreign country and make all decisions. And they say, well, we have to do this because we're not going to get our principal back. So we have no choice but to basically take over your country. Why? Because we need our money back. That's the only reason. We tried to help you. You guys just couldn't help yourselves. So now we just have to take over your country. And we're just getting our money back, and then we'll be gone. Right? And when that fails, and they say, we took over your economy, we didn't want to harm you so much. So when that fails, you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to implement some austerity measures, right? Like what's happening in Greece and Italy recently. We're going to have to implement austerity programs. So your social services that are there, we're going to have to cut them. Your education programs, we're going to have to cut that too. So we can get our interest back on the loans and maybe a little part of our original loan that we had given you. So not only have we taken over your entire economy, we're going to cut all the social services in the economy so that we make sure that we're getting what we need. So what ends up happening? The development loan ends up at the end. Basically, people are more poor, they have less social services, less people are enrolled in school because all the education budget was cut, and there's no development taking place on any major significant way. So if you just look at the World Bank itself, they had a 1989 review. According to their own data, they themselves are saying, they were asked, can you point one project, just one project, this is a United Nations World Bank, can you show us one project where displaced people had been relocated and rehabilitated to a similar standard of living that they had before? Can you just show one example? And they said, well, no, not really. We didn't really achieve any of those things. We couldn't do any of those things. But they still made their money at the end of the day, right? So that is where all of these problems come, okay? So, this becomes a huge issue. It's your turn.
Me? Okay. So we've heard Sheikh Mustafa talk a lot this morning about riba, and he's been destroying it and talking about how bad it is. But I want to have some counterpoints. So, you talked about riba as being prohibited. You said 3rd Hijri and all this stuff. But isn't there like a hadith in Sahih Bukhari where Ibn Abbas talks about the fact that riba was prohibited in the last year when the Prophet ﷺ was going to die, and the last verse to be revealed was the verse about riba. And then Umar radiallahu anhu, he said that the Prophet ﷺ died before he could explain some things about riba. So I don't know, like, can you maybe explain, because it sounds like you're saying all these, but is riba actually, like, do we even understand what it really is? Because there seems to be some evidence that maybe we don't completely understand what it is.
So this is there. This is an argument that people do make. But before I even address your argument, right? I know you're probably going to come with more arguments as well, right? But before even addressing this argument, people have made arguments. But when it comes to riba in Islam, this is something that is known to be ijma'. Ijma' means there's a unanimous consensus across every single scholar that has ever lived, right? So these arguments you're throwing out, I will respond to them, right? But keep in mind, these are not genuine arguments that were actually made by anyone who's like a recognized scholar who's, this is an opinion that's respectable, there's some difference of opinion on the issue. This is just people have thrown this out, and it's worthy of being responded to. So yeah, you said riba was prohibited in the last year, okay? So remember, I had 3 verses on the, I showed you 3 verses of the Quran. The really long one, right, was revealed near the end of the lifetime of the Prophet, peace be upon him, near the end of the revelation. But if you go back and you remember that I mentioned that the first verse, which actually came down to prohibit riba, was revealed during which period? 3rd year, near the Battle of Uhud, right? So that part is pretty clear, number 1, right? Number 2, you have this idea that, someone, Abdullah ibn Abbas, he came along and he said the last verse of the Quran that was revealed was the verse of riba, right? And he didn't actually mean that. What he meant was, according to the vast majority of scholars, the last verse of the Quran was revealed was verse 281 of Surah Al-Baqarah, right? 281. So what are the verses of riba that we saw? 275 to 280. And the last verse, 281, is connected directly to those. So most probably when Ibn Abbas made this statement, he was just referring to, look, it's in the same order, right? It's like right after the verses of riba, and you need a label to kind of identify what that verse is. So they're talking about the exact same thing. This does not mean that, there's a misconception to say that, riba was not prohibited, and like the last verse that came down to the Prophet ﷺ was, oh, by the way, riba is haram. And then a few days later, he passes away. This is not the way it worked, okay? Riba was prohibited much earlier, and none of the companions are making this argument. So this is a kind of twisting of words when it comes to what argument they're actually making, right? And, sometimes there's people who say that Umar, radiallahu anh, he made a statement, which is in Bukhari, it's in Bukhari and Muslim, where he said, there was 3 things I wish that the Prophet, peace be upon him, he clarified more for us. He explained more before he passed away. Number 1, inheritance of the grandfather. Number 2, inheritance of someone who has no father, no parents and no children. And number 3, some issues about interest, right? So I said, yeah, that hadith is there. So what does Umar mean? Could Umar possibly have meant that, the Prophet did not explain interest, and it's unclear, it doesn't make sense, we don't understand what riba is, and we can't even define it. We needed to ask him, and he passed away. That is a complete misunderstanding of this text. What's really happening is he's talking about riba al-fadl, that hadith about dates for dates and salt for salt, and we talked about how scholars even differed about well, is it by weight? Is it only these 6 things? Is it because they're measurable? What's the issue there? He had some questions about some types of riba primarily referring to riba al-fadl, not what riba means as a whole concept. That's not what he was talking about. So that's a response to that argument. Hopefully that clarifies that.
The-
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, it's pretty well known, like those verses of Baqarah. Only that last verse over there, I think 281, that's the only one that Ibn Abbas was referring to, and that's actually very well known. And in fact, that verse wasn't even put up on the slide. So what the like that last part, that last verse wasn't even on the slide. It's just it's talking about fearing Allah, and it comes right after riba. That's the verse. Okay, the second argument I've got for you is that isn't riba really only just referring to, you know, you loan someone money and then you didn't charge them interest and they didn't give it back to you on time. So then initially you didn't say you were going to charge interest and you just gave them a loan, and now it's time due and now you're saying, hey, I'm going to charge you interest. So it wasn't something you agreed to up front, it's something you came in with later. Isn't that what riba is? Like, isn't like normal interest okay?
So that's an interesting idea, okay? But just a very simple answer to that is that if someone did not initially put a rate of interest, does that mean it's a goodwill loan, like from the beginning? They're not going to specify what it is. Like, why would you take a loan and you're like, well, I have no idea what's going to happen afterwards, right? I'm not sure what the rate is going to be later on. If I can't pay it, then something's going to happen. And it's going to be like some amount, and I have no idea what the amount's going to be. It could be 5%, it could be 100%, it could be, you know, South Dakota, it's going to be like 1,000,000%. I have no idea what's going to happen, right? That doesn't even make sense. No one would be doing that. And it would mean that the original person is giving like a goodwill loan for like a year, and then all of a sudden, if you can't pay it back, it's going to kick in. Interest-based loans were never for goodwill. They always had a stipulated rate of interest that was happening. So what happens is that people are confusing 2 points. So there's always a rate of interest in the beginning. This is the way it worked. It's very clear. Many scholars, Razi, Jassas, they clarified this point. This is how riba worked even in Arabia, and everyone knew in all the other societies riba worked the same way. You stipulate what the interest rate is going to be when you're taking the loan. There's no one today, just think about today. Would you go to someone and say, I'm going to take a loan from you? And you say, what's the rate of interest? And we'll talk about it, you know, when it happens. You know, it doesn't work that way. So there's always going to be a rate of interest. But when they're unable to pay, there would be a default. They would renegotiate and say, well, give me this much extra money for more time. And it would become renegotiated at that point in time. So, which is with the same thing that happened. So it was happening on both sides. Interest was specified in the beginning, and more interest was being added at the end in case of default. No. No, it's not. No, we're not talking about that's right now we're talking about loaning money. Only loaning money.
Okay, third argument. So if the if the reason for prohibition of riba is that you're doing injustice, you're doing oppression, you're doing zulm upon the poor, right? So you shouldn't obviously like loan money to the poor and then charge them interest on it. But banks, they're not poor. They, you know, they're giving loans out, and they're not exploiting people. Like, what if I just want to go get a loan from the bank? I don't feel like I'm getting exploited, and I'm going to use that to build something. You know, it's going to be useful and beneficial to society. I'm going to build a hotel or, you know, a masjid, you know, something like that. It's going to be beneficial. I'm not being exploited. Isn't that okay? Like, why is that still a problem? I'm not exploiting the poor, and I'm building something useful.
So yeah, that's a very common argument, is that, you know, riba is only prohibited because it exploits the poor. And this is a misunderstanding, right? It's a misunderstanding for a few reasons. Number one is because, yes, exploitation of the poor is one of the wisdoms behind why it's prohibited, but it's not the only wisdom, right? So we talked about injustice can actually end up being both ways, right? So that's problem number one. Problem number two, when something is forbidden as a transaction, does it matter whether you're poor or whether you're rich? So let's say I say, you know what, hey, you know, you seem pretty wealthy, and it's okay if you lose money. So I'm going to open a casino, and I'm going to invite you in. Why don't we only allow rich people into our casino, right? So technically we're exploiting them the same way we would be collecting interest from them when we're owning a casino and owning a gambling house. But we're not going to allow any poor people inside. No poor people allowed to play the lottery. No middle class people allowed to play the lottery. Only rich people are allowed inside. Would it be okay then? No, because when you're forbidding a transaction, you don't care what the financial status of the person is. It's about what type of problem is there in the transaction itself. So when we explain what does riba do and why is it problematic, it doesn't matter if the person is rich, if they're middle class, if they're poor, that you shouldn't be doing that. How about like bribing someone, Is it okay to bribe rich people? So they already have money. Is it okay to bribe poor people? Well, they could utilize some of the money, right? Maybe there's justice in bribing poor people. At least they get some money, right? So is there any difference between bribing a poor person, a middle class person, and a rich person? So one is halal, one is haram. They're all in the same category. Bribing as an act is a problem. Gambling as an act is a problem. Engaging in riba as an act is a problem. It doesn't matter who it's going to or where it's, where the money is going or something like that. It's the transaction itself. And the other thing is, this falsely assumes that, there were no such thing as consumption or productive loans, right? Like loans were not for productive reasons. There were no business loans. Loans were just for the poor, right, in the past. That's not the case. Anyone who studies history realizes that the loans that were given throughout history, many of them were productive loans. They were loans for, financing an army. They were loans for financing a caravan, trying to make more money out of it. They were loans to wealthy people. And the loans to wealthy people were condemned, right? So even in Roman society, even in the Greeks, there were loans that were being given to the rich are still falling in the category of usury, and they're still being condemned because it's the transaction which is condemned, not the person's status or the amount of wealth that they have, right? So just because someone's rich doesn't mean it's like, it's okay to, exploit them, right? Because it's not a big deal, I'm not exploiting them. No, the transaction is exploitative and it shouldn't exist. Yeah. We're super summarizing what we had here.
I mean, just because someone's rich doesn't mean you can steal from them, right? So it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. We can all see why stealing's bad. So just because they're rich doesn't mean we can cheat them from a portion or do some injustice. Okay, the next argument I have, that we have, is that, the Quran says, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا تَأْكُلُوا رِبَا أَضْعَافًا مُضَاعَفًا, right? So the Quran is saying, don't deal with interest multiplied and multiplied. So what if we're just dealing with simple interest, not exploitative and not like charging and charging and charging more, but just saying, give you $100, give me 115 back next year. Not like compound interest, just simple interest. Isn't that okay? Because the Quran seems to be very clear, right? يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا تَأْكُلُوا رِبَا أَضْعَافًا مُضَاعَفًا.
So this is an interesting argument as well, is that if you look at that verse in Al Imran, it's saying multiplied over and over, أضعافا مضاعفة. It's mentioning that as a description, but it's not mentioning that as the reason for the prohibition of interest. So it's very important to differentiate between a few things. So number one, first of all, this idea of compound interest, right? Versus simple interest. Which one is the Quran referring to? Well, let's go back to Surah Al-Baqarah, right? So there's 3 verses on interest. Mainly 2. One talks about the Jews. So there's 2 sections on interest in the Quran. Whenever you're looking at any topic in the Quran, you should look at the topic comprehensively by looking at all the verses on that subject. So if you want to, for example, you want to understand what is the story of Prophet Adam and Iblis in the garden, and what happened to Adam and ate from the tree and all of that stuff. The story of Adam is not 1 or 2 or 3 places in the Quran. It's more than that. More than 3, I forgot what it was, but it's more than 3 places in the Quran. So what do? You'd be like, no, I'm only going to check Surah Al-Baqarah. I'm going to get the whole story from here. The other story doesn't exist. That's not the way we look at it. The way we do is we look at every single instance of the story of Adam in the Quran, anywhere in the Quran, and Hadith too, but let's just stick with Quran, right? And we compile all of those verses about Adam, and then we piece together the story, and we get the entire story. Because the whole story is not mentioned in just one part of the Quran. There's different pieces and parts mentioned. Same thing with the story of Prophet Musa. Different parts of the story of Prophet Musa are mentioned in different places. Likewise, when it comes to riba, we don't just take one verse. We say we're only going to interpret this verse. We take every single verse about riba, put them together, and understand them together. So if we do that, which is what we did, we looked at all the verses, what do we find? What does Allah say in Surah Al-Baqarah? وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَا, and give up whatever remains. مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَا. مَا means any amount. It's small amounts need to be given up to, right? So this idea, it says you are entitled to your لَكُمْ رُؤُوسُ أَمْوَالِكُمْ. You are entitled to your principal. You get that back. You're not entitled to 1 cent on top of that. So this concept of what amount of riba and compound versus simple interest, whatever it may be, where's the basis for that? This is not what this verse is saying, because you have to understand all verses within the context of other verses. So then you may say, well, you know, what's the point of saying this then? Why would Allah mention multiplied over and over when it's talking about, you know, consuming interest? What's the reason for it? Actually, wait, we're on number here. So what's the reason for it, right? There's got to be some reasoning behind it. Well, it's the language, right? It's not a restriction, because Islam is not a legal language. The Quran is not a legal language. The Quran doesn't speak in legal terms, right? It's emphasizing that, you know what? If the rate is compounded, it's even worse, right? But if it's not compounded, it's still bad. So let's take an example. Allah says in Surah Al-Baqarah, He says, وَلَا تَشْتَرُوا بِآيَاتِي ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا. Do not sell my verses, right? My scripture. Do not sell my verses for a small price. Right? So does that mean that it's okay we sell it for a high price? This Allah was criticizing the Jews and saying, do not sell my verses which I've revealed to you. Don't sell it for some petty gain. So it's okay if you sell it for a good gain, right? So as long as you're making a good profit when you're selling the book of Allah, you know, and you're disregarding it, then it would be okay. That's not what Allah means. That's not what He means. We're not going to take it literally, right? The problem is not the price. The problem is selling the verses of Allah, right? Selling meaning like you're changing it for a little bit of material gain, right? The problem is changing or selling, and the wording is selling the verses of Allah for material gain. It's not the material gain or how much you get. It's the selling part that's the problem, right? Same thing when it comes to riba. So hopefully that makes it clear. And even if it was, right, Allah would have to specify what the rate would be. Allah would have to specify what is the rate that's exploitation. Is it 50%? Is it 20%? Even the states specify, except those three, right? Even the states have specifications. If Allah was prohibiting and saying, this is not allowed, what would that percentage be? What is al-du'afa muda'afa? What does that mean? Does it mean 200%? Does it mean 300%? 400%? Would that even make any sense? That Allah is going to say, you know what? 200 to 400% interest rates are not allowed. Anything else besides that, we're good to go. That would be in contradiction to everything that exists in like the entire history. All the things that the Jews have been charging interest on, that they're being criticized for, their definition of what riba is, definition of Catholics, definition of what usury and riba is. It wouldn't make any sense if we understood it that way. That's why no scholar ever understood it that way. What's that? Oh yeah, how many times am I allowed to stab someone? Yes.
So there's the question was, is there a context? Why did Allah say ad'afa muda'afa? So first of all, I just want to remind everyone what Shaykh Mustafa said, is Quran has a certain style. a lot of that style comes from the Arabic language and the Arabic culture at the time. And for us just to translate some words and say like, oh, let's interpret them in the modern English language in the year 2020, it becomes very problematic. That's where we end up misinterpreting things like verses of hijab. We're like, oh, if I look that word up in the dictionary now, that's what it means. No, look that word up in the Arabic dictionary of what it meant 1400 years ago, right? And what people understood it as. So it's very important to understand the Quran was revealed at a time, at a place, in a culture, right? And so we need to interpret it from that language, that time, and that culture. Otherwise, we will completely misunderstand the Quran. If we go look up every word in the Quran in the dictionary, we're going to get a different meaning, right? And I don't want to get into details of tafsir, but that's the problem that happens. Having said that, it's very important to understand the وَلَا تَشْتَرُوا بِآيَاتِي ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا analogy, right? So al-'afa mud'afa it could just mean like you're multiplying your money. It could mean simple interest. You loan your money out, you get principal and interest back. You loan it out a second time, and you get principal and interest back. You do that third time, fourth time. You become lazy. This becomes your way of making money, okay? That is one explanation of the verse. It could be very simple. Another explanation of the verse could be that it means compound interest, right? And I think for those that understand compound interest, the idea is instead of like you paying a percentage every year, it's compounded maybe monthly. And so you end up paying a little bit more, or it's maybe compounded weekly or daily, or now the fancy term is compounded instantly. The difference between daily and instant really isn't much of a difference. It's more of a marketing thing. So if you're putting your money in the bank account, the bank will be like, I will give you instant compounding. Okay, big deal. It just gives you a little bit more money, okay? So that is another explanation for the verse, is it means compound interest. A third explanation that the scholars of tafsir and the scholars of fiqh have given on this is that there was a time when the exploitation, they call it riba al-jahiliyyah. Okay, so we talked about riba al-fadl, we talked about riba nasi'a. Riba al-jahiliyyah, there was a time when the compounding of the interest or the exploitation of interest was done in an extremely exploitative state. I don't know if that even makes sense. Loan sharking, yeah. So you say like, oh, you didn't give me the money back, I'm gonna like double the interest on you. Or you didn't give me the money back, I'm going to compound it this way, or some other exploitative, if that's a word, mechanism. So the scholars have interpreted this multiple ways, and all those ways are really fine, but I think the important point to understand is the language of the Quran, and all of these explanations are possible, but all of these explanations actually work together. So what the Quran is trying to say is prohibit all of them together, just like the thaman and qalila, right? There's no thaman and kathira or something like that that's allowed, right? Okay. Okay, so I think we've talked a lot about this. Did you have a related question? Yeah. Yes. The question was, all of the verses that we talked about in the Quran are talking about making money from interest. What if you're not making? What if you're giving money? So what if you're on the opposite side of the transaction? You're not actually consuming any interest, but you're letting someone else consume the interest. That's the question. The answer is in the Quran, no, we don't have a direct verse on this concept. But the hadith that Shaykh Mustafa mentioned, it said anyone who consumes interest, gives interest, witnesses interest, all of that, writes up a contract with interest, that is included in that hadith. So, I mean, again, in our religion, we don't need to have, not everything is spelled out in the Quran, right? We were sent a messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to interpret the Quran and teach it to us as a role model. And so we take, whether he taught it to us or it comes from the Quran, we take both at the same level of in terms of once you've authenticated that he did something like that, it's given the same level of, what's the right word? Authority, whether it's Quran or it's Sunnah, right? We don't differentiate between authority. When the Prophet ﷺ says something is not allowed, we don't say, well, he's not Allah. We don't say that. We know he's the messenger of Allah, and we know that he's communicating the message from Allah. So we follow that the same way. And you can logically derive that, like the issues of riba. You can logically derive that from the Quran as well, just from common sense. So okay, fine, riba's bad. We shouldn't do that. It has all these destructive elements, but we live in the real world, right? And we have to deal with the real world. So that's the part that I'm kind of concerned about, and I'm going to spend most of the second weekend talking about, is how do we deal with this in the real world? So my struggle here is capitalism permissible, right? We're living in this world. I think we all have bank accounts. Anyone not have a bank account? We all have bank accounts. Many of us have credit cards. We work for companies, all of these things, right? And what Sheikh Mustafa is saying is, he's like kind of destroying almost like the world we live in. How do we live in this world? Anyone who studied economics, again, you've studied the 4 factors of production, right? They talk about in capitalism, you have land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. This is just one of the, I don't know, chapter 1 or chapter 2 of economics. You go through limited resources and you get into like factors of production. So factors of production are the things that you need to make useful things. So they say land, some sort of land. You're like, no, we have services companies now. You know, Facebook, Amazon, they don't need, yeah, they do. They have distribution centers, they have data centers. Everything needs land of some sort. You need labor, you need people to participate. You need an entrepreneur, somebody who's going to run a business, otherwise you're not going to have a business. And then you need capital. The definition of capital in capitalism primarily is money. If you don't have money, how do you buy machines? If you don't have money, how do you make anything happen, right? So if we're not going to have banks and we're not going to be able to get money, then how can we have businesses and how can anything really happen? Fractional reserve, right? The whole system is based on this interest-based system. So if we get rid of that, how do we live in this world, right? So I don't know, like one option we have, because I'm kind of struggling here, is I don't know how to fix this, right? So we could just say, skip the second weekend, right? We could just skip the second weekend and say, we don't really have an answer here because Sheikh Mustafa is making this very hard. So, you know, maybe we should all just, you know, start our own farms, become cavemen, cave persons, just like grow our own vegetables, right? And raise our own cows. And then that way we don't have to like deal with riba, right? So we just avoid this whole thing because we certainly can't live in California, right? Like I don't know. So let's just like grow our own farms and like do this thing because this is just like seeming really hard. Or, you know what, like for those of us that have studied some Islamic law, right? There's this concept in Islamic law called darura, necessity, right? And so, for example, if you're starving and you have nothing else to eat except pork, are you allowed to eat that? Everybody familiar with that concept of necessity? Is if you are about to starve to death, you're actually allowed to take the haram and you're allowed to eat it. Right? So you can eat pork. You're allowed to drink alcohol at that point in time. You're allowed to do certain things that you wouldn't be able to do. So what I don't understand, maybe this is my final argument to you for the day, is like it doesn't, like all this stuff that you've mentioned seems like it's just going to kill the business. Like everything becomes charities and all this stuff. So we can't have a world like that. So can we instead justify riba and say it's necessary for us to live? The times have changed. Times have changed. The place has changed. The economy has changed. Let's justify it based on necessity.
So as they say, if there's a will, there's a way, right? So the thing is, if we utilize our minds a little bit, we utilize, you know, our technology a little bit, we can come up with a solution to these problems. It's not that it's not possible. It is possible. So I don't think we need to resort to this idea of necessity. And we have some precedents of people who've actually figured out a way to be able to make living without interest a little bit more feasible, right? So we don't need to be sitting there and saying, it's like, you know, we're starving and dying and we must eat pork. So let me give you 2 examples, okay? What's the alternative? One alternative could be interest-free micro-lending, right? If you look at Kickstarter, you look at Kiva, what you'll find is that they're going and they're giving money to Kickstarter, for example. They're going to be giving money to these small businesses that have these ideas, or entrepreneurs that have these ideas that they want to get started, and everyone is pitching in. And if you have an interest-free option of micro-lending, what you can actually do is you can stimulate those projects and you can get them off the ground. And there's many projects that started that way, right? And they were very successful, right? So I was mentioning earlier about your watch, which happens to be the same as my watch, similar to my watch. But prior to the Apple Watch, what was the watch that used to work with the iPhone? The Pebble, right? And how was that started, right? How did it come about? It was like it was a Kickstarter campaign or another platform? It was Kickstarter or another platform. I forgot what it was, but it was an amazing watch. It worked really well. You had one. I had one as well, right? Did anyone else have a Pebble? We're the only ones who have, Yeah, you guys really should, Okay. Anyways, so it was a fantastic watch. Actually, I missed it. There were some features in there that was just really amazing, like not having to charge it every single night, right? But it was one of the most successful projects on Kickstarter, right? So you have examples like that, and if Muslims put their minds to it, they can actually have interest-free micro lending taking place, small levels. Everyone donates. Let's say someone comes up with a project. I want to, develop a new machine. It's going to cost me $100,000. Say, okay, we're going to get 100 people, invest $1,000 each. Say, I'm willing to do that. It's a really good project. The way you did it, it's going to maybe potentially make some money later on. I'm going to go ahead and give you the loan here. If you can produce it, then, great. So that's one option, okay? There's another option that even before technology, there is a bank known as JAK Bank, right? How many, and this is not like just kidding bank, okay? This is, Jazakallah khair, it's not Jazakallah khair bank, okay? So how many of you have heard of JAK Bank? Anybody? Nobody's heard of JAK Bank. Okay. Can you guess what country it's from?
Good guess.
Malaysia? Malaysia. Indonesia? No. Singapore, you're close. You're very close. Singapore's close. Bangladesh? No. Brunei? No. You're only close to Singapore because you had the S, the letter S, right? See, the problem where you're getting it wrong is that it's not a Muslim country. All right? Closer, much closer. Huh? Sweden, there you go. It's Sweden, right? So JAK Bank is a bank in Sweden, and it basically stands for the Land Labor Capital Members Bank, okay? And what happened was it's a cooperative financial institution. So let me tell you what happened, right? Right now, they have 39,000 members as of 2015. They have branches in Denmark, branches in Germany, branches in Italy, and there is absolutely no interest involved in this bank whatsoever. And they give out loans interest-free, and you can keep your money in there interest-free. Okay, now how does that work? And why does it work? Okay, the way that it works is that loans are only given to members of the bank who have, there's a savings point system, basically. So you put your money in the bank, and you're getting points for keeping your money there. And you're allowed to take a loan to the same amount of time that you had allowed your money to be loaned to other members. So as long as your money is being used to be loaned to other members, you rack up points. Whenever you're ready to redeem your points, you're not allowed to take the same kind of loan with those kind of points so that you can go ahead. And if you needed to, if you overdrew a little bit, you have after savings commitment, where you need to kind of refill that payment afterwards back into the bank. Kind of like what a continuous charity does for financing education, nowadays over here. So when did this concept arise? It seems like pretty new, right? Like kind of like Kickstarter's pretty new. JAK Bank was founded in 1931, okay, in Denmark. Why? It was founded during the Great Depression. Because there was a group of people there, they realized, you know what the problem of the Great Depression is? It's interest. And we need to get out of this cycle. And it's going to keep happening again and again, and we don't accept this. So what did they do? They did a number of things. Number one, they issued their own local currency. That's supposed to be like a real currency alternative in Denmark. All right? Great idea, because currency was lost its value, right? So they said, we're going to make a real currency. So within 2 years, Denmark banned it and shut the currency down. You're not allowed to do that. Only our fake currency has value. Your currency is not going to be allowed to exist. Then they established an interest-free savings and loan system and a local exchange trading system. Denmark shut those down as well. Like, no, you're not going to start like this little interest-free model within our country. It's not going to work, right? So Denmark goes, we're not having that. But the philosophy remained. So the philosophy was, look, economic instability is due to interest. That's what caused these depressions and these recessions. It's going to move money from the poor to the rich, and it's going to primarily favor high-yield, short-term projects. And it's going to neglect all the lower-yield, long-term projects. And they said, this is bad for our economy. This is bad for our people. We don't want that. So what happened was they tried many times Denmark shut them down. We're not going to allow it. So in 1965, in Sweden, the same group starts a non-profit organization called the National Association for Economic Emancipation. Emancipation, like slavery. They're saying we're in debt slavery. We need to get out of this slavery somehow. We got to do something about it. And these are not Muslims. These are not religious people at all. Okay, they're not religiously opposed to interest. They're intellectually opposed to interest because they see what it's doing to society. They said they made this organization and they came up with this idea and they made this bank and they've been operating it and now they've been very successful, and there's a perfect model that Muslims can learn from. So basically it's, look, if non-Muslims can do it, and if they're smart enough to understand interest is bad for our economy, and they're able to make it sustainable since 1965 or even older than that, right? And they had 39,000 members, the idea that, oh, well, we're going to get ripped off and this and that, it's a problem. 1997, Swedish government comes and says, you have to get a banking license now. You can't be a non-profit organization. They said, okay, we'll get a banking license. Now, the government of Sweden insures the deposits in JAK Bank, even though it's an interest-free bank. So you see how things have changed, they've shifted, right? So when you have some shift in government or shift in policy, this is feasible, right? So it's very, very doable. So this could potentially be a good role model for us to get out of this interest problem that we have.
Just to respond to that, and this will be the last point, and we'll end with this, inshallah, is fine, there's one bank in Sweden that you use as an example, great, but like that model doesn't scale, right? So if the other banks don't want to do that, they don't have the systems, if the banks fall apart, the economies are going to fall apart. We can't run the planet's economic system on this. It's just one little bank. So what response do you have for that?
Okay. So you're absolutely right. This is not the solution. This is not going to work. We can't sit here and wait for this, all right? Even though some of us locally, we tried to start something like this, it did not work, right? If you've ever been involved in a nonprofit project, you know that it's much more challenging than it sounds. So yeah, this is not going to be the solution. But instead, what the actual solution is going to be converting an entire economy to an interest-free economy. Now, how do you do that, right? How can you possibly convert an entire economy to an interest-free economy? Well, it's actually not as difficult as it sounds. The reason why is because non-Muslim economists have already laid out the entire foundation. Many economists are making the argument and saying, we need to remove interest from our economy and go back to the way it was, because this is not a healthy model. So many people have made the argument, and they've mapped out the entire thing and said, this is how we can go back to a completely interest-free economy step by step. So they said, how are you going to do it? Step number one, okay, is that banks are not going to become goodwill nonprofit institutions like JAK Bank. That is not the solution. Maybe it's a good idea to have like on the side, right? It would be nice to see that, but that's not a solution. That's a solution for like me to buy a car, or you to buy, something, fund your children's wedding, when they come up or something like that. Not for not on a macro level. So number one, banks will not become goodwill institutions. This is a common misconception people have. We're going to go interest-free economy. All banks are going to give loans now with no interest. And they're not going to make any money. So they're all going to shut down and we're finished. No. They're going to switch to a PLS model, which is a profit and loss sharing model. So if you take a bank and you think what a bank does, bank, people put their deposits inside the bank. That bank goes and loans money out on interest into other businesses, and those businesses go and try to make money, and then they return interest back. What are you eliminating? You're just eliminating only the interest part. The depositors still put their money in the bank. The bank is still going to not loan money on interest anymore. They're going to invest money on a profit and loss sharing basis with the businesses and the institutions that they think will be making some profit. So that one that now that makes 200% profit, guess what? Profit and loss sharing. The bank makes it, which means the depositors make that money. So you get that money coming back in. That all of those banks can turn into these investment type banks, which are going to be converted. So profit and loss sharing, number one. Number two, what's going to happen as soon as that takes place? Every single bank in the entire system gets converted over. Let's just take one country. Take a little small country. What's the smallest country out there? Sealand? Is that a real country? Not Sea World, right? So, Sealand. Okay, let's take Sealand, right? Sealand, all of a sudden, they're like, we're on board. We're ready to go. Convert all their banks, if they have more than one, right? Convert all of their banks into profit and loss sharing. The first thing that's going to happen is when a recession comes, when deflation is going to take place, there's going to be less default. There's going to be less bankruptcy. The economy is going to become much more stable, right? So someone is going to come along and say, well, you know what? You need this on a much larger level. You know, Sealand, you know, has to be dealing with a bunch of other countries and stuff. This is not large enough. Well, right, you know what? You know how big the Islamic banking industry is right now? Just the Islamic banking industry only? $4 trillion. Okay? $4 trillion industry. At the moment, right now, that's just the way that it functions. Right? So what's going to happen, there's a problem. The problem is government, like what happened with Finland, the government's going to throw a bunch of roadblocks in the way. They'll be like, no, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do this. Yeah, that is a problem, right? But once the industry keeps growing, once it's hitting $4 trillion, you have some political clout now, and you're like, no, people want this, and when people want it, now you can't keep throwing the regulations in there, right? Little JAK Bank, you know, maybe you could have stopped them in the 30s, but you're not going to be able to stop a $4 trillion industry when people are getting together. So that's one response there. The economists have the plan. So they're saying, you know what? Okay, first step is we're going to, one, change the banks, profit and loss sharing. The first step is convert all debt into equity. So when you convert all debt, equity meaning like some actual asset. So when you convert debt into an equity, what's going to happen? Banking system is not going to collapse. It's going to be stable. There's not going to have cycles anymore. Bank runs, the idea of a bank run is basically all those people, like the goldsmith example I gave you, all the people come and they're like, I want my gold. And they're like, oh, we overloaned it. It's not there, right? Everyone comes and tries to take their bank money from the bank at the same time. Bank runs are very unlikely to happen. Why? Because nobody gets scared that a bank is losing all its money. Because every dollar or every type of money that the bank has is tied to some real asset that actually has value. It's not just in thin air. It's just a number in a book, right? So that's what's going to happen. Then you're going to have long-term depositors, right? If you wanted to keep your money in the bank for a long period of time and just leave it there, you have to pay for storage now. You're not getting interest rate back. So if you're going to have to pay for storage, what's going to happen? You're like, no, I want to see this invested from the bank. So what's going to happen? More money is going to be moving to the marketplace, from the marketplace coming back in. So there's going to be a lot more real economic activity, not the derivatives, 95%, speculative economic activity that exists. Money will start to stabilize immediately. It's going to become a real unit of measurement that's valid, tells you some real, stable value that has some benefit. Long-term investments now are going to become more viable. So business will start to flourish more. And countries, people are going to be freed from all the burdens of debt. Right? So this is the immediate effects of just doing that one thing. You convert debt into equity, and all those things are going to follow, right? And this idea of necessity that Umar is coming with, people are going to say, what, you're going to do all of that? How long is that going to take? It will take some time. So you can use the doctrine of necessity in the transitionary period and say, okay, you know what? You got these giant government loans. they need to be converted into some project-related, project-based financing. You have asset-related loans. They need to be converted into maybe leases or something like that. It doesn't matter. You say, well, who's going to accept this? Non-Muslim countries will not accept it. See, look, as long as lenders who originally gave a loan, as long as they get some money back, right? As long as they get their interest, whether it's interest or it's actual profit from a project that made money, as long as they're getting their money, they're fine. The only part they're not going to be fine with is that they're not going to be able to take over your economy anymore and control you. They're not going to be able to keep you in debt, right? And control you in that way and keep on getting, increase, and you keep on paying off the debt. But they will get their profits and the percentage that they had originally intended for. So people are not losing out. You will not be wrong. You will not wrong, and you will not be wronged, right? That's exactly what's happening. So this is the way forward, and this is the potential solution on a macro level. Okay?
Just want to present a couple of analogies in case people are curious. So this isn't the first time humanity's realized we've done something wrong, we need to fix it. So same thing's happening with fossil fuels right now. We realized that we shouldn't have put so much investment in fossil fuels, and now we're killing our planet. And so now there's massive movements to go green and clean and protect our environment, right? Not that everyone in the world is on board, but there's a large effort, people getting solar panels and wind energy and all of this effort going on because the planet has decided to come together, except for Trump, and come together in Paris and agree to a set of things to make the world better for our generations to come. Same thing's going on with food. We realize that the hormones that we keep putting into our animals and the GMO that we keep doing is not great for us, right? So there's a movement towards eating clean, eating healthy, eating organic, right? We want to get organic food if we can afford it. So people are trying to improve that. Same thing here is this isn't just an Islamic problem. And one of the things I'll talk about next weekend is Islamic finance equals ethical finance. We aren't the only ones who are worried about this, right? Every religion prohibited it for a reason. These intellectuals who don't even follow religion prohibited it for a reason. Those reasons are affecting our economy, the number of fatwa questions. So Sheikh Mustafa and I are both doing our ifta, studies in how to become a mufti. The number of questions we get related to non-Muslim organizations that are offering halal financial products is very high. There's so many organizations now that are doing interest-free loans, interest-free like house mortgages, things like that. Have nothing to do with Muslims. Muslims are just one of the markets, but they're just going, we want ethical finance. So this is very doable. But anyway, today we spent a lot of time deconstructing, talking about the badness of riba and what was wrong and all of these things. But we didn't spend as much time, very little time talking about construction. Like, okay, so what do we do? What if I want to buy a house? What mechanism does Islam provide for that? And how would that work, both from a theoretical standpoint and from a practical standpoint? What if I want to get into a business? Can I still give someone money to invest or not? Like, what can I do? So next weekend, inshallah, we'll get into how do you invest in stocks? How do you form partnerships in business? How do you buy a house? These kinds of things, theoretically and practice, inshallah. That will be the objective. Maybe, do you want to take 4 minutes of questions? And then, Zohar? 10 minutes of questions? Okay. We'll do 10 minutes of questions, inshallah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take one question from online and one question from the chair here. So if everyone wants to ask a question, just line up behind this chair in the middle, and you're going to sit down on the chair, grab the microphone, talk into the microphone, so we can record your voice that you're asking the question, inshallah ta'ala. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll answer that first. Go ahead.
The question is, how do you convert debt into equity? So the answer is you are effectively replacing one contract with another contract, right? So if somebody already has an interest-based loan, if somebody already has an let's say a country has an interest-based loan, you can't just say, well, don't pay it back, right? So even Islam, when this verse came about in Surah Baqarah, what it said was, you can take your principal back, but don't take any interest on it, right? But obviously, like, that's not a great answer for the person who loaned the money expecting some profit from it. Because for most people in the world, interest and profit mean the same thing. So the idea would be that if this is a gradual transition. So number one, any new transactions, any new contracts you get into, you would do them as equity. That part's easy and clear, right? You would not get into any new debt-based instruments. So that would be the first part. Second part is gradually, not to disrupt the world economy, but gradually what you would do is start getting regulations in place. Just like there's regulations on everything, right? On interest rates and usury and all this stuff. You would start getting, if this is something a government decides, is we want to have a well-functioning, efficient economy. By the way, when we speak about this, we're not just speaking from an Islamic standpoint. Just go read like Adam Smith or any of these other economists and the concept of efficient markets and how they're supposed to operate. If you want to have a good market economy, the government's going to decide we're going to, over time, implement some regulations. Those regulations would slowly start changing the nature of contracts. And so as those come about, you might say, hey, we're going to take a certain number of contracts and flip them from, it won't just be interest, it'll be a profit share model. So you'd have to do that over time. Most of the transition would happen through new financing. No, that's just not reality. It's not practical. Yeah.
Online question is, interest is mostly an issue when dealing with buying a house, at least in my immediate family. Can you touch on the different options for buying a house? So what we're going to do is we're going to mention that next week. So we're going to talk about the different options that are presented and how those options are really supposed to work in order for them to properly avoid riba. And we'll comment a little bit about to what extent are they actually working, okay? Next question, I'll just do online real quick. What is you want to add to that?
Yeah, one of the things that we will compare is a conventional interest-based house loan to an Islamic mechanism for buying a house. In case like you're like, okay, I get it, like these economies have been like suffering, people are getting poor, all this stuff. I want to know about me. Like, why is it bad if I personally get a loan from a conventional bank? That will become very clear, inshallah, when we go through that example, so you can understand at a personal level what's going on when you get a conventional loan versus when you get an Islamic mechanism for the financing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to answer the second one here too. What is the solution to this major problem of interest? That's the entire, second week. Inshallah, that's the solution. So I gave you the micro solution. And I gave you this, kind of how it's going to work, but we're going to break it down in more detail, inshallah ta'ala. Go ahead. Just turn it on. Go ahead. Yeah.
What is the meaning of the word zaru? Quranic Arabic.
Zaru means give up.
Does it mean stay away or give up? Just look at the word in the context of the entire ayah. وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَى. So, give up whatever remains of the interest. So, what you're saying is, it's the first verse is talking about, it starts with like, الَّذِينَ يَأْكُلُونَ الرِّبَى. Very general, people who take riba. When we get to this point, what it's saying is, وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَى. What it's saying is, give up anything that remains. So at that time, the Muslims were instructed, because the Muslims were actually giving out loans as well on riba, some of them, right? Were instructed, do not take interest, any remaining interest on an existing contract. مَا بَقِيَ, whatever remains. Anything that remains. What will remain? The only thing that will remain is on an existing contract, right? I have a contract with you, you owe me interest. Even though we have an agreement and you owe it to me, I'm told I cannot take that interest anymore. So that prohibition says, give that up, which is different than what I was talking about for proposing to the macro economy. Let me explain why there's a difference. As Muslims, we can say a new command has come, or a new command that I've learned about that says give up interest. Allah says give up interest, okay, I give up interest, right? I can't go to a non-Muslim and say, give up interest. I can convince them why that's rationally good, but I can't convince them that they have an existing contract, they should give up riba on that, right? So the solution to converting the world today, the macro economy, the world's economies, to give up interest would be to say, let's stop that with new contracts. You can try and convince them to do it existing contracts, and you can try and convert them to equity, but the contract is already there. By the way, if you've already signed a contract, let me ask this question. If one of you, or let's say I sign a contract, I signed it a year ago, that says I need to pay interest. I found out in today's seminar, because Sheikh Mustafa convinced me, that I really shouldn't pay interest on it. What do I do? Do I pay the interest or not pay the interest? Try to tell them it's forbidden. It's not going to work, right? Yes, you can try. You should try and tell them it's forbidden, but it's not going to work. So if you have signed a contract, right? If one of us has signed a contract that says we will pay interest, whether it's a student loan, a credit card, whatever it is, that we owe, we must pay that interest because we signed the contract, we committed to it, right? As soon as possible. We must do that. So we have to honor our contracts. The Quran says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu awfu bil uqud, right? We have to honor the contracts that we've signed. Even if the contract has this haram element of interest, we must honor it and get rid of it as soon as possible that we can, right? So we're not going to go convince someone else. It's very hard to convince someone else that they shouldn't take interest, but once you explain the rationale, new contracts can be done that way, if that makes sense. But what if we find out and we're taking interest, we must immediately stop taking the interest.
Next question is in response to the Ghazali quote, what if the lender is actually using the interest it's collecting for real economic activities, especially for social good, right? So I would say the same thing. What if a loan shark is building a masjid and giving money to the poor with everything that they're doing, right? What if a drug dealer is selling heroin, but he's actually going and giving it to this impoverished neighborhood and he's building wells in Africa with that money, that he's making, right? It doesn't matter. The transaction is still problematic, right? So that's generally not what normally ends up happening. But yeah, there are people who can do that, right? So it doesn't change the nature of the contract. It doesn't change the morality of the contract itself. If they're doing that, that's great, but it doesn't change that.
No, if they're doing that, it's not great. just to correct Sheikh Mustafa, if they're doing it, it's not great. What they're doing, the good they're doing is great, but if they're using means from riba to do it, then it is not great. It doesn't, the end does not, in Islam, the end does not justify the means, okay? We might have heard that expression in regular speak. The end justify the means. No. In Islam, the end do not justify the means. The means themselves have to be correct. We can't say in the end we got to a good place. Let's call it the Robin Hood concept. Islam does not have a concept of Robin Hood. You cannot take money from the rich and give it to the poor and say, I'm doing a good thing. You're not doing a good thing. Isn't giving money to the poor a good thing? Not if you're stealing that money from the rich. It is not justified. The end do not justify the means. Remember that.
Just come to the microphone. While you're coming, I'll answer the next one. Those in favor of interest theory argue that I worked really hard to earn my money, and now I'm putting it to work for me. So what does Islam say? Well, Islam says, yes, if you worked hard to earn your money, then you should put it to work for you by investing it on a profit and loss basis, right? This is, again, Islam is not telling you that all your money now should just be used in goodwill loans to everyone else and you don't make a profit off of it. That's not what Islam is saying. Islam is saying use your money to make some more money through investment, through sale, through trade, but not through riba. And if you say, well, trade is like riba, that's exactly what the Quran addressed. It says, no, it's not. It says, one of them is halal, one of them is haram. There's a big difference between the two of them. Okay? So that's what Islam is saying. Go ahead.
Going back to my question about having a bank account, is it become as a necessity nowadays that you should have a bank account and them using your money in interest, you don't?
It depends on the type of bank account that you're talking about. So fundamentally, the contract that you sign with the bank for a checking account, and now we have to specify, a non-interest bearing checking account, because actually you can get checking accounts with interest on them nowadays. They're sometimes called preferred checking accounts, but sometimes they're just called checking accounts. To get a non-interest bearing checking account from a bank, the contract that you sign with the bank, right, when you get a checking account, does that have any interest on it? It doesn't have any interest on it, so what's wrong with it? They use your money. When you buy, let's say, tomatoes from Smart and Final, and the money goes to, or let's say you buy money from, let's make it simple. You buy a product, whatever it is, vegetables, fruit, car, from a Christian person, or let's call it an atheist person, right? They use that money in the back end and they drink alcohol, or they use it for prostitution or gambling or something else. Are you responsible for that? You're not responsible for that. So what the bank is using the money for, that's like not our concern. Our contract with them is a checking account, a service account. That's a checking account. Yes, we know they're using it for haram, and we don't like that, and we speak out against it. But our contract with them is a halal contract. Islam does not prohibit you from doing business with a person just because that person is using that money unwisely or in what we consider a sinful way. Islam does not prohibit those types of. The Prophet ﷺ did business with the Jews, right? Does everybody know that? He did business with the Jews, right? Did he know that the Jews were then using that money in the back end and dealing with interest? Of course he knew that. But he still did business with them. He didn't say, I'm not going to do business with you because I know what you're doing with the money, right? And those transactions weren't always like on-the-spot transactions, right? There were transactions where many transactions you're like, let me give you the product now and get the money later, that kind of thing, right? So he didn't stop doing contracts with non-Muslims just because they were using it in some poor way, if that makes sense.
So in addition to that, I mean, what's going to happen is, let's say you have $100,000 and you put it in your free checking account, at Chase, and they give you no interest. So one of the first things they're going to do is the manager is going to approach you and be like, hey, sir, you have $100,000 in your free checking account, and if we would like to help you, transfer that into a different account where we're going to give you all these rewards. We're going to give you, here's a little, sticker for you, and here's we're going to let you get free cashier's checks, and we'll give you a little temporary tattoo. They're going to give you like a bunch of gifts. Here's a gift basket. Here's a chocolate bar. Just somehow transfer this into the other one. We can take care of it for you, right? They're going to try to convince you to do that. And they go, and you can earn interest on it, right? So the average Muslim is thinking between two ways. And someone asked me this during break. Ironically, it was my dad. So, all right, so he's like, you better address this issue too. I'm like, yeah, Dad, I will. So I'm addressing it now, even though he left. All right, so what happens is, if you change and you say, well, you know what, it's the same thing. Your money's sitting in the bank anyways. What's the difference between it being in this account or this account or this account? Right? Because if you ask them, well, I don't want the interest in this account, you can put in this, I want the benefits, but I don't want the interest. One, they're going to say you're crazy, right? Because they don't understand. But two, they're like, sir, there's no other way to override it. You have no choice but to take the interest, right? You could gift it back to me, at the end of the period, but you have to be accrued interest on it. So the question is, why do you get those benefits? Should you take those benefits? If your money's in the bank, it's the same thing. This account, this account, this account, someone will say, it doesn't make any difference. Well, just think for a moment. It makes a huge difference. Why do they care to transfer your money from one account to another account? There's a reason. What do you think the reason is? What's the difference for them? They're going to use it differently, right? And when they're going to use it differently, they're going to use it for their purpose, and their purpose is to make money off of money, which is interest. So what you're doing is, by transferring it from the absolute bare minimum account that you should have had it in, to get that little gift basket, you ended up fueling the system even more. And our goal is not to fuel the system more, right? So even if you could say, well, I can do this, and I've heard this from many people, I can just put it in here, and I can take all the interest, and I can donate the interest to the masjid. I don't want it. It's just going to go to the masjid. You say, oh, you shouldn't go to the masjid because only masjid should have clean money? So there's some fatwa somebody gave. It goes to the bathrooms of the masjid. You know? I said, you know what? I said, you know, it's very tempting because the bathrooms of most masjids definitely need improvement, you know, and I get that part, totally understandable. But at the same time, just think about the concept. What are you doing, right? Where is this? What is happening with your money when you make that transfer? Now you're fueling the system more. I said, no, we can use it for electricity, right? You're not going to even, you know, utilize it for yourself. So the problem is, the concept is that we are trying to use a bank as a store of money. And the bank is trying to use your money as a way to loan out that money. So if you have to engage in it, you should engage in it at the absolute bare minimum. And this was a fatwa given a long time ago by a scholar when he was visiting Canada. His name was Sheikh Abdul Fattah Abu Ghudda. He was asked the same question. And he says, do it to the absolute minimum extent and try to take absolutely no interest from it whatsoever, or the absolute minimum possible interest that you can, because you're trying to use it as a store of value, but they're trying to do it as something else. And that's the way the issue should be viewed, inshallah. Yeah, so we'll finish here, and we'll take private questions afterwards. So we'll give you, inshallah, a few minutes to make wudu, and then we'll pray Zohar here. And did anyone not register yet for the seminar? Not registered? Okay, if you have not registered, and you plan on coming, just go on calislamic.com/events and just register. Okay, please. Jazakumullah khair.
Yeah, and inshallah, we will try and leave a lot more time for Q&A, especially because next week we're going to spend time on a lot of the practical things. So I'm sure people will have a lot more questions. As the theory starts to become more practice, then we'll try and save we'll try to do at least like an hour for Q&A if we can, inshallah, because there'll probably be a lot more questions. With that, we're going to finish. Go ahead.
All right, so we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to free us from the burden of debt, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help us to remove interest from our own personal lives and to help and contribute to removing interest from society at large. Ameen. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik. Nastaghfiruka Allah wa natubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
And let's get started. So the topic of Islamic finance, just briefly, it can be long, it can be boring, it can be dry. And what Sheikh Mustafa and I have tried to do is bring about the things that are relevant. So we've tried to, instead of getting into a ton of terminology, which this field is filled with a lot of terminology. It starts with sales and contracts, ijab and qabul, and all the khiyarat and the different conditions of uqud and so on. There's a lot of different terminology. But we're going to try and leave it to just the most basic terminology. Okay, so there's a few terms that we want you to know, because you should know if you study Islamic finance what some of these terms mean. Other than that, we're going to try and avoid a lot of the unnecessary vocabulary. Okay. So what is the agenda? Well, the first part of the seminar, we focused on riba, and we talked a lot about the history of riba, the prohibition of riba, what's usury versus interest, and details of that, getting into it from a basic human psychological behavioral economic standpoint, working all the way up to how it affects economies and countries, and how it affects the world economy and world governments, right? So there's a lot of focus on riba itself. There will be a small continuation of that, just talking about some ribawi transactions and how they are not just. And then we will move from there and get into other topics. So one of the first topics we'll cover is transactions in Islam, and what are the types of transactions that are allowed. And then from there, we will move into common contracts. Musharaka, mudaraba, murabaha, ijara, salam, and istisna. So we're going to go through these different contracts that have been formulated. Now, each of these contracts, we could spend 3 hours or an entire seminar on, right? And so there's a lot of detail we could go into, but we're going to try and filter and give you just the relevant information, hopefully, that makes you somewhat educated about these topics. So that's the sort of the theory part of it, right? What are the transactions that are allowed? And then what are the Islamic finance contracts that exist? After we cover the theory, the next topic will be getting into the practical application of this. So for that, we have picked two topics. One is real estate financing, and the second one is stocks and bonds. And this isn't complete. Like, obviously, not everything is stocks and bonds, and not everything is real estate financing. But the idea here is, if you can figure out how to do real estate financing, those same concepts that you learn, you can apply to other types of partnerships. How do you build a business? How do you raise money? How do you finance it, and so on, right? So you can take those concepts and apply them to any other type of business. Similarly, once you've learned stocks and bonds, you can apply that to ETFs. You can apply that to mutual funds, index funds. You can apply that to a basket of stocks, a 401k, a retirement plan, a pension plan. So the idea is to teach you the basic things that you can then apply to other things as well. There's only so much we could do in 3 hours, right? What we're not covering. So some of the things we're not covering, number one, we're not going to get into the details of the fiqh of transactions, like I said, like ijab, qabul, and khiyawat, and uqud, and all of that. If you want to study that, that's a separate class, like fiqh of transactions, okay? That's not what this seminar is, so we're not going to do that. Secondly, we're not going to cover zakah. Now, zakah actually is not from finance at all. In the field of Islamic studies, zakah is something that's an ibadah, and it's not considered, it has nothing to do like sort of with like how you conduct business, other than the fact that zakah is due on your business, right? So zakah is a separate seminar. And Sheikh Mustafa, will there be a zakah seminar coming up before Ramadan from CIU? I assume there will be. He didn't respond, but usually there's a zakah seminar before Ramadan, and that is a complete and comprehensive topic on its own. So we won't get into zakah on stocks and zakah or bonds. Zakah
We did a summarized one last night, which is online, and we have a pre-recorded one. So we won't be doing a detailed seminar, but we've done it in the past, and it's available on our website.
Okay, excellent. So if you have, it's always a good idea. It's a short enough seminar to maybe go through that as a refresher every single year. Most people tend to pay their zakah in Ramadan. The zakah doesn't have to be paid in Ramadan, but so because most people tend to pay it around that time, this seminar is usually offered at that time. And probably Sheikh Mustafa should probably send an email reminding people about the detailed zakah seminar so that they can attend that if they need to. Another topic we're not going to cover is gharar. And I won't get into detail, but gharar is related to uncertainty in transactions. And that leads to then how do things like insurance and gambling and these things work. That's a whole topic that's very, very detailed. We're not going to cover insurance at all. It says we're not going to cover bonds. That's not true. Actually, we will cover bonds, but we won't get into many other things. Like we won't get into credit cards. We won't get into hedge funds and stock options. And I mean, there's just a variety of different topics that we won't get into today. And then another topic we're not going to cover is personal finance. So how should you invest? How should you build a portfolio? How do you diversify that portfolio? Should you leverage an IRA or a 401k or a Roth IRA or 529A savings account? All of those things. If you have questions about how do you invest your money and what types of accounts and what stocks to put it into, we won't cover that. We'll more talk about is how do we deem that a stock is permissible to invest in? We won't get into like, should you buy Tesla or Apple? Okay, that's not part of the scope of discussion today. Okay, as far as questions go, please ask questions if you don't understand something. So if you don't, as we're speaking, if you need clarity on something, please ask that question. If your question is, hey, is such and such company halal, or how about if the transaction was structured this way instead of that way and this and that? If you're getting into like additional content, wait till the whole seminar is over. Most likely we will end up doing an extended Q&A session so that people can ask the questions that they may have. Okay, and I know people already have a lot of questions. Also pay attention and that's why you need to ask questions, because some of these concepts build upon each other. And so if you miss sort of the beginning part of the seminar, you might be confused as you get into the later concepts. And with that, Bismillah, let's get started. So we touched on this briefly, but the concept in Islam of a loan versus an investment those are basically two completely different concepts, okay? And so we want to understand what a loan is and what an investment is, and this will then help us understand why Islamic contracts are structured the way that they are. So what's a loan? Number one, a loan, let's say you have a person, and I don't mean to be implying that this is only applicable to an Arab man. This is just the avatar that I found that I'm using, okay? So you can assume this is just a random person, and he has $100. And let's call him, I don't know, Amin, okay? So he's a very trustworthy person. And Amin has $100, and then we have another person whose name is Aisha, and she is in need, okay? Now notice I said this is a person in need. I'll get to that in a second. Okay. So this person has $100, and then you have Aisha, who is in need. So he gives her $100, and she's able to take care of her need. And then after some period of time, she gives him the $100 back. Okay. Islamically, is this allowed? I'm looking for answers. I'm hoping you guys are interacting.
Yes, it's allowed.
Is it allowed? Yes, it's allowed. Okay. So it's allowed. Great. Checkbox. Okay. Now, I said this is a person in need. That doesn't mean it's a poor person. It could be a poor person. So it could be a poor person who might need food or medicine. It could be a relative of yours that needs a student loan because they're trying to go to school and they can't afford it. It could be someone who needs a job, they found a job, and they'll make money from the job to buy a car, but they don't currently have the money to buy the car. So they might need to borrow the money to be able to go to their job to make the money and then pay you back. But it also could be a person who's not poor. So for example, I could be standing in line with a rich person who could be a multi-billionaire, and we're standing in line for food. And the billionaire realizes he forgot his wallet. Okay. This person is also right now a person in need because they're hungry. They'd like to get some food, but they forgot their wallet. So that is a person in need that I could loan some money to so that they can get their food and then they can pay me back later. That's the concept of a loan. The idea is you are helping someone, and the reason you are doing this is only because you expect a reward from Allah. You're doing this purely for to be good and to get reward from Allah, and there is no worldly gain associated with it. You know how it's similar to, it's an act of ibadah, right? So basically, just like if you were praying or fasting, you don't do it for any expectation of worldly gain at all. In Islam, all loans, or as we call them, qards, they are all qard hasana. So you cannot charge anything additional. You can't expect something extra back, whether it's, hey, I'll give you the $100, but can you do this for me? I'll give you the $100, but can you give me an extra $10 back? I'll give you the $100, but et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So this is purely a noble and a virtuous act, and it's considered one of the acts of charity, okay? So that's the concept of a loan in Islam. Now, what if we structured it a little bit differently and we said, okay, Amin lent Aisha $100, but now he said, give me 110 back because you're going to pay me back in 2 years. And when you pay me back in 2 years, the value of the money will have gone down. $100 will buy less at that time because of inflation. So give me $110 back. Would this be considered halal in Islam? We covered this in some level of detail last weekend. I just want to make sure everyone's got the concepts right.
No.
No, this is not allowed in Islam, right? And the reason it's not allowed is because a loan is supposed to be an act of charity, okay? And if you are going beyond that and asking for something back, then you are exploiting someone's need, which is called istighlal, okay? And the Quran talks about it. It says, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. It says, this is the unjust taking of wealth. The Quran, basically the Quran is saying, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ, which says, do not consume one another's wealth unjustly, okay? So, like I said, the first one, this one is how Islam thinks about loans. The second one is how conventionally the modern economy thinks about loans. Because no one's expected to give a loan with just for free, with as interest free. People expect that they will get a profit back. That's just how the modern world works. And we looked at in detail the first part of the seminar, how the Greeks and the Hindus and the Buddhists and the Romans and the Greeks and the Catholics and the Jews and everybody considered this to be a very disdained act. This was a terrible act that you are asking for something in return. And Islam is the same way, right? However, the modern economy is structured in such a way that even if you were to give someone a gift, you have to pay a tax on that, right? So they expect to cut tax out of everything, and they expect everything to be not necessarily an act of charity. So there's no concept of qard hasana in the US law. If, in fact, this is how it works. If I gave you a loan for $1,000, right? Now, and you give me that $1,000 back in 5 years or whatever, I will actually have to pay taxes on the interest. Now, I gave you the loan of $1,000, and I said, give me $1,000 back in 5 years, am I asking for interest? I'm saying, here's $1,000, give me 1,000 back in 5 years. Is there any interest there? Is there any riba?
No.
No.
No. Yet the US tax law says that I will pay taxes on what's called assumed interest. Okay? So even though I didn't charge you interest, they're going to say, I should have charged you interest. That was just silly of me not to charge you interest. And now I have to pay taxes on the interest that I would have received that I gave up. Because that's how silly the system is designed conventionally. Now, I want to make this clear. Islam is not against the concept of making money. Islam just has a different concept of loan and investment. Okay, so loans are for as an act of charity, an act of virtue, something good that you do, whereas investment is something that you're doing to make money. Okay, so every time you give someone money, you have a choice. You're either doing it as a form of goodness, or you're doing it for investment. In Islam, the two do not mix. You have to choose one or the other. Okay? Now, speaking of money, again, we covered this a little bit last time, but what is the concept of money? So first of all, if you studied macroeconomics in college or high school, you will learn that the function of money has basically three functions, okay? The first one is, it is a medium of exchange. So for example, I have my iPhone over here, right? And let's say I didn't need it anymore and I wanted to sell it. And you wanted to buy an iPhone and you were selling dates, okay? It's really hard, and I want to buy dates, okay? It's really hard to find enough dates with you, and I don't really want that many dates for me to sell you my iPhone and for you to give me just cartons and cartons and cartons of dates, right? This is an iPhone 11 Pro Max or something like that, whatever that's called. And that's a lot of dates that need to be traded. So it's very hard, the economists call it finding double coincidence of wants, that I want something that you have, and you have something that I want. And to find those two happening at the same time is just inefficient and hard to do. So money serves as a medium of exchange. So I can exchange my iPhone for cash, and you can exchange your dates for cash, maybe with someone else, and we can still all trade these things with each other, okay? The second function of money is it's a unit of account. So sometimes this is also called a measure of value. This is related to the first one. So if I want to trade iPhones for dates, I need to figure out how many dates map to an iPhone. And if we had to build a massive database of iPhones to dates, dates to shirts, and shirts to services, haircuts, and all these things, I'll give you this many dates for that many haircuts, and it would get very complicated. So money allows us to put a value on things, easily compare them to each other. This is $1,000, this is $50, I need 20 of these to equal to that, and so on. So it's a unit of account that allows you to do that. Now this works in combination with the medium of exchange, because it allows you to measure the value and exchange things more easily. Now I don't have to find something that equals exactly a laptop. I can convert my laptop into cash and then use that cash to only use a portion of that cash to buy some dates. Okay, the question is, can the concept of bartering qualify for this definition? Yes, bartering does qualify. However, the reason money or cash was invented was so that you don't always have to barter. So the concept of sale allows you to use money, whereas barter is always trading two goods. The third function of money is it's a store of value. So it is a way that I can take cash and put it in a savings account or a safety deposit box, or I can put it under the mattress, and that's how you can store something of value without having to put it in something physical. And Islamically, it is this last one that is the store of value that is not recognized. Islam says in the Quran, it speaks against hoarding, and it says that you should not let your money sit idle, right? Basically, the idea is that your money should be doing something. Islam actually wants you to invest your money. It doesn't want it just sitting around. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not saying invest 100% of your money. There's some amount of money you should have in the bank for your emergency funds and usage and daily use and so on, right? But generally speaking, for example, zakah only applies on idle money that's been sitting around, right? It doesn't apply on, even if you buy the fanciest of cars, and I'm not saying you should do this, but even if you went out and bought $1 million car and you use that, there's no zakat on that because you're using that car. Even if you buy the most expensive clothes, the largest house you can find, even if you have a billion-dollar business, the assets that you're using in the business do not get zakat on them, right? Because Islam knows you're using those assets for productive means. You're hiring employees to use them. You're making goods with them, which will benefit people and benefit the economy. And so Islam just wants you to invest, okay? And that's why it doesn't recognize money as a store of value, because it wants money to be out there being utilized. Also, I want to make it clear, Islam isn't against being rich, okay? It just doesn't want money to be sitting there idle. So if you're rich, you have a lot of money, and you prefer to hang on to some portion of that money, that's okay, but put that money into use, right? Either by loaning it to people or by investing it in some way. By the way, this concept of not recognizing the store of value, this is not unique to Islam. This is just part of the philosophical discussion of what is the nature of money, how should money be used, what's the ethical use of money. And Sheikh Mustafa mentioned that last seminar, the last part of the seminar, that Thomas Aquinas even talked about this, and others talked about it, that money really, it's bad manners or bad character to just keep money sitting around as a store of value. And another reason why Islam feels that money is not a store of value is because Islam focuses on the ends, both the means and the ends. And in this particular case, money is something that doesn't have intrinsic value. So money is not an end to anything. Money is only a means to things, right? Because money is only used to buy other things of value. You can buy food with it, you can buy a car with it, you can buy a house with it, but money itself doesn't have value. And that's why it isn't something that you store. And this is why you're allowed to rent goods, but you can't rent out money. And this is also why Islamic finance is sometimes called asset-based or asset-backed finance. Okay, so the concept in Islam is, if you have money and you want to invest it, there's this concept, this fiqh principle that came from a hadith, is called al-kharaju bil-daman, which means if you're going to invest money, to make money on it, right? So again, we talked about the loan. This is not the loan part. You want to invest money, then you must take the risk of investing that money. Okay, so you can't say, I'm going to invest that money and I'm going to transfer the risk to someone else. It's your money, you invest it, you have to take the risk. And you have to realize the wisdoms behind this, right? If rich people who have the money aren't taking risks, they keep investing their money and they keep transferring the risk, it's going to get transferred onto the poor and the needy. And what this does is it keeps making the rich rich, and it has a very negative impact on the society. Secondly, if the person who owns the money is not taking the risk, someone else is taking the risk. It's not like the risk is being eliminated. Oh, I transferred the risk to an insurance company. No, yes, you transferred the risk to an insurance company, but now that insurance company is taking the risk. In fact, the insurance company has investors and so on. Someone else is taking the risk, but it was your money, so you should be taking the risk. Another concept I want to talk about from conventional and economics and finance is the time value of money. Okay, and this is usually covered in like chapter 1 of finance, the first part, where you learn that money available at the present time is worth more than an identical sum in the future. So if I have $100 today, that is worth more than $100 a year from now. Why? Because I could have invested that money, because inflation might reduce the cost of that money, and so on and so forth. So for many, many reasons, money today, $100 today, is worth more than $100 in the future. Somebody asked if I can repeat the first part. I'm not sure what you want me to repeat. Maybe you can clarify.
Part of the beginning part about the al-kharaj bil-daman, please.
Al-kharaj bil-daman. Okay. The basic concept of al-kharaj bil-daman is that the risk or the liability or the accountability rests with the person who has possession or ownership of that wealth, who is responsible for that wealth, okay? So the idea is, if you want to invest money, then you need to take the risk associated with investing that money and not hand it off to someone else. The owner of the money has to take that risk.
Thank you.
Okay, inflation. Does Islam recognize, how about inflation? does Islam recognize inflation? Well, we recognize that inflation happens, but does it allow you to charge extra based on inflation? And Sheikh Mustafa and I are of the opinion that absolutely not. If you lend someone $100, then you must get that $100 back, even if it's 10 years from now. If inflation decreases the value of that $100, well, that was part of an act of charity, an act of goodness anyway. Don't expect to get exactly back what you gave to them. Okay, now investments are different, and we'll talk about investments in a little bit here. Okay, we talked about this already, and so we're saying Islam does not recognize the time value of money. Okay, debt versus equity. I want to make sure everybody understands these concepts. What is debt? What is equity? We'll talk about these things. So a debt is basically an interest-based loan. What it brings is guaranteed principal and guaranteed return. What does principal mean and what does return mean? I want to make sure everybody understands this as well. If I gave you $100, that $100 that I gave to you in a loan, that $100 is the principal. Now, if I say give it back to me in 1 year with $10 extra on top of that, so you're giving me $110 back, that 10% or the $10 extra is called the return. So what debt says is, debt in conventional terms, right? Not in Islamic terms. Islamic terms, I give you $100, you give me $100 back. In conventional terms, if I give you $100, you give me 100 plus 10. 10 is the principal, 10 is the return. Both of those I should get back guaranteed, $110. And if I don't get that back to you from you, I can take you to court. I can go after you. And examples of debt include commercial bonds, government bonds, treasuries, etc. Equity, on the other hand, and this is how Islam expects you to do things, is that neither your principal nor the return are guaranteed. So if I gave you $100 and I said, invest it for me, please, you may lose 100% of it, or you may lose 50% of it. I may only get $50 back. Okay, so the first, debt is completely wrong in Islam. And the second is exactly how we do investments in Islam. So why is debt such a bad thing anyway? Why is Islam against debt? I'm going to go through a few examples of this. The first one is interest-based debt. Simple example of how interest-based debt is unjust, okay? So again, we're back to Amin. Instead of Aisha being someone in need right now, Aisha is actually someone who's really good at investing money, okay? So she's just known for being in business and someone who Amin wants to give his money to so she can invest it. So he gives her $100, okay? Now, the reason, so let me clarify, okay? The title says interest-based debt is unjust, yet I'm talking about investments. So what am I talking about? Why am I mixing this up? So we already said Islam has a separate concept of debt versus investment, right? Now I'm showing you what happens if you do not, if you try and mix the two together, okay? So what happens if I loan someone money? Let me just kind of go through it and you'll understand, okay? So let's say the arrangement between Amin and Aisha is that he gives her $100 to invest, okay? She takes that money and she invests it. That little graph is like, I don't know, a stock market or a commodity, whatever it is, a house, real estate, doesn't matter. She takes the $100, she invests it. She doubles that money, okay? So she puts in $100, she gets 200 back. Now let's assume that Amin, instead of doing this Islamically, had done this based on conventional means. So he did it as debt. He said, I'll give you $100. I don't care what you do in the stock market or your investments or whatever. Give me 110 back at the end of the year, okay? That's the assumption we're going with, is that this is not done Islamically. This is done non-Islamically by conventional means. And he's given her a loan for 100 and he doesn't care what she does with it as long as he gets 110 back. Guaranteed principal, guaranteed return. So he gets back $110, right? Now let's say the scenario is a little bit different. He gave her $100. She invested 100, but she lost all of it, okay? The way that debt works conventionally, right? He's still gonna get $110 back. Now, the reason we don't accept this is because Islamically, this is not al-kharaju bid-dhaman. Okay, this is not the owner of the money taking all of the risk. What did he do? The owner of the money, which is Amin, gave Aisha the money, but she took all the risk. and she benefited from all the extra profit. So in this case, she made $200. He only got 110 back. That's pretty unjust, right? That's not fair that she doubled the money, he only got a 10% return. Here, she lost all the money, yet he gets all the money back. This is also not fair. In one case, it's not fair to Amin. In the other case, it's not fair to Aisha. So somebody, it doesn't matter, sometimes it's a debtor, sometimes it's a creditor, but it is not fair. Islamically, it is not fair. You can say, well, what if Amin knew and they had a contract and they agreed to this mutually and they said, let's make this work. Islamically, it doesn't matter. Islam doesn't allow you to say, what if two people mutually agree and commit adultery? It's still wrong. Islam doesn't say, what if Amin's really rich, or what if Aisha is really rich? Is that okay? You're not exploiting someone poor. But remember what I said earlier, right? That it's not necessarily someone. It doesn't matter if someone's rich or poor. What matters is, let me not mix things up, but let me keep it more simple. Is stealing from the rich okay, Islamically?
No.
It's not. Okay, so it doesn't matter if someone's rich or poor. This transaction is unjust. Okay, because you're like, oh, it's $100. What does it matter? What if it was $100 million? What if it was $1 billion? What was $100 trillion? Right? It's not the amount that matters. What matters is that somebody doesn't get the same return as the other person. Okay, or sorry, in this case, somebody gets the profit all the time, and someone else gets a different share of the profit and the loss. Okay. Okay, let's move into a different example. So this is a simple example of why interest-based debt is unjust. We'll move into maybe a little bit more complex example, okay? So in this one, we're reviewing how debt creates an unfair partnership. And maybe this one will be a little more apparent, okay? So now we have two investors, an equity investor and a debt investor, and both of them want to invest with Aisha because she's really known for being an amazing investor, right? So they both give $100. Aisha takes the money, she puts it in the stock market or real estate, whatever. She doubles the money, okay? Can someone tell me how much the equity investor, actually, I'll just tell you. I don't want to make you go through the exercise. The equity investor is going to get $200 back. Because what happened was the equity investor, right, is a participant in the partnership, and whatever happens to this money happens to him. So if the money doubles, he gets double. If the money halves, he gets halves, right? He gets the half. The debt investor always gets the guaranteed return. So in this particular case, the debt investor gets $110 back. Okay. Another scenario, the equity investor puts in the 100, debt investor puts in the 100, so they put in the same amount of money, total of $200 that's invested. The return is 110. So $90 was lost in the scenario. What does the debt investor get back? 110. What does the equity investor get back? 0. Let's talk about this just briefly. Here's what I want you to see, okay? What I want you to see is that in the first scenario, the equity investor put in $100. The debt investor put in $100, okay? And the equity investor got 200 back. The debt investor only got 110 back. So the equity investor made a lot more money than the debt investor, even though both of them put in exactly the same amount of money. Both of them are partners in this investment that Aisha is doing, yet they get very different returns. They both put in the same amount of money. There's no other difference. And here, when the money was lost, the equity investor got 0 back, while the debt investor is still getting 110. So now the debt investor is getting a lot more money, and the equity investor is getting nothing. So sometimes the equity investor is winning, and sometimes the debt investor is winning, and it is not just. What Islam wants to see, this is basically what Islam doesn't want to see. It doesn't want to see that two people put in the same amount of money. One of them makes a lot, one of them makes less. One of them takes risk, right? Al-Kharaj bil-Daman. One of them takes risk, so he goes from 100 to 200 or 100 to 0. The second one is taking no risk. He puts in $100, he will consistently get 110 back no matter what happens. And this is what Islam doesn't want to see. Islam wants to see partnership. It wants to see ta'awun, cooperation. It wants to see fairness. It wants to see justice. It wants to see when two people invest something to benefit the same, both win or both lose, and both win by the same proportion, or both win or lose by the same proportion. Okay? And we will see when we get to the Islamic contracts how this is realized in the true Islamic vehicles of partnership like musharaka and mudaraba. Okay. Now I'm going to get into a little bit of a different concept. Same thing, where we're going to see how debt can be bad. Okay. In this particular case, we're going to see how it creates a conflict of interest. So let's say you have a pharmaceutical company that's worth $40 billion. Okay, that's not abnormal. Pharma companies are worth a lot of money. It's a company that makes drugs, vaccines, other types of healthcare products. Okay, and they have an opportunity to invest in the COVID-19 vaccine. Okay, so they have the option to now go and put in a lot of money into this. They have this technology, and they think there's patents and capabilities. They think they can develop a COVID vaccine. Now, they need to, in order to develop this vaccine, they need to invest $22 billion. Okay, it's a lot of work. Pharma is expensive, and if they're successful in developing this vaccine, they're going to make a lot of money. Okay, and if they're not successful, then their investment was worth nothing, because the vaccine either works or it doesn't work, right? There's no like, we developed a vaccine and like, you know, it's going to be useful for something else or anything like that, right? So basically, they're either going to make a lot of money, and that will result in $400 billion of return, or they will lose that 22 billion. This zero here means that not that 40 will become zero, but that the 22 billion they spent on research and development wasn't worth anything because they got no product out of it. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Would you, let me set it up this way and say, first of all, would you invest in this company? Or if you were an investor in this company, would you want this company to work towards this COVID vaccine? Do you want them to do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
People can type in the chat window, that would be good. You want them to invest, okay? That's a little bit quick for you to say that. What if their chances of developing the vaccine were, there's a 10% chance that they're going to be successful and get 400 billion back, and a 90% chance they're going to make zero? Okay, Abdullah gave the right answer there, by the way. So what if it's only a 10% chance of success? Are you going to invest? Do you want to do that?
I guess it depends on your appetite for risk.
What if it's a 1% chance that they're going to be successful?
Well, no, I suppose not.
Okay, so when I say, do you want this company to invest in the vaccine? Don't immediately say yes. Maybe you're thinking like, oh, well, we really need the vaccine because we need to get out of our houses right now. Maybe you're thinking if we get the vaccine, that's going to be beneficial for the billions of people on the planet. Maybe you're thinking, you know, there's a lot of goodness if this company invests in that, right? They're going to employ people. The vaccine is going to be super beneficial to the people on the planet and so on. It's good for the economy. It's, you know, all of these different things. But think about it purely from a money standpoint, okay? We're being very selfish here. Let's just look at it from a pure, rational, logical investor standpoint. The question becomes, it depends on the risk and your risk appetite, okay? If there's a 1% chance that they're going to develop the COVID-19 vaccine and you're going to make $400 billion, or a 99% chance they're going to fail, that's a pretty stupid thing for the company to do, to invest in that, okay? Usually you're looking for higher probability. In fact, I would call that gambling. And at that point, that investment even becomes haram, okay? Because you're just pure gambling. So anyway, let's simplify the problem and say in this particular case, there's a 99% chance they will be successful and they'll get 400 billion, and a 1% chance they're going to fail, because, you know, there's no such thing as guaranteed return, right? So that's the whole point of taking risk. And even Islamically is that you have to take some risk. So Now I'm saying there's a 99% chance you get 400 billion, 1% chance you get 0 billion. You're one of these two partners, one of these two investors in the company. So you own half the company, another person owns half the company. And now you have to make this decision. Do you make this investment? Yes or no? What does everyone say? Yes, okay. One yes, two yes, bunch of yeses. Good. Okay, 99% chance of success. Of course you want to do this, right? Salim Sheikh says no. Salim, you and I are going to have to talk offline. 99% chance of success in making $400 billion. You're an investor, $20 billion in this company. You own half the company, okay? You have to make a decision to invest 22 billion in the vaccine or not. You have 99% chance of success that you develop the vaccine and you're successful. You'll get 400 billion back, and a 1% chance of success that you're going to get zero back. Okay, Salim changed his mind. I was getting a little bit concerned about Salim, okay? So don't worry, Salim's he's got an MBA. He's a very savvy investor, mashallah. He knows what he's doing. Okay, so so we have two equity investors, and both equity investors, if they think about it rationally, they're both going to want to invest in this. Now, what happens if one of them is not an equity investor, but instead a debt investor? Let's say you are now this debt investor, okay? Let's pretend you're not Muslim, right? Because if you're Muslim, you can't do debt investment. But let's say you were thinking about it purely from a money standpoint, okay? You're all about being a smart and wise investor, okay? So you're a debt investor. Would you want the company to invest in the vaccine?
Yes.
I'm hearing yes, yes, yes. A no. Okay, most of you guys are terrible investors. Sorry to tell you. Okay, sorry to tell you. Let me explain what's going on, okay? You're a debt investor in the company, and this is exactly the problem. You're a debt investor in the company. You own half the company, okay? So you own 20 billion of the $40 billion company. If the company invests $22 billion in the COVID vaccine, okay, and it makes $400 billion, right? What do you get at the end of the day as the investor? You just get your capital back. You don't get 400. You know how you were thinking like, oh, $40 billion company now became a $400+ billion company? Well, that's great. Guess what? That $400 billion is all going to belong to this guy over here. This guy is just going to get his 20 billion back. Okay? The equity investor gets almost all of that profit. He's just going to get his like investment in some interest, maybe like, $1 billion or something. But this guy's going to get 400 billion, okay? And what happens if we lose the money? 22 billion goes, and we lose that 22 billion. Now the company's worth 18. So the debt investor is going to get 18. If the company is successful with the vaccine, the debt investor gets nothing extra. If the company fails with the vaccine, the debt investor loses money because the company is going to file for bankruptcy. Okay, so now you have two investors. One of them wants to invest, the other one doesn't want to invest. One of them wants to take risk for the benefit of the company to make lots of profit. The other one says, I don't care about your profit, I just want my money back. You're taking too much risk. No, it's 99% successful. 99% is not the same as 100. I only care about 100% guarantee. So you have two partners involved in a business with a conflict of interest. Now, I made this very simple, by the way, okay? This, if you if you study finance as a major, which I did, this concept comes up again and again and again. Now, this isn't how they teach it. The way they teach it is, hey, you can invest your money with a guaranteed return, or you can invest your money and take risk. The more risk you take, the more return you get. If you invest, the less risk you take, the less return you get because you're taking less risk here and so on. That's how they explain it. But this is what's going on. You have two partners in a business. one of them wants one thing and the other wants the other thing. And it's not based on they're going like, oh, is the vaccine good or not? Take that out of the equation. This is just, where do I make money? Okay. So this is, there's an entire class that you generally take in finance on how you raise money. But just all the topics of finance come back to this, okay? You're creating a conflict of interest, and this is really bad. So this just gives you some ideas about why Islam doesn't want you to use debt as investment, okay? We already talked about the prohibition of riba, but this hopefully clarifies it. Any questions so far? On if you just missed something, didn't understand it. Don't ask me about like home investing or anything like that. Okay, we're good. So last seminar, I asked this question about capitalism because Sheikh Mustafa talked about riba. Hassan, you asked a good question. Isn't the chance of default a risk? The chance of default, let me explain what that means. The question that Hassan's asking is a very good question. If I loan someone money or if I invest money, whether I loan it or investment, it doesn't matter. The chance that they may not give it back to me, that's called the risk of default, okay? The risk that they may not give it back to me for whatever reason. Isn't that a risk? Isn't that a risk? Islamically, even if I say like, hey, let's go back to this scenario, the fact that I'm giving money to the business, that's a risk because they may not give the money back. The risk of default exists in any type of transaction and any type of loan, always, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. Because if someone doesn't pay me back, I can take them to the court. That's not an issue. I can take them to the court and get my money back. What I'm talking about is something that I can't take them to the court for, right? If this company invests 22 billion and they lose their money, I can't sue that company. That's not something that can be done. No one can sue that company. That was a decision they made. Those are decisions that companies make all the time, right? You can only sue them you can actually sue them if they don't pay you back the money and they have it, right? Or they did something stupid with it. So that's not a risk of default is not what I'm talking about when I talk about al-kharaj bil-dawan. Risk of default always exists in any transaction. That's not considered taking a risk because again, you will get your money back. You can take them to court. Amira, isn't the debt invested a guaranteed return? Yes, it is a guaranteed return. However, what happens is the debt investor looks at this realistically, okay? And he says, look, while this 20 billion is guaranteed to me, if this business invests and they become an $18 billion business, it doesn't matter that the return is guaranteed because the company will declare bankruptcy. Okay, that's what the US laws allows you to do. The laws allow you to declare bankruptcy. Yes, so we can get into extended Q&A on this one, inshallah. Okay. Okay, capitalism. So the question I have for you, we're going to go through this quickly. We talked about this a little bit last time. I just want to go through the concept. I'm not going to do much Q&A on this one. So capitalism, we talked about this a little bit last time, but what are the factors of production in capitalism, right? So the way capitalism works is, first of all, is capitalism permissible or impermissible in Islam? That's what I'm trying to cover. How does capitalism work? In your economics class, you'll study that it's based on the factors of production. You have land, you have labor, people who need to work, and then you have entrepreneurs, people who run businesses to pull all of this together. And then you have capital, which is the money that you raise for your business, okay? So these are the factors that come together to make capitalism happen, and capitalism is based on this concept of capital, which is the fourth factor of production here, okay? This is how most businesses run, and basically any business has some need of people, someone to run that business, and has some sort of assets, and then the capital is used as the money. So is this okay in Islam? Islam is okay with this. The difference is Islam does not have a separate concept of capital where someone brings in the money and then someone else takes the risk. We combine them together and we say the person who's bringing the land or the assets or whatever, that's the person that's taking the risk, okay? And we talked last time about running economies based on this. So let me ask you, do you think that stocks and bonds, do you think that stocks are permissible? Do you think that working for a company is permissible? Do you think that capitalism is permissible? if you take this idea of loaning money out. Yes, okay. Stocks, yes, bonds, no. I guess I don't really need to teach the class then. Okay, we'll talk more about what's permissible and what's not. Before we get into that, I want to talk about M&Ms. Does everyone know what M&Ms are? M&M. M&M, okay. I mean, doesn't know what M&M is.
Candy
For those
of the
that don't know M&M, it's a type of candy. I forget who owns it. Is it Nestle or Mars or whoever? It's a type of candy, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the Miller-Modigliani theorem. So Franco Modigliani and Merton Miller won a Nobel Prize in 1958. Why do we care about this? We care about this because their Nobel Prize is really awesome. It's got some really neat equations. I took the high-level equations. I took out the calculus and the detail out of this to make it really simple so that we can cover this properly. We're going to spend the next hour on this equation, okay? Actually, we're not. I'm going to summarize it. What they proved from this equation is something called capital structure irrelevance principle, okay? And what this proves is basically Miller-Modigliani showed that if you have a company and it raises money based on debt or it raises money based on interest, for the company itself, the amount of profit that it makes, how it makes its decisions, not the investors, how it makes its decisions, what returns they get, how they go about conducting their business, it's absolutely irrelevant whether they use debt or equity. They will make exactly the same amount of money, okay? They will be exactly the same. However, the way that tax laws are structured, things change because the taxes promote debt. Why? Because the tax code was put in place by rich people, and the rich people want opportunities to invest their money in a guaranteed way. So there's many tax laws that will encourage you, that will actually encourage companies. We know this for individuals, right? You can deduct the interest on your mortgage, on your tax return, on your 1040 in the Schedule A, right? You can put that right there. Similarly, companies have a lot of deductions that they can claim based on interest as well. And so the law is structured in a way, but capitalism itself allows you to go interest-free. The problem is it's the tax laws that make it a little bit harder, okay? So you will actually benefit more if you deal with interest or riba than if you don't. Now, getting back to the permissibility, right? So we know that it's theoretically possible for capitalism to work fine. How about getting back to the Islamic permissibility? So one of the basic fiqh maxims that we have is al-aslu fil ashya'i al-ibaha, that the default ruling or the original or the permissibility is the original state, okay? So let me explain what that means. Are you allowed to drive a car?
Yes.
Okay, the answer is yes. Are you allowed to buy a house, right? So all of these things that we do today, am I allowed to use Zoom to teach a class? The Prophet ﷺ didn't use Zoom to teach a class. The Prophet ﷺ didn't buy a car, right? The ruling in Islam is, and when it comes to things outside of ibadah, when it comes to things outside of like prayer and fasting and zakah and hajj and reading Quran and doing all of those things, that everything is permissible as a default. And I do not need to provide you evidence if I say something is halal. You need to provide me evidence if you're saying it's haram. Okay, so the default is everything is halal unless there's evidence that shows that it is not haram. So I can drive a car, and if electric cars come out like Tesla, right? Do I have to go and ask a mufti for a fatwa and say, you know, I was driving an internal combustion car. Now we have electric cars. Is it okay to drive the electric car? You know, it's a new concept. No, I don't need to go ask for a fatwa because by default, electric cars are allowed, right? I could drive a Tesla. I could drive any kind of car. And this principle comes from a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, which is found a narration from him in Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, and so on. فَبَعَثَ اللَّهُ تَعَالَى نَبِيَّهُ, that Allah sent down his prophet, وَأَنزَلَ كِتَابَهُ, and he revealed to us his book, وَأَحَلَّ حَلَالَهُ, and he made the halal things halal, harama haramahu, he made the haram things haram, فما أحل فهو halal, and so whatever he made halal, then it is halal, وما حرم فهو haram, whatever he made haram is haram, وما سكت عنه فهو عفو. And this is the important part at the end, which says some things are haram because they're haram, other things are halal because they're halal. Everything else that isn't discussed or mentioned or talked about, then that is fine. Okay. Yes. Ibrahim said the concept of innocent until proven guilty. I like that. That's exactly the concept that we use. Okay. So based on this, let's get to what is allowed from a financial standpoint. Okay. So first of all, there's certain conditions that exist, but bartering and trading. Is bartering and trading allowed? Yes, it's allowed. You can trade iPhones for dates, not an issue. Okay, we have many examples of this from the Prophet and his companions. Buying and selling is of course allowed as well. Is it allowed to buy and sell for a profit? Everybody attended the riba session last time. Is it allowed to buy and sell for a profit?
Yes.
Sure. Yes, it's absolutely allowed to buy and sell for profit, right? We said it's okay to benefit and it's okay to make money as long as you're investing and as long as it's not a loan, okay? No issues. Is it allowed to work for someone? Yes, you can go work for a company, okay? As long as the company itself is doing halal things. Is it allowed to rent something? Yes, absolutely. Is it allowed to invest? Yeah, no problem. Islam allows all of these things, right? However, if you invest, you must share in the profit and loss, as we discussed, right? So basically, I could go on with this list. I mean, I can go on for pages and pages of the types of things that are allowed. But the way to think about it is everything's allowed. And then, of course, like I said, the books of fiqh talk about the conditions around this. So if you sell something, you must make an offer. Someone must accept that offer. You can't just say, I sold it to them, and even though they didn't accept it, the sale is complete. Something that you're selling must exist. You can't sell something that's make-believe or imaginary. You must own the thing you're selling. So I can't say, let me sell you that car that belongs to, Sheikh Mustafa, and he doesn't even know. And after I make the profit, I go and say, Sheikh Mustafa, will you sell me the car now? And then I buy it after I sell it. That's not allowed, right? So there's a lot of these conditions that come with sales, but generally speaking, everything is allowed as a default. And Islam is not against private ownership. Islam is not against market economy. Islam is not against market forces for supply and demand and determining prices. Islam is not against making profits as long as you're not exploiting people and being unethical about it, right? So all of these things are allowed as a default, which means that all these things that we engage, the daily transactions that we engage in, when we buy something, when we sell something, when we negotiate things, and we make money, that's not a problem at all, okay? What is not allowed? What is not allowed is basically the way we want to think about this is anything that's not allowed ethically is not allowed Islamically. Islamic finance is the same as ethical finance, okay? So, for example, if something is haram, then doing business in it is haram. So if alcohol, for example, is haram, then selling alcohol is haram as well. Pornography is haram, therefore, selling or making or buying pornography is also haram, right? And we know this from many, many places in the Quran. I mean, this is obviously common sense, but we know the Quran says in Surah Mu'minun, كُلُوا مِنَ الطَّيِّبَاتِ وَاعْمَلُوا صَالِحًا إِنِّي بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ عَلِيمٌ, that partake of the good things and work righteous, do proper good things and so on. Sorry, I'm just looking at a question here. Sending your questions are going to have to wait for these couple of questions are good for the extended Q&A session, inshallah. We also know the Quran talks about this, the Hadith talks about this. Ibn Mas'ud narrates from the Prophet ﷺ that seeking halal is the duty of every Muslim, right? And some of the scholars have also interpreted when you say طلب الدين فريضة على مسلم, that seeking knowledge is obligatory upon every Muslim, that they're talking about also here earning is a part of that, because a lot of what a Muslim does is earning. And Sa'ad asked the Prophet ﷺ, He said, what can I do to make sure that my du'as are answered by Allah? And the Prophet ﷺ said that ensure that what you consume is halal, because then your du'as will be answered. Okay, so we need to deal with halal. And the other thing Islam doesn't allow is dishonesty and cheating. And the Quran talks about this in detail, right? Surah Al-Mutaffifin, Wailul lil-Mutaffifin, woe to those who give less than what is due. الَّذِينَ إِذَا اكْتَالُوا عَلَى النَّاسِ يَسْتَوْفُونَ. When they take a measure from people, they take it full. وَإِذَا كَالُوهُمْ أَوْ وَزَنُوهُمْ يُخْسِرُونَ. So when they buy something, they make sure it's the full measure. But when they sell something, they cheat people, right? And then Shu'aib alayhi salam warned his people in the Quran. وإلى مدين أخاهم شعيبا, when he came to his people, he said, قال يا قوم اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره. He said, and to the people of Madian, we sent Shu'aib, O people, worship Allah. You have no object of worship, no deity other than Him. ولا تنقصوا المكيال والميزان, and do not decrease from the measure and the scale. So don't give them less. إني أراكم بخير وإني أخاف عليكم عذاب يوم محيط. He says, I see you, I see that you're rich and prosperous right now, but I fear for you that on the day of judgment, you're going to have to deal with a grave punishment. So he goes on, and the surah goes on and talks about this, and do not do abuse and do not deprive people of their due. Similarly, we know from the hadith, I'm not going to go through all the hadith, you know these things, but the next concept is injustice. So this is where we get the idea that profits and losses should be shared. And we know injustice is haram again from the Quran. We know from the hadith, the Prophet said, "Man hamala alayna as-silah falaysa minna." Whoever bears arms against us, whoever's like taking up weapons and fighting against us, is not one of us. And he said, وَمَنْ غَشَّنَا فَلَيْسَ مِنَّا. And whoever cheats us is not one of us, right? So cheating other people is obviously very wrong. And this is exactly the issue that we have with riba, right? Because it's considered something that we're doing that is injustice, where the profits and losses are not shared. So all of these things I'm mentioning, right? We have Quran evidence, we have hadith evidence, but we also have just common sense. If something's impermissible, business is impermissible. If you cheat someone, that's wrong. If it's unjust, where profits and losses aren't shared equally, if I said two people are in equity investors, they invest $100 each, some profit is made, one got like $10 back, the other got $40 back, you'd be like, that's not fair. That's exactly what's going on with riba that we want to avoid. Okay, so very, very simple concept. I also want to relate this to, so this is something I learned about recently. If you go to Yahoo Finance and you look up a stock ticker, there's actually a little tab at the end called sustainability. So usually you can see like, their income statements and balance sheets and historical data analyst opinions. There's a little thing at the end that I didn't see before, I didn't know about before, I don't think it existed, called sustainability. When you click on that for any company, it actually brings this up, okay? And it says, does this company deal with adult entertainment and pornography? Does this company deal with pesticides? Because now we know that pesticides are bad for us. Does this company deal with alcohol? By the way, this is not like muslimfinance.yahoo.com, right? This is finance.yahoo.com, okay? They recognize gambling is bad. They recognize adult entertainment is bad. They recognize alcohol is bad. Tobacco, controversial weapons, right? All of these things. So these are all different filters and screens that we need to use from an ethical standpoint, but Islam is teaching us exactly the same thing as what's compliant with normal ethics. Now, notice they don't say here something about like, what if this business deals with riba? Well, we've come to the point now through evolution, and Shaykh Mustafa talks about this, where interest is no longer considered haram by Christians and Jews and others. So they engage in it. But for us, if we could add something, we would add something that says, does this business deal with riba? But however, that doesn't exist over here, and that's something that we will talk about when I come to investing in stocks. But the basic concept here is ethical finance equals Islamic finance, and these principles are universal, okay? Form versus substance. Let's talk about this briefly. I want to ask you guys a question. If I said, I want to buy a house, and it's going to be an interest-based, or let's say you want to buy a house. You came to me, and you said, I'm going to buy a house. Sabia has asked a question, so I'm going to use Sabia as an example. Sabia wants to buy a house, and she comes to me and she says, it's interest-based house financing from Bank of America. Is this halal? So let me ask you, is it halal? Interest-based house financing from Bank of America.
Intuitively, no.
Okay, people are saying no. I see everyone saying no. Adil, the question is, how do you know if a company is dealing in these? Go to finance.yahoo.com. Click on sustainability. Okay, what if I said it's not Bank of America, but it's Bank of Islam? Interest-based house financing from Bank of Islam.
It's the interest piece that's relevant, I think.
Okay, it's the interest piece that's relevant. Okay, good point. I knew you were going to say that. Profit-based house financing from the Bank of Islam. Amin sold. Mujahid is a little bit skeptical. Adil says no. Okay, let me see if I can convince more of you. Okay, you guys aren't getting convinced yet. Nothing changed by the wording. Saad says nothing changed but the wording. Okay, interesting concept, Saad. We'll talk about that. Okay. What if I said it was Shariah compliant? I'm telling you, it's Shariah compliant. Asim says you have to look at the details. Okay. I need to try and convince more of you. What if I took the halal sticker? You know, the one that you get on your like food, chips boxes, and you know, meat products at Vaughn's and whatever. Halal, 100% certified halal. Put the sticker on it. Are you convinced? Anyone still not convinced?
Sheikh, this would be a game changer for people if they understand why.
Right. Okay. Okay. What if I say, and I was going to put Sheikh Mustafa's name there, but I didn't have time to make a stamp for him, and I already had a stamp for me. Certified by Sheikh Umar. Adil sold.
I'm sold
now.
but
Okay, I think people are sold now. Okay, but the reason that you might be getting sold is because you might know me, okay? You might know me. Needs a mufti, okay. Sheikh Mustafa saying this needs a mufti, okay. You know what? Forget that. Here, mufti certified. Sheikh Mustafa and I, for those that don't know, Sheikh Mustafa and I are both in a iftar program. So inshallah, later this month, we're both going to be certified muftis, okay? Which means that we will have a certification that allows us to give rulings in a very formal way. Okay? So the point here is, and somebody was asking this earlier, let's get to the bottom line. The point is not if I put my stamp on it or not, right? Like, the point is not if Sheikh Mustafa puts a stamp on it. The point is it actually halal or not? What does it actually mean to call it halal? Is renaming interest to profit enough? And hopefully all of you know that it's not enough, right? The issue is, I got this flyer. This came to our house about like 6 weeks ago. I want you to look at this flyer. There's some ground chicken thighs. This is from, I think, Fresh Choice, restaurant up in like Anaheim Hills area. And they sent this flyer, and they're selling halal chicken, right? Look at what they're selling over here on the left side that they're stamped as halal. It's pork, and they're calling it halal, right? So calling something halal doesn't make it halal. Calling interest profit doesn't make it profit, okay? And somebody said this earlier, changing the words doesn't matter. So there's this principle that we have in Islamic law called al-umuru bi maqasidiha, that matters are judged by what they're achieving, what's actually going on, what's happening, right? And a more detailed branch of that principle is al-ibratu fil uqudi bil maqasidi wal ma'ani la bil alfazi wala bil mabani, okay? So what it's saying is that in a contract, we don't look at the words. We don't look at what the words are saying. We look at what actually is happening. So for example, if I say, I give you this phone, right? Normally, that would be a gift, right? If I say, I give you this phone, that is considered a gift. But if I say, I give you this phone for $100, now that gift is no longer a gift. It is now called a sale, right? What if I say, I gift you this phone for $100? That doesn't make it a gift. It's still a sale. What if I say, I will let you borrow this phone, right? By default, if I just say, I will let you borrow this phone, that's a loan. If I say, I will let you borrow this phone for $10 a month, right? I'm not letting you just borrow it. I'm actually leasing it or renting it to you. So what matters not is the words, right? What matters is what's being achieved. Okay, so if I say, I give you a gift, you give me a gift. That's not two gifts. That's actually a sale. Right? I give you, like, if I make it conditional, right? I say, I'll give you this phone if you give me your computer, right? Then that becomes a sale and not a gift. So it's a very, very important concept. And this is why we look at form versus substance, okay? So what we don't look at is the words, we look at what's actually being achieved. And let me just kind of go through this really quickly. So for example, Amin says, I will sell you this watch for $100 today, okay? And a year from now, what I want you to do is sell me the watch back for $200. That you can look at and people will say, well, that's just two sales, one for $100, one for $200, right? Is this sale by itself halal? Just by itself, if I didn't have any conditions, if I just say, I'm selling you a watch for $100, is this okay? Okay. Is this sale by itself? If I just said, I'm selling you a watch for $200, is that allowed? Yeah. These two individual sales are not a problem. But Sheikh Mustafa used a very nice analogy last time. He said, unlike food, where if I take all halal ingredients, right? If I take, make a salad, right? I have the lettuce and the salad dressing and some nuts and some, extra things added in there, oil and whatever. If I mix all of this together, I get something halal at the end. In contracts, you can actually cheat by saying, if I combine these two sales together and I make one conditional on the other, this is no longer just two sales. That's cheating. And who you're trying to cheat? Allah, right? What's actually happening is it's almost like the watch doesn't exist because the watch went this way and the watch came back, right? So if you ignore that, what you end up with is $100 went that way, $200 came back. And this is what we call hila. In Islamic fiqh language, we call it hila, or the plural is hil, which is like tricks or workarounds or loopholes. And we even talked about an example in the last session of the Christian church, the Catholic church doing this, right? And some people do this, they take it like to a whole nother level. There's examples in classic books of fiqh which are just awesome. They'll say, or not even classic, modern books, right? You'll find, for example, let's say, you have $500 zakat due, okay? What you might do is you say, I need to give this $500 to a poor person, but I don't want to lose my money in zakah. So I'll take a check and I'll write $500 on the check. I'll take that check and I'll take like a sack of rice, right? And then I'll put that check in the sack of rice, right? And I'll give that sack of rice to this like really poor person out in a remote area who doesn't even know what bank accounts or checks are, right? So I give him the sack of rice and there's a $500 check in there. And I give him that bag of rice and I say, you know what? I gave him rice and I gave him $500 with that. I know he's never going to deposit the check. But I gave it to him. I gave him $500 in zakat, right? This is the kind of workaround or loophole that fiqh books talk about, right? There's all kinds of silly loopholes. We don't want these loopholes because what we're trying to do with these loopholes is cheat Allah.
Yeah, let's take another one. Let me chime in here for a second.
Yeah.
Another potential loophole in paying zakah, right? If you own money, right, for the period of a year, a lunar year, you have to pay zakah on it. So let's say you have $1 million and you're supposed to pay zakah on that $1 million. So what do? The books of fiqh mention, say, you know what? Someone came up with an idea. I'm going to gift this $1 million all to my wife. And she's gonna now gift it back to me. So you know what? Technically, your money transferred completely to your spouse. So you don't need to pay zakat because you don't own that money anymore. And then when it's her time to pay zakat, she transfers it all back to you and you don't need to pay zakat anymore. So Imam Ghazali mentions this in one of his books, and he says, you know, this is a trick that people can do based upon their knowledge of what they've learned about the rules of zakah. But on the day of judgment, Allah knows exactly what you're doing. So it's not gonna benefit you in any way. So there's a lot of these little tricks that can be played in many different things.
Yeah, and this is why the important concept is, what are you trying to achieve? Not the little individual transactions. Is giving a gift to your wife halal? Yes, obviously, there's nothing wrong with that. You can give her a gift of as much money as you like. That's not a problem. Is your wife giving you gift a problem? No, that's not an issue either. So individually, those things are not an issue. It's when you combine them together with an intention to cheat Allah, it becomes an issue, right? And this is why the Prophet ﷺ said, and it's narrated from him by Abdullah bin Mas'ud, Naha Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam an safqataini fi safqa, that he prohibited putting two transactions or two contracts within one contract, right? Because if you say, I'm going to sell you this watch today, you're going to sell it back to me, what you're actually doing is just achieving an interest-based loan, okay? Okay, so now we're going to get into the actual Islamic contracts, okay, and talk about them in detail, and hopefully don't get too worried about the Arabic terminology. So the first one is ijara. And ijara just means providing the use of something in return for a fee, aka rental, aka leasing, aka employment, okay? So if I say I will rent you this phone for $10 a month, that is considered ijara. If I say I will give you this house on rent for $1,000 a month, that is ijara. If I say I will render my services to a company called SpaceX and provide them the use of my intellect and my capabilities and what I do for them, that is a type of employment. That is also ijara, okay? It's very simple to understand. It's just rental. Very similar to conventional rental and conventional leases. Now, there are certain conditions, like I said, the object that you rent must exist. The object that you rent must be something that you own. I can't rent someone else's house. I can't like rent something that doesn't exist. I can't give you a strawberry for rent because it's something consumable, and when you give it back to me, you'll either have eaten a portion of it or all of it, or maybe it expired because strawberries will go bad over a period of time. So it needs to have something that has useful value. It needs to be something that's halal. It shouldn't be something that's consumable. There's obvious things that come along, but I don't want to get into all of the fiqh details, other than say, if you use common sense, you can come to most of these conclusions, that ijara is roughly equivalent to conventional rental, and the customs of conventional renting also apply. So for example, if I rent a house from someone and a light bulb goes bad, who is responsible for changing the light bulb? It's a question for all of you. There's an excuse for me to drink water. Saad says landlord. Saad, you've got an amazing landlord, mashallah. Most people are saying the person renting, the tenant. Okay, let me make it like more basic. If there's like dirt on the floor, okay, like on a daily basis, who cleans the floor? The tenant does, okay? If the dishwasher goes bad, who replaces it? The landlord, okay? You guys know your customary stuff, what's called urf, from a fiqh standpoint. Who pays the insurance on the house if there's insurance? Who pays the taxes on the house? So Ali simplified it. He said the minor repairs are done by the tenant, major repairs are done by the landlord, the taxes and insurance are paid by the landlord. Somebody shared their address. I don't know if that's the house for rent. That might be an advertisement. I'm not really sure. If anyone's interested in that house, please contact Umer. But anyway, these things there's pretty conventional. There's and I'm making it somewhat simple. There's a little bit of different terms, like Alim's pointing out. Commercial rent is a little bit different than residential rent. So commercial rent, the tenant is responsible for a few more things. But the basic idea is it's rental, and you follow the urf, or the custom, when it comes to what is the responsibility of the landlord and what is the responsibility of the tenant. And the reason I'm getting into a little bit of detail here is we need to understand that these things are a type of contract between at least like two people, right? So ijara, you have someone who's a landlord and someone who's a tenant. And the landlord has responsibilities and the tenant has responsibilities. And if we said the fridge, the $10,000 fancy custom fridge in the kitchen went bad, and now the tenant, obviously, like the tenant was negligent with that, the tenant may need to replace the fridge. But if the tenant was just using it for daily use, they treated it very well, they didn't put anything bad in the fridge, they didn't do anything wrong with it, and the fridge went bad, it's the landlord's responsibility to replace the fridge. And if we said it's the tenant's responsibility, then that would not be fair and just, okay? So there's roles to play, and we need to make sure we're being fair and just with these things. The next transaction I'm going to talk about is musharaka, okay? And we're going to take a break soon, by the way, in a few minutes, in case you're wondering. So musharaka, the way that musharaka works is it's basically a partnership. I'm going to invest 50%, I'm going to invest 50%, we're going to buy an ice cream shop, okay? That is a musharaka. Or two people come together and they want to pull together a fund, and they're going to invest in stocks together. Or they pull money together and they're going to, whatever it is, right? Multiple people come together, it could be two or more people, and they all invest money and they all share in the profit and loss. And this is pretty much the most pure type of partnership you can have, okay? So let me ask you one question. If two people are investing together, do they have to share an equal amount of investment? So can one person bring 50%? What I'm describing is one person brought 50%, the other person brought 50%. What if one person brought 25% and the other person brought 75%? Islamically, is that okay? Everyone's saying it's okay. Not necessarily, yeah, I'm just saying, like, is that concept, right? That concept's okay. Okay, good. So let's talk about how profit and loss works, because this is kind of the key for what makes it fair or not fair. How does profit and loss sharing work in musharaka? So I'm going to ask you, two people invest money together. We have partner A and partner B, okay? And they both invest $100,000 each. So you have $100,000 from partner A, $100,000 from partner B. If partner A says, my profit is going to be $5,000 each month, do you think that's okay? Try and apply common sense ethics. Why not? It's profit. Why do you have a problem with profit? Everybody said profit was halal. Now you want to stop profit. So please explain to me. Stipulating makes it guaranteed. Okay. Didn't say how much profit the business is making. Okay, yeah. The basic point is I put in $100,000. Now I'm saying I'm going to take $5,000 every month as a profit. That's a guarantee. That is just pure interest, right? It's guaranteed return. That can't work. What if I said, instead, I'm partner A, that I will get 5% of my investment as profit every month? Okay, some of you might recognize it's saying the same thing, okay? It's the same thing. I'm gonna get $5,000 a month. Yeah, that doesn't work either. What if I say, I'm 50% partner, right? I put in 100,000, the other partner put in 100,000. What if I say I'm gonna get 50% of the profit? So whatever the total company makes, I'm gonna get 50%. Is that okay? Everyone's good with that. Okay, good. Alhamdulillah. So this is the basic concept in musharaka, okay? That the investments and the profits, everybody invests, everybody profits, and the profits should not be guaranteed in any way. It should be generally based on a percentage, okay? Profit cannot be fixed. Profit cannot be percentage of investment. Profit should be a percentage of the profit. Okay, let me ask you a different question. What if we already said that we can vary in the partnership percentage. So I can invest 40%, someone else can put in 60%. What if we own the company 50-50, but one of the partners doesn't want 50% profit, he wants 60% of the profit. So one person owns 50%, wants 60% of the profit. The other person owns 50%, wants 40% of the profit. Or no, not wants, let me try that again. Two people own 50% each. One of them wants 60% profit. We have on its face, no, depends. Okay, seems fishy. Depends on the contract. Okay, maybe one partner is managing partner for extra profit if they agree. Okay, interesting question, interesting answers. The answer is it depends. So let's move on to the next topic. No, it's not just it depends, there's more to it, okay? The Malikis and the Shafi'is in the madhab, they say no. This is just not possible. It's unfair. We're not going to allow for this. Why would a person bring in 50% of the investment but take 60% of the profit? The Hanbalis say yes, you can do this. Okay. Now this is one where the Hanafis say it depends. And I will argue that the Hanafis actually are the best when it comes to this opinion. Why is that? It's not because they're leaving it open. The Hanafis don't just say it depends and it stops there. The Hanafis actually say, and they take this middle path that some people hinted at. They said, if I invested 50% of the money, but then in addition to that, let's say maybe I'm part of the management team. Maybe I'm running the business. Maybe I'm the one doing the majority of the work. Maybe I'm the one who's going out and bringing in customers, right? If I'm doing extra work, then it's okay to say, even though my investment's 50%, my profit is going to be 60%. Okay. However, if all you're doing is investing, also known as a sleeping partner, if you're a sleeping partner, then your return cannot be greater than the percentage of your investment. Okay. So the basic idea is, if you're doing extra work for the business, you can take extra profit percentage. And if you're a sleeping partner, you can absolutely not take more profit than what you have invested. The question is, Ibrahim's asking, it opens up a rabbit hole. Basically, at this point, it's like it's a negotiation, right? So if I sell you this phone, we can negotiate back and forth, and I might say $1,000, you might say $800, I might say $900, and so on. We negotiate to what we think is correct, and the same thing happens here. We're trying to determine how much extra effort that partner's putting in, and we will compensate them for that. Okay. So if you put in the extra effort, yes, you can get extra profit percentage. However, it's extremely important, not extremely important, it is mandatory that that profit percentage is set up front. So everybody must know, it's written down in the contract, everybody's agreed to it, that these are the profit percentages for every partner. Alim's asking, do I have to find the madhab of a person? No, don't ask the madhab of a person. Follow the Hanafi opinion, it makes a lot of sense. Okay. The important thing again is the profit is set up front. You can't come back later and say, oh, I wanted extra profit. Well, you should have stipulated that up front. Now, when it comes to loss, there's a consensus across madhahib, across scholars, everything that says the loss that you get on an investment must equal the amount that you've invested. So for example, if there's if you invested 60%, you will take 60% of the loss. Okay. The next topic I'm going to talk about briefly, and then we're going to get to, I have 2 more slides and we're going to take a break, okay? This is this concept of liquidity. So let's say you have a person and he sets up a company. And this little box I have, that's the company, okay? The rounded corner polygon that I have. It's that's the company they formed, and they open a bank account within the company. And they put in $100 in this bank account, okay? And now they want to sell this company And they could sell it for $90 or they could sell it for $110. The problem that happens here is if I sell it for $90, I'm basically doing riba, I'm basically doing interest because I traded $100 for 90. If I sell it for $110, the same thing happens. So I can only sell this company for $100. I can't negotiate the price of the company. So what's the liquidity issue? The liquidity issue is what happens if I form a company and too much of that company is cash? By selling it, by not too much, let's say 100% of the company is cash, right? Or too much of the company, yeah, 100% of the company is cash. By selling it, I'm creating riba. So I need to make sure there's more assets in this company. I can't just sell a company because it becomes cash for cash. And we're going to talk about why liquidity is an issue later when we talk about stocks. Hassan asked, how is the loss calculated if one invests the money, the other partner is the working partner? We're going to talk about that in the next slide. Because what Hassan's asking is, what happens if not everybody invests the money? Musharaka, by definition, everybody invests the money. By definition, everybody invests the money, okay? So that's what the question you're asking is outside the scope of musharaka. So we have another type of contract called mudaraba. And in mudaraba, one person who's called Rabbul Mal, and there shouldn't be a little line on the U, it shouldn't be Rabbul Mal, it should be Rabbul Mal. Rabbul Mal gives the money, and the mudarib is the one who does the work. Okay, so Hassan, your question would apply here. One person's the investor, the other person is doing all of the work. And the profit here is shared by an agreed upon percentage. So let's say I'm investing, I'm giving my mudarib, my partner, I give him $100. I say, go buy things with it and sell them, and you can take 5% of the profit. Okay, that would be how mudaraba works. And I will take 95% of the profit. How does profit sharing work? The profit sharing works the same as musharaka. So I can't say that I'm partnering with you and you're going to get a fixed profit, or that you're going to get, basically you have to make it a percentage of the profit. Can't be fixed up. And it needs to be determined upfront, just like in musharaka. So I can't come back later and say, but I thought I deserved more money. Well, you should have negotiated that in the contract upfront. Okay. Now, there's all kinds of, let's talk about loss first. How does the loss work? That was actually Hassan's question. 100% of the monetary loss is taken by the investor because the mudarib didn't invest any money, right? So they can't lose money. 100% of the loss is taken by the Rabbul Mal. However, what the mudarib loses is they lose the time and effort that they put in into the contract. Can the contract be renegotiated? The contract that you put in place, you can say, I give you this contract, like I'm making you my mudarib for selling my phone. So now you're only able to go sell my phone. Or I could say, I am making you my mudarib to sell anything, buy and sell anything you want for the next 30 days. Or you can buy and sell everything that you want except for stocks. Or you can put all of these different conditions, right? So you can make the contract whatever you want. But once that contract's in place and the contract's gone through execution, you bought things, sold things, invested things, done whatever you've done, you can't come back later and say, well, I didn't like how we structured the contract. Let's renegotiate it. The past transactions that have already happened, and you have to stick by them, right? So if you negotiate a 5% profit for the mudarib is going to get 5%. You can't say like, oh, that wasn't great. I actually wanted to get 10%. You can do it for future, yes. Ibrahim, you can negotiate for the future. Absolutely not an issue. You can renegotiate the contract as long as you're renegotiating for transactions that haven't happened yet. Okay, however, obviously, if the mudarib is negligent, then they will be liable for loss. So if I'm a mudarib and I am buying and selling phones and I didn't put a protective casing on the phone, and I just kind of like tossed it in the air and it fell and broke, then I will have to pay to replace that phone. Alim asked, is it purely investment in a working partner, or can the working partner invest money? The working partner cannot invest money. If the working partner invests money, that becomes musharaka. So the difference between musharaka and mudaraba is musharaka, everybody invests the money. In mudaraba, some people don't invest the money. Okay. And the last transaction, I think I lied. There's one more transaction before I end and hand off, and we take a break, and then Sheikh Mustafa will take over for a bit, and that is murabaha. Okay, and in murabaha, basically it's a cost plus sale. So the way that this works is the cost of whatever you're buying is known to both people, and then you negotiate a profit. So if I say, I bought this phone for $500, and I am selling it to you for $1,000, that is murabaha. You know what I bought it for, and you know how much money I am making on it. Okay? I bought this for $500. I'm selling it to you for $1,000. Murabaha also allows for deferred payment. So I can say, I bought this phone for $500. I'm selling it to you for $1,000. If you give me the $1,000 today, but if you give me the money 2 years from now, I'm going to charge you $1,200. Okay. However, I can do that, and we talked in detail about that at the first part of the seminar. So I'm not going to rehash all of that, but I can charge you that as long as that amount is known upfront. Again, the conditions of the price must be known upfront. Conditions of sale apply. The object must exist. It must be halal, etc., etc. Murabaha originally was not a financing instrument. So it wasn't a way that people would say, let me use murabaha to raise money. Okay. It has now become a way that people raise money. So what they say is, for example, basically, you know that example we used of I will buy something and I'll sell it back to you? Or I will buy something. Actually, you know what? We'll get into this in detail in real estate financing. So I'm gonna save some of that for the real estate part. The problem with murabaha is that it's come to the point where even though it's a cost plus sale, it's often translated into English as installment sale. Murabaha doesn't have to be in installments. Murabaha can be a one-time payment. And often it's translated as deferred payment sale. But murabaha can be, I pay you right now. Only because murabaha is used so frequently for financing, these terms have now become popular for describing what a murabaha is. Okay. Mufti Taqi, he says about murabaha, because the problem with murabaha is murabaha can be abused. Okay. And so you can use murabaha, and for example, there are safes of platinum that people buy and sell in Dubai because it's a way for them to raise money. And the reason they use platinum is because we talked about the riba al-fadl last time, which included gold and silver, but platinum's not included in there. So it's a way, a hila or a trick to buy and sell platinum and raise money using platinum, okay? So because murabaha is so abused, even Mufti Taqi said, you know what, murabaha should only be used for financing as a last resort where profit and loss sharing instruments are unavailable. And he describes murabaha and says it's a borderline transaction Islamically, with fine lines of distinction compared to interest-based loans, susceptible to misuse, not an ideal way of financing. Let me explain. Okay. If I'm selling you this phone, that's not a problem. If I'm selling you this phone and saying, I'll charge you $1,000 for it today, That's not a problem. If I say I'm going to charge you $1,000 today or $1,200 1 year from now, that's also not a problem, as long as we pick one of those two. So we say, I'm selling you this thing, it's gonna be $1,000, you're paying me today. Okay. Or I'm selling you this thing, you will pay me in 1 year, $1,200. Very clear, that's what's gonna happen. That's not an issue. The problem that happens with murabaha is when I say, I want to sell this phone, and you say, I don't have $1,000. Then I say, okay, what if you give me $1,200 a year from now? You say, that would be fine, except I don't have $1,200. I don't have, let me change it. Let me start over, okay? I'm messing up the example. So let me start over. I'm selling you this phone. I say, I'll give it to you for $1,000 right now. You say, I don't have $1,000. You say, what if I give you $1,200 a year from now? I say, no. I want my $1,000 right now. I don't want something a year from now. I need the cash. So I will sell you the phone, but I need the cash. You don't have the cash. You're willing to pay $1,200. You go to the bank, or you go to another person, and you say, can you buy the phone and sell me the phone immediately? So they buy the phone for 1,000. They sell it to you for 1,200. You get the phone immediately. The bank gives me the 1,000, and you give the bank 1,200 a year from now. We'll go over this in the real estate example, okay? But this is why this is how murabah gets abused, okay? If I sold you and I said, give me $1,200 for this phone a year from now, that's not an issue. I give you the phone now, you give me $1,200 a year from now. When we get this third person involved, and I say, and you say, sell this phone to this third person, and I will immediately buy it from that person, and then that person will give you the $1,000 now, and I will give you the bank the $1,200 of that person a year from now. That's how murabaha gets used when it comes to financing, and that's what Mufti Taqi is talking about. Because really, what have you achieved? Remember the watch example? Remember the hila examples, right? Remember combining multiple transactions? What's happened is, look at it. You have to look at it from umuru bi maqasidiha. What did we achieve by these transactions? Number one, I was selling the phone. I sold the phone to the bank for $1,000. So I sold a phone for $1,000 to the bank. The bank gave me $1,000. I gave them the phone. Is that transaction okay? I sold a phone to the bank. Just that transaction, just by itself. Pretend like nothing else happened. That's okay, right? I sold a phone to the bank, or let's not even call it a bank. Let's call it a person. To keep it simple, I sold a phone to a person for $1,000. Nothing wrong with that, okay? And however, the problem happens when you combine all of this together, because what this person did is they knew I wouldn't sell them the phone unless I got cash now. So they worked with this third person for the third person to buy the phone, and they bought the phone from the third person, making it a condition that saying, hey, if you buy the phone from them, I will buy the phone from you, right? Doing all of this, making it really, really tricky. That's the part of the problem with murabaha. If you don't do all that trickery stuff, then just me selling you the phone for $1,200 and getting the money in a year is not an issue. Okay, we'll revisit this one when it comes to real estate financing. I just want you to understand the basics of murabaha. The basics of murabaha is, it actually just means I sold you a product, you know the cost, you know the profit. It allows for deferred payment, but this third party stuff is what gets really, really weird, okay? So at this point, we'll take a 10-minute break until 10:55, inshallah. And when we resume, we're going to cover two other types of contracts, and then we're going to get into real estate financing, and we'll get into banks. So everyone be back by 10:55 California time, inshallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah. Wa ba'd. I just want to make sure, can everyone see me and the presentation at the same time? Yes, okay. Let me, I guess I'm the only one who cannot for some reason. Give me 1 second. There we
I
go.
couldn't see me either. I could only see the slides. I don't know why.
Okay,
that
now
is.
I got the chat. Okay, perfect. All right, so there's another type of contract called a forward sale or an advanced sale, or basically an advance payment, which is known in Islamic fiqh or Sharia as salam. Okay, so sometimes when people read it, they look at it and think it's salam. It's not like salamu alaikum, it's salam. Okay, so we wrote the Arabic word here for you. Now, what a salam contract pretty much is it's a sale, but normally when you're selling something, so far we've talked about, you have an item, and when you're selling that item, let's say I have my phone and I want to sell this phone, and I'm gonna sell it for, let's say, $500. I give the phone immediately and I get the money immediately. So that's a normal sale. Another type of sale, which we looked at, is a deferred sale. Almost synonymous with murabaha, even though that wasn't the original term. But it's a sale where I give you this thing and you're going to pay me my $500 1 year later, or installments over a period of 1 year or 10 years or whatever it may be. But we're looking at now a different type of contract, and that is that I have this phone. Let's say I have this phone and I'm selling it for $500. I want you to pay me the $500 right now, but I'm not going to give you this phone now. I'm going to give you the phone after 1 year. So I want my money now, but you're going to get the item 1 year later, right? So normally this is not allowed, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about why it's not allowed, but normally this is not allowed. And the reason why is because in a sale, there are conditions. Okay, this is an Islamic contract. In the Islamic law, there are conditions of a sale. So condition number one is that the thing you're selling must exist, right? So if I tell you, you know what, I'm going to sell you, I think this is an iPhone 11. I'm going to sell you the iPhone 15 for $1,000. iPhone 15 has not come out yet. It doesn't exist. So how can I sell it to you? I can't sell it to you, right? So that is something that would not be allowed. Okay, that is something that would not be permissible from an Islamic perspective. The second option is, the second condition is that you have to have ownership of that item. So what ownership basically means is that I need to completely own this item. It needs to belong to me. I cannot take, Sheikh Umar's phone and say, hey guys, I'm selling it for $500. And he doesn't even know about it. He doesn't approve of my sale. That would not work. And the third condition is that I need to be in possession of that item. Okay. Now, possession, there's a lot of discussion about possession versus constructive. Basically, I need to have taken full responsibility of that item. So if Sheikh Umar sold me his phone, I paid him the money. Technically, it's almost my phone. I own it now because I gave him the money and he said, yeah, I'm giving you my phone. But I have not actually picked it up from him yet. It's still in his house. I have not taken possession of the item, in the sense that if something happens to it, he's still liable. So even though I kind of own it in a way, the liability, there's still an aspect of liability on him because I have not taken possession of my phone yet. So in Islamic law, you're not allowed to sell something which you don't fully own, and you're not allowed to sell something until you've taken possession. And if not physical possession, then at least some type of constructive possession, meaning like I have, someone on my behalf, I go send, my son to go pick up the phone from Umar. I don't have it in my possession, but somehow an agent on my behalf has gone and taken control of it, such that responsibility is shifted away from the original owner, and now it's shifted over to me through my agent in some capacity. So this is what's required in Islamic law. Now, when it comes to so normally when it comes to a forward sale, or basically asking someone to pay money up front, is not going to be allowed, right? Because we're talking about the idea of ownership is not there. So for example, if I want to sell iPhone 11, which exists, you know, I could potentially get it, but I don't have one. And I say, you know, I'm going to go buy one, right? I'm not allowed to make that sale in Islamic law. The reason why I'm not allowed to make that sale is because, you know, it's, I can make a promise, you know, I'm going to try my best to go get one and then I'm going to sell it to you, but it won't be considered a valid sale contract because there's a possibility that I may not be able to procure that specific thing and some other things related to that. So here's what happens. Normally, this is not allowed. It is forbidden to do that. It's forbidden to sell something which you don't own or something which you don't possess or something which is not in existence. But here's what happened. During the lifetime of the Prophet, peace be upon him, he saw that people were engaging in certain types of sales along these lines. And some of these sales were problematic and some of them were not problematic. So this is what happened. There were small farmers, right? And this happens everywhere. Imagine there's a farmer, they want to sell, you know, 1,000 apples. And you want to buy 1,000 apples. But they say, look, I need water. I need a tractor. I need some workers. I need to pay their salaries. Look, I can't even get anything done with my business at all. I cannot get you any crops because I'm going to have to, you know, take care of these crops before I can even sell them to you. And the thing is, they're not ripe yet. So I need to be waiting until they're ready for sale to be selling them to you, right? So farmers needed money to get products ready, to get their crops basically ready for sale. So that was one example where they needed the money in advance and they could not deliver the products right now. Why were they not able to deliver the products right now? Because the products had not even grown yet. So they're not even there yet. They're technically not in existence yet. So they said, we need some money, we need some financing to grow our crops. The second example was merchants. The people of Mecca, they were merchants. And when they migrated to Medina, they remained merchants. They were buying and selling, and there were markets and everything. So they needed money for their trade caravans to go and buy goods. So what would happen? They would go and, you know, imagine this, some merchants that are there, these are among the Sahaba, among the companions, they would do this too. They would say, okay, we're traveling to Syria, or we're traveling all the way down to Yemen. And we're going to go and we're going to buy, you know, 1,000 dinar or 10,000 dinar worth of products. We're going to come back and we're going to sell them, you know, in Mecca and Medina. Now, the thing is, if they had 100,000 dinar, they could buy more products. So there's people who say, look, you're going to Syria. I want you to buy me, you know, some ceramics. I want some type of, you know, plates and cups and stuff. I want them in my house. And I'm willing to pay for them. Go buy them and bring them back. And the person says, look, I'm going to Syria, I'm traveling, you know, and I want to sell them to you, but I don't have enough capital, you know, to buy all that stuff. If you can pay me right now, then I can sell it to you. I can take your money now and I can deliver the product to you later on, right? So this is different. What if the person says, I promise you, I promise you that, you know, I will sell it to you when I come back. A promise is different than a sale. What if they go, use the money, come back and say, oh, you know what? You know what? I came back and I bought these awesome ceramics, these cups and everything, and I'm going to give you your money back, kind of like you gave me a loan, and I'm going to go and sell this for more money to somebody else. I really appreciate the money that you loaned me. So that would be a huge problem, right? That would people would not like that. They would not be happy with that. So this was something that was needed, and this was an original mode of financing. So when the Prophet, peace be upon him, he saw a contract like this, he saw there was a need for it, but he saw that there's massive potential for abuse of having people pay for something in advance that's going to be delivered later. He said, we're going to set some conditions to make sure that we differentiate between an Islamic use of this type of contract versus an un-Islamic use. So he said, the Prophet, peace be upon him, he said, whoever pays for something in advance, then it must be for a specified measure, for a specified weight, and for a specified date as well. Meaning that you need to clarify all of these things in advance. They need to be 100% clear-cut in the sense that They need to be clarified 100% in the sense that everything needs to be clear cut. The date that you're going to be receiving the item is clear cut as well. So we're not talking about the date of payment because you're already getting the money in advance. That's the whole point of this contract. We're talking about specifically when is the when is the product going to be delivered, guaranteed to be delivered. That's what really matters in a contract like this. Okay, so the reason all of this was there is to prevent any type of dispute or any type of deception going on or something like that. So this is something that the Prophet, peace be upon him, allowed. Okay. Now, another reason why would people want to do this, that normally if you're going to give somebody money in advance for some item they're going to deliver later, normally the prepaid price is going to be lower than the spot price, or meaning the price if you were going to get that item, immediately, if you were going to pay for it right now. Okay? So this is actually very good for the buyer, right? Because if I'm buying something, I'm going to get a discounted price. So it's good for me. I'm happy. I'm okay with paying you money in advance because I'll get a little bit discounted price. And it's good for the seller because the seller can get some finance. They get money in advance. They can either grow their crops or they can go to far off land, go buy some products. They could buy more products and they can engage in more sales, and those products are already sold. They don't even need to worry about buying the products, coming back, and then taking the risk. Hey, what if nobody likes my products? What if all the stuff I bought from Syria or from Yemen, I brought it back to Mecca, Medina, people don't like my stuff. So they've mitigated their risk as well because the sale is already done. They got the money and the sale contract is finished. That person cannot back out now, right? They cannot cancel now. So it works very well for both people. And this is something that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he approved. And he said, this is legitimate as long as you meet the conditions. So he mentioned 3 conditions, and the other conditions of trade and sale normally will apply as well. So what happens now is that we have to understand what was the spirit, what is the underlying spirit of this transaction. Very important to keep that in mind always, okay? Underlying spirit is basically that the buyer and the seller, they both wanted products, right? So the buyer wanted the fruit from the farmer. Buyer wanted the items from Syria or from Yemen. He wanted them. And the seller, what did the seller want to do? The farmer wanted to grow products and sell them. The seller wanted to go to a distant land and wanted to buy products that can be potentially sold. So they both had the idea of being a buyer and seller. So there's no problem with that. That was the underlying spirit of the contract. That's what it was supposed to be, and it was allowed by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, what happens is if you bring in the idea of a bank, you say, let's try to use this for some type of modern day financing of other things. Well, who is the seller in this context, right? Let's say you want to buy a house and say, we're going to use a salam contract. We're going to use a forward sale contract to sell you a house or sell you, land or sell you an item or something. A bank would be that third party, kind of like the same issue with third party murabaha. A bank comes in and says, well, we can provide you financing because salam is originally a financing contract. So the idea of financing exists. It has a precedent. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said there's ways to finance. So we can take a forward sale contract or an advance payment contract, whatever you want to call it, and we can kind of make some little modifications to make it Shariah compliant, quote unquote, and we can figure out a way that, we can do some type of finance that we're trying to accomplish, right? Because we're not allowed to use interest. So we're going to use salam. The problem is, just look at the underlying spirit of the contract. A bank is not interested in selling products. A bank is not interested in products at all. How many banks do you know that sell fruit? Does anyone know any banks that sell fruit? Does anyone know any banks that go buy items from somewhere else? Right? They're not interested in that. Right? Banks are not interested in that. That's not what they do. That's not their business. That's not something that matters to them. They don't want to be holding on to products. What's going to happen if they get some products and then they get stuck with those products, they can't sell them? So that's a problem, number one. Number two, in modern day finance, even the buyer has changed. Okay, so we're talking about salam during the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Today, the buyer, when it comes to a forward sale, according to Investopedia, they say investors and traders buy forward when they believe the price of a commodity is going to increase in the future. What are they doing? They're buying forward because they're thinking that this commodity is going to be going up in some way. What was the original buyer of the fruit or the original buyer of the products coming from another country? What was their original intention? Who can tell me? You can type it in the chat box. Who can tell me what the original intention was? Consumption, okay? You can say consumption, possibly. It could be that they wanted to sell the products as well, right? So they say, I'm gonna get the products, I'm gonna go sell it in the market for more money, right? It could be any one of those things. But did they actually want the product to do something with it, either to consume it or to sell it? Yes, they wanted a product, right? The product was not just an excuse to see whether that product's gonna be going up, going down. They're not interested in just the value of it. They're interested in the value that they can sell it from in terms of making some profit out of it, okay? So really the issue mainly here is the seller here, that banks don't buy things, right? So here, a parallel salam contract was invented. And this was invented by some of the Islamic finance companies. So they said, well, what we can do is we can make what's called a parallel salam. Okay, parallel salam is basically this. A bank gives $100. Let's just keep low numbers for now. I'm sticking with Sheikh Umar's $110 example from before. So a bank gives $100 to a client. He says, I need to get back 110 apples. Each apple is $1, right? So because apples are not normally $1 if you're buying in a large quantity, I put sekaiichi apples, which, does anyone know what sekaiichi apples are? Anyone? You're probably going to just look it up, but okay. Basically, these are the most expensive apples in the world. They're like $22 a piece in Japan. So there's something special about them. It's a long story, but anyways, and he says, I want these 110 apples delivered in 3 months. Okay. So in 3 months, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to give you the money right now. I'm going to get 110 sekaiichi apples 3 months from now. But the bank, does a bank want to sell apples, right? Technically, if the bank got apples, okay, it wants to sell these apples right now, like immediately, because a bank is not interested in apples. So they say, okay, we want to take this potential apple contract that we're going to be getting, these 110, and we want to sell this to somebody. But you know what the problem is? They can't sell it. You know why they can't sell it? Because even though they engage in a sale contract, a salam contract is a sale. So they own it, right? The ownership is kind of there, but there's no possession. So they don't have possession of this. So until they actually get possession of these apples, technically they're not able to sell it Islamically. So that becomes problem number one, okay? Problem number two, a bank is not interested in getting stuck with apples. What if the apples don't grow? What if they got just some insect comes and decimates the entire what if the farmer quits and says, I'm shutting down, man. Sorry, I can't deliver these apples to you. Well, guess what? If the bank were to go and sell these apples to someone else, they're liable to deliver those apples. So now they have to go and get the apples from somewhere else. And what may happen? You know what? They go to somebody else and they go, oh, you want a 110 sekaiichi apples? You know what? It's not $1 a piece. It's $2 a piece. Now what happened to the bank? Bank is going to be losing money. They thought they're going to be, investing $100, getting 110. Now they're stuck delivering $200 worth of apples to somebody else. So there's a problem that comes. There's a risk that comes. That's why a bank would not be interested in doing something like this, because there can be a potential problem and banks don't want to take a risk. So in order to remove the risk, what did they do? Okay. Well, you say, well, we can't sell the apples back to the farmer because just like Sheikh Umar explained, that would be a trick. That's like a buyback policy. So that's a little interest trick. They're like, you know what? Okay, here's the money. I'm selling you my phone, and then you're going to give me my phone back, and you're going to give me more money on top of that. It's the same slide that he showed. You remove the phone, the phone disappears from the transaction, and it's trading money one way for different amount of money on the other. That's just straight up interest. So you can make an interest trick, but that's not allowed. Right? So some Islamic banks, quote unquote Islamic banks, Shariah compliant banks, they'll do that. This is their solution. We'll do a buyback little interest trick, and we'll go ahead and call the contract a salam contract, and a salam contract, a forward sale contract, was originally done for the purpose of financing a transaction. So we're doing exactly what the Prophet, peace be upon him, allowed. He allowed financing for a specific reason with the salam contract, except this buyback is a little added trick that was thrown in there to mitigate all of the risk that the bank would potentially get, and you have the exact equivalent of an interest-based transaction. So some scholars came along and said, well, that's definitely not, almost everyone across the board saying that's a little trick, you can't do that. So someone else came up with this clever idea. They said, we got a new trick, right? It's a different trick, but it's not as bad as the first one. The new trick is basically have somebody make a one-sided promise that they're gonna buy 110 apples for $110, because that's what the bank really wants, right? When the bank goes and gives $100 to a client and they're gonna get 110 apples, they're hoping for $110, right? That's kind of their assumption, let's say their expectation. As long as they can get their $110, they go and say, we don't want to be stuck with apples. So what we're gonna do is we're going to, as soon as we make the contract with the client, we give the $100. We're gonna take the proof of delivery of 110 apples coming in 3 months, and we're gonna sell that to someone else, but we're not allowed to sell it, right? Because we don't have possession. So we're gonna go to someone and say, hey, by the way, it's haram for us to sell this to you because we don't have possession yet. But can you make a one-sided promise, a unilateral promise to us that the moment we get these apples from this guy, you will buy the 110 apples for $110 from us? Can you do that? Because a one-sided promise is not a sale it's not a contract sale. It's a promise. I can promise you, hey, next month I'm gonna buy your car from you. But what happens if you're like, oh man, Mustafa's gonna buy my car. This is fantastic. For how much? I'll give you 10,000 next month for your car. Yes. I'm not gonna sell it now to anybody else. I know my $10,000 are coming. Everything's good. But if all of a sudden 1 month passes and I go, you know what? I changed my mind. So, do you have the money? Yeah, I got the money, but I don't want your car anymore. Now what's gonna happen? You're gonna be devastated. You're gonna be like, I made so many plans. I set up my entire life around the fact that you were going to give me $10,000 for my car, and now you're backing out of your promise? How can you do that? Now I've taken a huge risk, right? Because I've taken the risk that you can break your promise. So that is the problem. This is al-kharaju bil-daman. You want the benefit of something, you have to take the risk. You have to take the responsibility of something. Same principle that we've been mentioning across the entire seminar here. It's very important to understand that. So now, a bank or anyone else, they don't want to have this promise, right? Because a promise can be broken. And they say, but we want a guarantee. We want something 100% guaranteed that we're not going to get stuck losing anything. Well, that would be a sale contract. And a sale contract is not allowed. So you can't have the guarantee according to Islamic law. But the promise is not enough. So basically people said, well, we got this new idea that they break their promise, we're going to be stuck with a bunch of apples, right? And we don't want to be, we're a bank, we don't want to be stuck with a bunch of apples. We want $110. So we can eliminate the risk looking at the Muslim scholars. There were some scholars in the Maliki school of thought who took a minority opinion among the scholars, and they say that a promise can be enforced by a court of law. There's a way to take a promise and say, I was going to be the one who was going to buy your car. I told you next month I'll buy your car. I promise you $10,000, I'll buy it. And then I break my promise for whatever reason. I change my mind or whatever, you know. You can take me to court. Normally you cannot. You cannot take anyone to court. You broke a promise. It's okay. I changed my mind or whatever. You know, in the sight of Allah, okay, I promised, but I'm held accountable with Allah. You can't do anything. You have a risk that you have taken. But now if you take this minority Maliki opinion, you can take me to court and say, this guy promised me that he's going to buy this, and now he's backing out on his promise. What happens when you take a promise, whether it's a one-sided unilateral promise to buy something or whatever, and you bring it into a contract, right? It is functionally equivalent to a sale contract because there's like a guarantee of something switching over. So what you've done is you've eliminated, by taking this opinion, you've eliminated all the risk that you normally would have taken. So it becomes just like you selling something which you have not had possession over. And if you didn't have possession over it, it means you did not take any risk. So you figured out a way to eliminate your risk. And this is what some scholars allowed, because they said it's not as bad of a trick as the buyback one. The buyback one is 100% haram. This one is kind of like a gray area, and there's somewhat of a need for it. So maybe we can use it on a temporary basis until things improve and we can establish a proper Islamic economy or something along those lines, okay? That is what a salam contract is, okay? Are there any questions on that? Is it the cube one? Ryuk? Is it the cube one? I don't know what that means. In real estate, normally bank is a bank lending money. They do not own the home. Borrower has to find the home, and the borrower may have a second contract with the bank which they own for a few hours, and borrower has no time to change his mind.
We'll get to that in the
yeah, exactly. We're
financing.
going to get into that. There's a slide on that exactly in detail, and yes, it comes under a third party coming in. The buyback is prohibited only because the price is different from the original sale of the apples, correct? Yes, exactly. Yeah, so if it was exactly the same, then you're just trading the same amount back and forth. There's no issue. But no one's going to do that because no one would be interested in doing that. Question is, can we pre-order items such as books and phones? Yeah, pre-ordering something is something that we all do. You know, some people buy items, they're coming out or something like that. Yeah, we can do that as long as you meet certain requirements and stuff like that.
I mean, a pre-order is effectively what salam means, right? So it's you're ordering, you're paying in advance for something you will take possession of later.
Yeah. Okay, good. So hopefully that's understood in terms of salam and how it can be modified and manipulated to end up doing something different than what it was originally intended to do. Okay, the next contract is called a manufacturing contract. Okay, this is known as istisna. Okay, now those of you who know Arabic, if you read this word in English transliteration without the little dot and without the long I, it sounds like istithna. Istithna means exception. And some people, when they hear istisna, they don't differentiate between istithna and istisna. Istisna means a manufacturing contract, and istithna means an exception. So it's not like this is an exception contract. You can just make a bunch of exceptions. This is a manufacturing contract. So here's what happened, basically. Coming back to the conditions of sale, we said the same things apply. The item must exist before you can sell it. You must have ownership. You must have possession. Now, if you're building something, right? If you're building a house or something, it's not even in existence. How can you sell a house that doesn't exist yet? So technically, according to the original conditions of sale, you can't sell something that's not even there. So let's say there was a tailor. The tailor is producing garments, and they're going to make a custom-made wedding dress, you know, or a custom-made suit for somebody. They need money for the material that they're going to be buying, right? And they're going to be starting their work and all of that. They want to have some kind of guarantee that they're not, you know, losing their money. So what they'll do is they'll say, well, I need some of that money to go and buy the material for you, and I'm going to start the work and all of that stuff. So this is basically originally a financing contract where basically somebody needs money in order to get something started for a reason. Another example would be a home builder, right? Someone is building a home and they say, okay, I want you to build me this home. I'm going to sell you this home. I'm going to construct this home for $100,000 for you. Okay, so you're going to make this home for me, and I need the money for the materials. So I need the money now, though. You can't just say you're going to pay me later or something like that. So I need some of that now. So, and it doesn't have to be the entire thing. In Salam, it has to be the entire amount. In a manufacturing contract, it doesn't have to be the entire amount upfront. So you can pay in advance. Oh, you're going to pay in advance. You can defer part of it, and you can actually pay in installments, but it's still considered to be a type of contract of sale. That's very similar to Salam, except the difference is Salam, the thing is growing or the thing is being acquired. Here, the thing is being constructed, right? And they need basically the money for the materials to be constructing that. So it's very similar to Salam as well. The buyer wanted a product, right? And the seller wanted to sell a product. Both of them are interested in a product, right? The tailor is interested in selling garments that they're going to be making. That's why this is happening. And the person who's buying the garment is interested in either wearing it or taking that thing that's made and going and selling it. But they want an actual item. Same thing with the house, right? A builder. So that's the original point. And what happens is you bring a bank into the equation and say, well, just like Salam, I got this great idea. I can, this was originally used as a mode of financing by the Prophet, peace be upon him, and he allowed it. But a bank is not in the business of building homes. That's not what they do, right? There's not I've not come across a bank that actually builds homes. So banks don't own homes. They don't go and buy homes and then start selling them to other people. That's not what they do. They don't own homes. They don't build homes. They don't build roads. They don't build anything. So when a bank comes along and says, well, this is a great opportunity for me to make some profit, what's happening? The same thing. You have a third party coming in, modifying the contract and bringing two contracts into one, somehow connected to each other, to basically do what banks originally want to do best. And that is give out money on interest with the guaranteed return with a specific rate of profit. That's what's basically happening. And that's what an istisna contract now is being used for. They say, well, someone comes along and says, but that's not allowed. You can't do that because you can't have two contracts in one. And you can't have the buyback and you can't be charging interest. They say, okay, we will make a parallel istisna contract, exactly like a parallel Salam contract. But since we're not interested in building homes or building anything, we can figure out the same way that we did parallel Salam. We can get the risk off of us. We can make sure that this is thrown off to some other party, even before any of the conditions come in. And we use the same tricks as a parallel Salam used. So parallel Salam used the trick of, making a unilateral promise to purchase and using an opinion that you can actually sue someone to guarantee that if they back out on their promise, then they're still going to have to fulfill their promise, right? So using these tricks like unilateral promises or utilizing a trick in murabaha, which we looked at before, or the deferred sale, by using an agent. These are tricks that are used in the industry, basically, to kind of get around the original istisna contract, which was allowed by the Prophet, peace be upon him, and still can be used today. People can use this today. So if you think about it, if someone really, there's a builder and they're going to build a home and they need the money and they need the money in advance. And you say, okay, I'm going to give you the money in advance to buy the materials. And therefore you're going to give me a discount because I'm actually helping you and paying in advance. I should get a discount on that. And that's what happens. Same thing with the tailor. You're gonna go ahead and get this garment made or whatever. You pay them in advance and you're going to be getting a discount. So these things can work, and they can work on massive projects as well. So when it comes to, let's say, a government, okay, people think, oh, Islamic finance, Islamic, not, staying away from riba, staying away from interest. It can never work on a macro level in a big economy. Governments need all of this money to build roads, build infrastructure, and build libraries and all of that stuff. How are they going to build hospitals and government buildings without interest? And istisna contract is a perfect example of how it can be done. They can get their money in advance by making sure that making a deal with the contractor or the person who's going to be constructing that and saying, look, we're going to get you some money in advance while you're building this. Here's the money that you have. And let's say, for example, that they say, well, we don't have enough money to give you right now. They can give them some other type of compensation. So let's say a government wants to build a road. And this happens with like toll roads, right? Let's say a government wants to build a road. They say, okay, you're going to build this road for, $5 billion or something like that. And what's going to happen is we're going to give you the right to collect tolls on that freeway for 10 years or whatever. They make whatever calculation is going to make them some profit in the long run. They say, okay, that sounds like a good deal. Government gets their road made, benefits the people. Contractor, person who's building it is happy as well. Everyone comes out happy, and there was some level of risk that was shared between everyone there. So that is something that's very practical. It's very feasible. Okay, so that is the istisna contract. So are there any questions about that? You're saying that Arabic makharij are important. Yes. So the pronunciation of letters is pretty important. Istisna versus istithna. Manufacturing contract versus an exception to the general rule. Okay. Any questions about manufacturing contracts? So again, they can be misused very easily, and they are misused among many people by using certain tricks to make them resemble an interest-based contract, particularly for real estate. Okay. This means that the seller financing is acceptable essentially if there's no third party acting as a bank. Yes, assuming that the materials are going to be also coming from the seller, right? So if the materials, let's say you go to a tailor and you say, hey, I have my silk that I want in my wedding dress, right? It's like $1,000 worth of silk material. And you provide the material, and you say, now you're gonna go ahead and make this dress for me. If the person is bringing the materials and all of that stuff, then it's just not contract. What kind of contract would it be? You provide material to a tailor to sew $1,000 worth of silk material you provide, and you're gonna buy the dress for, I don't know, $2,000, right? $1,000 extra to get it sewed and ready in the design that you want. That is not, it's just not contract anymore. It switches. So the moment you change a function, it turns into something else. So what contract would that change into? Who can tell me? It's a type of salam? No, not really. It's something else. Something that Sheikh Umar covered recently. Related to SpaceX and his intelligence. Murabaha, no. No, it's not a cost plus sale. It's an ijara. It's a lease, because what are you doing? You're renting, exactly, it's ijara. It is, you're renting the services of the tailor. So what they're doing, you're renting their expertise. Their expertise is, I'm going to make this dress for you, and that's what I'm doing. So that's technically an ijara contract. So with the reason why I'm saying this is that with one little modification, one tiny little modification, a contract that you labeled or thought was istisna changes into something else. Just like if I'm giving you a gift and I say, you know what, look, I really want to give you this iPhone as a gift. I really like you. We've been friends for a long time, and I know you don't have a very good phone. I want to give this to you as a gift. But make sure you give me $10, okay? When I give you this gift to you, it's not a gift anymore. It's changed to a sale. You're giving me I'm requiring $10 in order for me to gift this to you. The gift changed to a sale. Same thing. It's just not contract, manufacturing contract. You say, I'm going to provide the materials for you and all that. It's not a manufacturing contract, because you're not manufacturing anything anymore. Right? You are now, you're making the thing, but you're not going and using the money to originally provide for those materials. So it changes. So it's very important to understand. You make one little change in a transaction, it'll turn into a completely different contract. And even though the original name was something on there, it switched over. And you need to be aware of how people can anyone can put a little name and then throw one little clause in there, and that one little tiny clause causes it to shift over, and every contract has different rules, different conditions, different prerequisites, all of that stuff. So that's very, very important to understand. Okay, any other questions on istisna or manufacturing contract? Okay, there was a question up here. What if the builder is the financed for the house? What if the builder is the financier for the house? That's fine. It's going to be just like the builder in the example that I gave. They're going to go buy the materials. They're going to make the house for you. That's going to work just fine, right? But again, keep in mind the spirit, the essence of how the contract is supposed to function. Okay. So with that, we will move back to Sheikh Umar, who will get back into real estate financing and how to use these contracts for real estate financing.
Can people see my slide? And then, okay, I can see the chat. You can see the slide. Can you see me? Okay, Sheikh Mustafa, you can turn your video off if you like, or you can keep it going if you like.
Will do.
Okay, before we get into this, I just want to do a quick review, make sure everybody's got down what we've covered so far, because if you don't, you might get a little bit lost, okay? So let's just do a very quick review, and then I'll answer any questions, and then we'll move into real estate, okay? So the first type of contract was which one that we covered today? Anyone remember? Ijara. And ijara was what? It's basically either rental of something, or it is employment. You work for someone, they give you wages. You're rendering your own services, and they give you wages for that, or you rent something out. I think that type of contract, hopefully, is very easy to understand. The second type of contract that we covered was what? Basically, I'm asking who took notes, who didn't take notes, right? Musharaka, okay. So in Musharaka, what happens is you have multiple people who pool their wealth together, or their money together, to form a business, and then they all contribute something to that business. They all bring in something, money, products, whatever goods. They all invest in the business, and they all benefit from the profit, okay? And what we said was important, so going back to ijara, what was important in ijara was that people play the roles they're supposed to play, right? A landlord is supposed to take care of major maintenance. A landlord is supposed to, again, in residential, right? A landlord is supposed to take care of taxes. A landlord is supposed to take care of insurance. The tenant takes care of minor maintenance. And if we say, no, the tenant should take care of the insurance, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So we should play the proper roles and make sure that it's conducted properly. Musharaka, what was important to us in Musharaka was making sure that the profits belonged to the risk, al-kharaj bil-daman, that the person who brings in money, they're either a sleeping partner in earning what they invested, or they're actually, putting in effort towards the business as well, and they benefit from an additional profit percentage because of that. The next contract we talked about was mudaraba. And in mudaraba, you had one investor, and then you had one person who is doing the work. You had the Rabbul Mal, the investor, and the mudarib, who's doing the work. By the way, any of these contracts, you can make them more sophisticated, right? So it doesn't have to be one investor. It could be 5 investors. It doesn't have to be one person doing the work. It could be 3 people doing the work. But you take those 3 people and you treat them as one. And you treat 5 investors, you treat them as one, right? So you have, effectively, you have a pool of investors, or a group of investors, and a group of people doing the work. And in mudaraba, again, what was important was al-kharaj bil-daman, that the person who brings in the money, they take the risk. And in this particular case, they would take all of the loss that might come with it. And the mudarib also takes a risk because he benefits from the profit, and he's losing his time or his effort if he does not conduct that contract well. And then the contract we talked after that was murabaha, which is a type of sale. And in murabaha, I'm selling something, and all that matters is I'm selling something, you know the cost and you know the profit, and then I'm selling it to you for. It doesn't have to be deferred. Okay, it doesn't have to be deferred. But people now, as Sheikh Mustafa said, people now almost always make it deferred, and they almost always make it in installments. And again, that's also okay. It's okay for it to be deferred. It's okay for it to be in installments. All of that is fine. The issue comes in usually when you bring in a third party. Okay, it was a contract between two parties. Now you bring in a third person. You start selling back and forth, and things start happening, and you think it's halal. However, this is not something that Sheikh Mustafa and I are fans of. Okay. Then the next contract we talked about was salam, and again, salam is halal. So ijara was halal, musharaka was halal, mudaraba was halal, muraba is halal. Salam is halal as well, as is istisna, right? Both of those are halal contracts, and they have their uses. So we use salam all of the time because all of us are, I think, pre-ordering, right? We make a payment and then we receive the product later. I think everybody uses Amazon or something like it, and so we are paying for something and then we receive that product later. Istisna, same thing. If you're pre-ordering a Tesla, I think somebody asked about that earlier. If you're pre-ordering something that hasn't been made yet, then that becomes istisna, right? So those contracts all are permissible by default, but what's important is that we accept the risks when we conduct those contracts. And when we try to get into parallel salam and parallel istisna and third-party murabaha, we're letting go of some of those risks. So it's very important to stick to those basic principles. So with those contracts, now we're going to take a few of them and apply them in real estate financing, okay? So the first one, before we apply Islamic contracts, I just want to explain how a conventional mortgage works so we can compare to how Islamic mortgages work, okay? What I'm explaining to you isn't exactly how it works. There's like a lot of details. So I mean, like, you can critique this to a large degree, but I'm just kind of giving you the idea of how it works, okay? So basically you have a consumer and then you have a seller, right? Somebody who's, by consumer, I mean like someone who wants to buy something, right? In this case, they're a consumer of the bank, because we're talking about conventional mortgage, but basically there you have a seller of a house and you have a purchaser of a house. Purchaser can also be called a borrower or consumer because they're bringing a loan into the equation. Normally what you want happening is the seller wants the full price for the home. So if I'm selling you a house for $1 million and you say, well, I'll pay you in installments, you're like, no, I probably need to buy another house. Like, can you just give me the full price of the house? So normally the seller wants the full price of the house. The purchaser wants the house itself, right? But what happens is many people are not able to just come up with $1 million to buy a house. So they want to involve a bank, right? So bank comes into the play, also called a lender. And now this is how it works. Conventionally, the bank gives the consumer a loan. It's an interest-based loan. And in return for that loan, the consumer will give them deferred payments in installments, right? I think everybody maybe understands how conventional mortgages work. It doesn't exactly work like this, by the way, right? So you have a title company. The bank doesn't just give you the money. That would be pretty risky of them to just give you the money. So they make sure there's a escrow and title company, and the money goes into the title, and then there's the whole reason it's called a mortgage is because the bank basically has a lien on the house, right? And so if you don't pay them back, they can sell the house and collect the money. But the basic idea, if you look at in effect what's going on, if you ignore the title company and the escrow and all that happens, what happens is you have a transaction going on between two people where one person's giving money, the other person's giving a house, but then you have another transaction going on between the consumer and the bank where the bank is effectively lending the money to the consumer and then a person is paying it back in installments. Now, what happens is $1 million house is not a $1 million house to the consumer because they end up paying the bank over, let's say, 30 years normally, right, in a simple fixed rate mortgage. And maybe instead of $1 million, because they're paying interest on it over a long period of time, maybe it's $1.3 million, okay? So the seller got $1 million, the consumer paid 1.3, and that extra $300,000 went to the bank, but the bank took no risk, okay? The bank took no risk at all. They just gave a loan. Anything happens to the house, bank doesn't care. So this is pure money on money going on over here, which is riba, which is prohibited, which is haram, and that is what we learned last weekend, right? Or the first part of the seminar. Okay, so moving into how can you buy a house using Islamic mechanisms, right? Sharia compliant halal stickers. How do we get the halal stickers to show up? The first mechanism that I want to talk about is musharaka mutanaqisa. Okay, so musharaka, as we said, was a partnership, right? Musharaka mutanaqisa is a specific type of musharaka in which we have declining or diminishing co-ownership. How does this work? So we have a consumer over here, right, or a purchaser. Let's say it's me. I want to buy a house. This is the house I want to buy, but I do not have the money that I need to buy the house. So I need someone else to help me out, okay? So in comes the Islamic bank, okay? And what we do is we decide we're going to form a partnership. So this is a musharaka. We have formed a partnership, and into this partnership, what we will do is, let's say it's $1 million house, and I only have $100,000, okay, in the bank. So I will form a partnership, and into this partnership, I will put in $100,000, and my Islamic bank will put in $900,000. Okay? So now we jointly own this house. I own 10% of the house, and the bank owns 90% of the house. And what we agree to do is that over time, I will buy more and more of the house. Okay, so over time, I will give the bank more money and buy portions of the house. However, what I can't do is just fix up front and say, I will buy it for this much, right? What I can say is, I will buy the house from you in over periods of time. And next year I'll buy like another 10% or another 5% or something like that. And then the year after I'll buy more, I'll buy more, I'll buy more. And as I buy more, I'll pay you the market price. So if I want to buy another 10%, we'll look at that, let's say 2 years from now, I want to buy another 10%. We'll look at the market price. Maybe now the house is worth 1.1 million. I'll have to pay you 110,000 for that next 10%. I'm not just going to pay you 100,000. And there's also the other part of the house, the part in red, because the bank is red, the buyer's in green here. The part that's in red, I don't own that part. So what I'll do is I'll pay you rent on that, okay? So effectively you have a musharaka contract, and then you have an ijara contract for the part that you don't own. The part that you own, you don't have to pay rent on. The part that you don't own, you have to pay rent on. And that rent should be equal to the market rent. So if this house is renting out, for example, for $5,000 a month, then I have to pay on now 90% of that $5,000. Okay, so it's $4,500 a month that I would have to pay. Now, a question you may ask is, now I'm mixing contracts together again, right? Because basically I have musharaka going on over here between the bank and the consumer, and then I have ijara going on between the bank and the consumer. And I said earlier, and Sheikh Mustafa talked about this, is we shouldn't try and combine contracts, right? In fact, the Prophet ﷺ said, do not combine multiple contracts. And the answer to that is, when we're combining multiple contracts, we have to look at what we're achieving, okay? What's the net result? Is al-kharaju bil-daman being achieved? Are we putting liability where liability belongs? Is the person who's investing the money taking the appropriate risk? And so on and so forth. So we'll get back to that concept, okay? Don't worry about that too much right now. But basically, it started off with this person buying 10% of the house, the bank buying 90% of the house. Usually you form an LLC. The LLC is owned by both of you, a limited liability corporation. That buys the house. You own 10%, bank owns 10%, okay? Now, over time, you might buy another 10%, so you get to 20%, 30%, 50%. Eventually you end up owning the house. Okay, so in effect, what we have going on here is not one contract, not two contracts, but three contracts, okay? So the first one is us doing musharaka to combine together our funds. The second one is the rental that I talked about. And the third one is you continuing to buy more and more over time, okay? So it's all the purchase contracts and all the rental contracts. And we'll get to So the question becomes, we're combining multiple contracts. How is this different than conventional mortgage? Let's look at that a little bit. In the conventional mortgage, the house was $1 million. Over 30 years, we paid 1.3 million. Here we have musharaka mutanaqisla. House is $1 million. Over 30 years, you also might spend 1.3 million. Okay. In both cases, you have 3 parties involved. In both cases, you have multiple contracts going on. So now I want to ask you, aren't they the same? Adil, don't worry, we will get to the stocks, inshallah. The real estate part's not that long. I'm asking you, we had the conventional sale. I'm asking all of you. We had the conventional mortgage where you bought $1 million house for 1.3, and then you have musharaka mutanaqisla. You're buying $1 million house for 1.3, installments over a period of time. You have a person who wants to buy the house, and then you have a bank who's doing the financing, right? Effectively. Some people are saying it's the same, some people are saying not the same, some people are not really sure what to say. Does the intent make a difference? Well, the intent is, in both cases, the intent was for the consumer to buy a house and for the bank to help them and for the seller to sell the house. But Hassan, you're on the right track, right? The reason is you're on the right track. It's the intent matters a lot, but also what matters is, are we sharing risk properly? Okay, so let me ask you this question, because they were looking kind of the same, but in this contract of musharaka mutanaqisla, who pays for the major repairs, the taxes, and the insurance? Saad says the buyer, the borrower, both, tenant. Okay, great. The way that it should work is, we talked about this in musharaka, right? The way that it's supposed to work. So the way that it's supposed to work, sorry, my daughter just walked in. So the way that it's supposed to work is the bank and the consumer are both sharing in buying the house. And so if the consumer owns 10% of the house and the bank owns 90% of the house, then the consumer pays 10% of the taxes and the major repairs, and the bank owns 90% of the house, so the bank will pay 90% of the insurance and 90% of the taxes, okay? That's how musharaka mutanaqisla works, is the bank and the consumer are both sharing in the costs that are associated with the house. That is not how a conventional mortgage works, okay? So there's the first bit of difference that you see between the two, right? Another question I have is, who profits and who loses, for example, if the price of the house goes up or the price of the house goes down? Ibrahim, yes, it would be stipulated in the contract itself. Both, okay? Sayed says buyer, Ibrahim says TY. That, thank you. I don't know. So, okay. So there's all kinds of answers. If it, Adam says, why is it diminishing? It's diminishing because in the contract you said you're buying pieces over time. So the idea, the intent behind the contract is that the consumer has less and less ownership over time. The consumer has more and more ownership over time, and the bank has less and less ownership over time. That's what's called diminishing musharaka, or declining co-ownership, okay? So what happens in this case is profits and losses are actually shared. Give me just 1 second here, please. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So what happens is, when I say who benefits from appreciation and depreciation, think about it this way. If I owed 10% of the house at the beginning, right, and the bank owned 90%, when next year I'm about to buy more from the bank, right, I buy more from the bank and the price of the house went up, I pay more to the bank. So the bank actually benefited from a portion of the appreciation. They benefited from that, they benefit from what they own, and I, as the consumer, benefit from what I own. So 90%, the bank benefits from the appreciation, 10%, I benefit. 15 years down the road, when I own 50% of the house, I benefit from the appreciation 50%, they benefit from the appreciation 50%. So for example, this applies in the installments, right? When the bank sells to me, they keep making money or they keep losing money, depending on which way the house prices are going. In addition to that, let's say I'm 15 years into the contract, and now I decide I want to sell the house, or the bank, whatever, the two of us as partners, we decide we want to sell the house, right? When we sell the house, if the house price went up, I take 50% of the profit, and they take 50% of the profit. So both of us benefit from the appreciation. If the house price went down, I take a loss and they take a loss. We share in that, okay? Unlike a conventional mortgage, the bank could care less if the price of the house goes up or down. It does not matter to them at all. They have a loan, they will get their interest payments. In this case, the bank cares. So you see how in this particular scenario, the bank might care about what house you're buying. Let me ask you a question, right? In a conventional mortgage, does the bank look at your house and go, well, that's not in a nice school district? Hey, that house is like not in a nice area. You should get one on a cul-de-sac or something like that. Does the bank care about that when you're doing a conventional mortgage? Bank doesn't care. In this scenario, do you think the bank cares? It's like, no, you know what? That's not a nice school district. You shouldn't buy the house there. Because yes, the bank cares, right? Because the bank is participating in the profits and losses. They want to make sure you're buying a good house in a nice area where the price is going to go up. So the two partners, which is the bank and you, have the same interests at heart. Both of you share the profit. Both of you pay for the repairs and the costs. And both of you are interested in making a good investment. Okay. Similarly, both of you may lose money if there's a natural disaster, right? If there's no insurance in the house, or even if there is insurance and there's a deductible, right? Like in California, most people don't buy earthquake insurance. So if there's an earthquake that destroys the house, you have to share in the profits and the losses, right? So if you lose money, you will share in that again. What happens if you can't pay? Well, in a conventional mortgage, if you can't pay, let's say we're in year 29 of the contract, right? And I have already paid $1.25 million or something like that. Like I've already paid most of the price of the house. And I own like 90 some high percent of the house. And now all of a sudden I lose my job and I can't make payments. What happens in the conventional system is the bank will seize the house, sell the house, and then they will give back what to me? Nothing. They get nothing back, okay? So they just take the house and they get their money and they get out of the contract. In an Islamic contract, what happens is the bank will take the house, okay? That will, they'll try and work with you until you get your job back, something like that. And if you still aren't able to pay, then what they do is they sell the house and they say, you know what, we sold the house, but you own 95% of it. So here's the 95% of what we got when we sold the house, and we owned 5%, so we'll take that 5%, and because that is what we deserve. Okay, so that's how a diminishing musharaka or a musharaka mutanaqisa works. And the idea is Islam is teaching us to establish a fair, just, and equal partnership. Okay? Alim, yes. Muhammad, we can get to your question in the extended Q&A, inshallah. Very, very good question. Okay, so this is how a diminishing musharaka or musharaka mutanaqisa or declining co-ownership program works. Or let me phrase it differently. This is how it's supposed to work, okay? This is how a perfect diminishing musharaka contract would work. Now, some of the companies that you might go to that say they do musharaka, they do not follow all of these rules. When they don't follow the rules, that can create some problems, okay? But this is how it's supposed to work. Now let's get to murabaha-based house financing. So as we said, murabaha was a sale of an item, which you can sell on a deferred basis. So here's how murabaha works. Again, we have a consumer who wants to buy a house. We have a person, sorry, we have the seller of the house. This orange person over here is the seller of the house. This green person here wants to buy the house, and we put the bank in the middle to help us out, okay? So the customer goes to the bank and says, I want to buy a house, and the house that they want belongs to this person over here, right? And basically this is how it works. So the bank gives the seller of the house immediately the $1 million. So the bank does a standard sale, like just a regular sale. It's not even murabaha, it's just regular sale. The bank gives the seller the $1 million. The seller gives the bank a house, and the bank gives. So the bank does is the bank will do a murabaha sale with the customer. Okay. So in this example, the bank says, I will give you the house now. I will sell it to you now. You pay me 1.4 million in installments over the next 3 years. By the way, the fact that I mentioned 1.3 earlier and it's 1.4 now, that doesn't matter. Like, don't worry too much about the numbers, right? So in the murabaha sale, we had said it was okay, like we had said earlier, murabaha, it's okay for this transaction to happen. You can sell a house and say, give me 1.4 million in installments over 30 years. This sale is also fine. You can sell a house for $1 million, right? That's not an issue. So both of these sales individually are not an issue. But similar to parallel salam, parallel istisna, third-party murabaha has a lot of conditions that get placed on it, which make it somewhat problematic, okay? So I was gonna ask you the question, is this okay? But let me save you that and explain it to you, okay? So this is how it works in reality. Number one, person comes, they don't go and find the house first, okay? They come to the bank first. This is how it works in reality. They come to the bank, say, if I need to buy $1 million house, will you sell it to me? Will you help me with that? Bank will say, oh, let me look up your credit history. Yep, you seem reliable. Yeah, we will do that. Say, okay, cool. So I know I'm approved. By the way, that part's not a problem. So far, not a problem. But then you say, well, I want to choose the house because bank doesn't care about the house. Bank does not care about the house at all. They want you to choose the house because it's for you. So you come and say, you know what, bank, I will go buy the house. But there's a problem there because the bank needs to buy the house, right? Murabaha, the bank needs to buy the house. So the bank says, let me make you an agent of the bank for buying the house. Now, making someone an agent for a transaction is halal. It's not a problem, right? So the bank makes you the agent for you to go select a house and find this orange person to sell you this particular house. Then the bank says, by the way, not only are you going to be an agent, I have another promise I want you to make. The promise I want you to make is, if I buy this house, you will buy it from me. In fact, we're going to put that in a contract, right? Remember Sheikh Mustafa said, he talked about the promises. Promises are by default, not enforceable in the court of law, and Islamically. However, by taking the minority Maliki opinion, we say, we're going to design a contract. In that contract, we're going to say, we're making you our agent. We are asking you to buy a house that you're choosing, and we're making you promise legally that you will buy that house so that we're not stuck with that house, because we don't really want to own a house. There's risk there. What if we get stuck with the house? Let's get rid of that risk. We will immediately sell you the house. Not only will we immediately sell you the house, we don't even want to own it for like 5 minutes, because what if like an earthquake happens? So as soon as we buy the house, it will immediately be sold for you. In fact, let's write that down in the contract. When we buy the house, 1 second later, we will sell you the house. Okay? So we buy it and you immediately will buy it from us. We will only own it for like 1 second in time. So we will, basically we want to eliminate the risk. Okay. So by putting all of these conditions in place, by saying we'll make you the agent, you buy the house, if we buy it, you must immediately buy it, we'll only own it for 1 second. In fact, in the accounting books, it like basically shows up as like, it's 2 journal entries for those that are familiar with accounting. It's like 2 journal entries, right? In fact, it's actually a few journal entries, but like this particular sale and the journal entries associated with that, and this particular sale and the entries associated with that are happening like immediately after the other. It's like boom, boom, okay? That's how it really works. So the question is this okay? This is how a lot of actually Islamic home financing systems work today. But my question to you is, number one, what happens if you can't pay? So most Islamic financing institutions, they handle this part pretty well, okay? You can validate that by asking them. But if you, for example, are in a 29-year loan with the bank, and you've already paid off $1.3 million or whatever, and now you can't make payments, the Islamic bank will usually buy the house, they will sell the house, and they will give you a good portion of that bank. So that part's okay. Okay, that part's not a huge issue. However, who pays for repairs, taxes, and insurance? And who profits and loses for appreciation and depreciation, for natural disasters, calamities, all of this? Basically, it's all up to the green person, okay? Only this person. So have we achieved the objectives of the Sharia? Have we achieved the intent? The net result achieved is very similar to a conventional mortgage. Very, very similar. It's a big difference between diminishing musharaka and murabaha-based financing. The third type of financing that we find in home ownership is ijara-based financing, okay? And this is basically called ijara with ownership at the end. So ijara-based financing, I don't have a picture for it, but the way that it works is basically we say, you know what, let's set up 2 Islamic contracts, one for rental and one for transfer of ownership. So I will give you this house, rent to own is what it's called, right? So I will rent you this house for 30 years, pay me whatever, $1,000 a month for 30 years. And after you've rented it for me for 30 years, you know what? I'll just give it to you as a gift. So rent it for 30 years and I'll just give it to you as a gift. Or I'll sell it to you for $1. Now, rental itself is not a problem, okay? Giving gifts is not a problem. Or selling a house for even $1 is not a problem. You can choose to do that. It might be dumb, but you can choose to do that, right? However, when we put this together in one contract and we say, does that make sense to you? Like if you had a house, if you had $1 million house and you're renting it out to someone, after 30 years, do you just go like, yeah, you know what? Like it's been great 30 years, but now let me just give you the house. I don't need to make money on it anymore. Do any of you guys do that? They're like, yeah, 30 years, I made good money. Why don't you just have it now? Yeah, this is where intention comes into play, right? What you're trying to do is by creating a contract where you're saying, pay me rent for 30 years and then I'll gift it to you. What you're doing is you charge them a higher rent, right? Because that's what you would do to make up for the money. You charge them a higher rent, and at the end you give them the house. But basically, okay, it's very, very similar. Very, very similar in how that works. I can't even begin to understand how you can make this happen. Okay, so I want to get through stocks and bonds, and then we have a couple of concluding thoughts, and then we'll get into Q&A. So I know a lot of people have a lot more questions, but this is how the house financing works, okay? Stocks and bonds. Salim, if you can either type it in or save it for later, inshallah. Stocks and bonds. Let's get through a couple of terms. So let's just talk about some things I want people to understand. Number one, what is the book value of something? A book value is something, a book value of a company is equal to the value of all of its assets, right? So if a company has phones and furniture and whatever, that is the book value. The market value of the company is what people are willing to pay for that company. So what you see in the stock market is the market value of the company is what people are willing to own that company for. So if, for example, I formed a company where I sell iPhones. I may have 10 iPhones as a part of the assets of the company, but the value of the company may exceed that because I've established a brand, I've established a customer base, I have a website, all these things built out, and those things may not have, they're not assets in terms of like physical assets, but people are willing to pay for that. So people are willing to pay for brand, people are willing to pay for reputation, things like that. So that's the market value of a company, is what people are willing to pay for it. Revenue is often the same term as sales. So when you sell something, revenue is the amount of money that you get. So if I sell you this phone for $1,000, my revenue is $1,000. Okay. The word earnings. Okay, let me ask you, what does the word earnings mean? Anyone? If I sell you this phone, if I buy this phone for 500, I sell it to you for 1,000, what's my earnings? I bought it for 500, I sold it for 1,000, what's my earnings? 500. Okay, some people think earnings is 1,000. They think it's the same as revenue. No, earnings is just the income or the return or the profit. Okay, so it's equal to, I bought it for 500, I sold it for 1,000, I made 500 profit on it. Okay, so let's get into stocks. Which stocks can we invest in? Number one, if you're investing in something, the way that you invest needs to be halal. So if I say, for example, a company that sells phones, am I allowed to invest in a company that sells phones? Sure, but I need to invest, for example, we learned this already, right? I need to invest as an equity investor and not a debt investor. So by default, the concept of stocks, the fact that I'm going to take a company, divide it up into pieces, have a partnership, is like a musharaka, right? The concept of buying components of a company is similar to a musharaka, where people are pooling their money together and they have shares in the company. That's why they're called shares. And that's how that works. Okay, so which stocks can we invest in? Number one, and we already talked about this, is the nature of the business of the company that we're dealing with needs to be halal. So we cannot invest in a company that is dealing with alcohol or tobacco or pork or casinos or pornography, music, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can make a long list of things, but anything that's permissible itself, as we said earlier, I cannot invest in a company that is dealing with that, right? Number two, the business itself should not deal with riba. So can I invest in a conventional bank? No, that is not allowed because the business itself is dealing with interest, which kind of falls into the first category itself, right? Like the nature of the business is a problem because it's dealing with riba. But I'm being a little bit more explicit because this one we found in the Yahoo page and this one we didn't find in the Yahoo page, right? And plus you'll see why I'm being more explicit about it. So business has to be halal and the business should not deal with riba. Okay. Point number three is the business should not be too liquid, right? And I mentioned this earlier because liquid means that you can easily, it's like basically cash or equivalent to cash. Okay, if you look in a balance sheet of a company, you'll see cash and cash equivalents. So it cannot be like, if all of it's like basically cash, well, then I can't, sell that for $100 and sell it to someone else for 90, and then they sell it to someone else for, 80, because it is just cash. You can't sell cash. Okay, I will add another bullet point here, which the scholars don't necessarily always spell out, because you should make sure that whatever you're investing in is a good investment. Okay, so if you're investing in a company that you don't know, you don't understand, you don't know who their management team is, you don't know what their track record is, you don't know what kind of business they engage in, you don't know if they're a proven quantity with, and so on, you should not be investing in that. Right? You should be wise with what you invest in. Otherwise, you're just gambling. So you should know a little bit about what you're investing in, and is that a good investment or not a good investment. Now, this is the criteria by which we should buy stocks. Any questions before we're done with stocks? Like, is this clear now? Don't all businesses deal with riba? Okay. You're not going to let me get away with just the simple explanation? Just invest in the halal ones, right, that don't deal with riba. The last point was that you should invest in stocks that are actually good investments. How do we know the business is dealing with riba? Okay, so I think what some of you are pointing out is we live in the real world in America with capitalism in the year 2020, and there is almost no such thing as 100% pure halal stock. Because almost every business, let's pick Apple, right? Let's pick Apple. They sell iPhones. Is it okay to sell iPhones? No problem. No problem at all. But they also sell streaming movies, right? Some of those movies have problems. Walgreens or Walmart. Let's pick Walmart. Maybe it's a bad example because they have like the whole ethical issue in China. Maybe Target. Okay, so Target sells stuff. Is it okay to invest in a business that sells stuff? Sure. But do they sell some haram things as well? Yes, they sell some haram things, right? So what do we do? What do we do? It's very hard to find a company. Does Google do some haram? Yes. Does Apple do some haram? Yes. Does Facebook do some haram? Obviously. So all of these companies have some haram. They all have some element of haram. Almost every company, pretty much every company is going to have some riba. And this liquidity issue is usually not a big problem. It's usually one of these first two, okay? That you either have some haramness in the business or you have some riba. So the question becomes, can we tolerate something if it's less than 100% haram? Can we deal with something if it has a little bit of haram in it? And this concept was evaluated by our scholars. So Mufti Taqi Uthmani, Sheikh Talal Di Lorenzo, Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Ghudda, Nizam Yaqubi, like basically people from different countries, Malaysia and Syria and Pakistan and other places, they came together in the early 1990s and they created what became famously known as the Dow Jones Fatwa. It's known in the Islamic community as the Dow Jones Fatwa. This fatwa later got adopted by the IOFI organization, which is a standard for Islamic financial dealings. They deal with that. And it's been adopted by pretty much every fiqh and fatwa council. So the Fiqh Council of North America, European councils, pretty much everyone has adopted this fatwa, which says that you can actually deal with something that has some haram in it within limits, and there are some conditions associated with that, okay? So the conditions are as follows. First of all, before I get into the conditions, let me just discuss the justifications. Why did they allow this in the first place? So Mufti Taqi Uthmani talks about this in his book on Islamic finance. He says, number one, if you're dealing with a business, the investor, if you're buying stocks in a business, the investor is not a direct party to the haram, right? This is just how the company is structured, because investors, like when we invest in stocks, we're mostly silent partners. We don't get to have a say. So if Apple decides they're going to have a small element of their business that comes from haram, we don't really have control over that. What we can do is we can try and protest when we have opportunities, like there's a annual company shareholder meeting, through proxy voting and so on. However, we're not directly participating in doing that haram. Okay, number two, if the majority or the bulk or a large part of the business is halal and a small part of it is haram, right? Some smaller part of it is haram, then what we can do is say, you know what, we're going to make money from this business and we're going to take some small portion of it and give that away as charity. And when we give it away as charity, it doesn't count as charity for us because it was haram in the first place. You can't take haram money and give it as charity, but we're just going to give that away to cleanse our wealth. So if like 5% of the profits were coming from haram, right, I'll take that 5% and give it away so that I am not benefiting from the haram portion. Okay, this is justification number two. Justification number three is that many Muslims have a little bit of savings, right? And that saving should be invested. And if we're not going to give them the opportunity to invest in these companies, then they wouldn't really have great investment opportunities. And these companies wouldn't be able to advance things that the society needs. These companies are bringing about medical advances, technological advances. They're providing valuable services to consumers. They are benefiting the economy. They're creating jobs. So as long as the investment has less haram in it, you know, again, we want to allow that. And there's some fiqh principles that explain this, right? There's one that says al-mashaqqatu tajlibu at-taysir, right? So al-mashaqqatu tajlibu at-taysir. That with hardship begets ease. So when something becomes very, very difficult, we try and create some ease. This is one of the fiqh principles. And another one is ad-daruratu tubihu al-mahzurat. Okay? That necessity can render prohibited things permissible. Ad-daruratu tubihu al-mahzurat. There's something that is, because of necessity, something that is impermissible can become permissible. Okay? So these are the justifications that are used. So how did they apply these justifications? What they said was, let's put some guidelines and rules in place, okay? So the nature of the business needs to be halal. Let's put a rule in place. Let's say 5% of the revenue or less must come from haram sources. Let me state it differently, actually. Less than 5% of the revenue can come from haram sources. If you're investing in a company and more than 5% of it is haram, then you cannot invest in that company. Mujahid, you're absolutely correct. The same concepts are applied in tahara and so on as well. Okay, so they came up with this number of 5%. Is that 5% based on something from Quran or Hadith or a source like that? The answer is no. This is just what they came up with. They said, look, 5% seems very small. And so if the business has less than 5% from haram sources, what we'll do is, number one, we'll allow you to invest in that. Number two, take that money that you earn from that stock and the profit that you make and take 5% of that and give that away as charity. And again, it doesn't count as charity, but that just cleanses the part that came from haram. Okay? So that's the first rule they came up with. The second rule they said was, because the business cannot deal with riba, let's come up with an answer to that one. We will say that the debt to market value ratio of the company must be less than 33%. Okay, what does that mean? What it means is, what you're trying to say is, the company itself, the partners in the company, the people who own the company, should not be a large part of the owners. It should not be the large part of who owns the company, okay? So what you're saying is, if the value of the whole company is $1 million, right? The value of the whole company is $1 million. As long as the people who invested in it through debt is less than 333,000, okay, then we're fine. Or we'll accept it. Besides, it's not 50%, it's 33%. Okay? So as long as the people you're partnering, because you're investing as a shareholder. So you're investing as a shareholder. Debt to equity. Oh, okay, yeah. Debt to equity 0.5 or less. No. Debt to equity needs to be 1/3 or less. Oh, okay, yes, you're correct. The debt to equity ratio would be 50% or less. You're right. Okay. But they didn't derive it from the 50%. To be clear, they derived it from 33%. The rule originally is 33%, and you're right. If we calculate the debt to equity ratio, that would be 50 or less. Okay. So yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. So basically what you're saying is, as long as less than 1/3 of the company is owned by debt holders, we will allow for that. Where do they get this 33% from? Where they get this 33% from is a hadith in Bukhari, where I believe Sa'ad came to the Prophet ﷺ and he was asking about how much you can allocate in your will as a bequest. Like, how much can you do that in your will? And the Prophet ﷺ said, he responded and he said, "As-thulusu wa-thulusu kathir." Which means you can give up to 1/3, and 1/3 is a great deal, or 1/3 is plenty. Okay, so he was asking how much of my estate in my will can I bequeath to my heirs, right? And the Prophet ﷺ said 1/3, and 1/3 is plenty, or 1/3 is abundant, or 1/3 is very much, whatever, however you want to translate the word kathir. That's where we get the 33% for it. Now, when the Prophet ﷺ said وَالثُّلُثُ kathir, he was referring to it in the context of wills. However, the scholars have taken that in this particular case and applied that to the percentage of debt, the level that may be okay inside a company, okay? Now, one question becomes, and I know this is important for Sami, okay? The question is, this percentage changes over time. So if you invest in a company, they may, for example, they may be 33% one day and then 35 the next, and then 20 the day after, and so on. So it can change over time, not the next day, but like you may change in a quarter, may change in a quarter after that. So what the scholars have recommended is you don't have a snapshot in time, but you look at the 12-month trailing average. So if you end up calculating a ratio immediately right now based on the current values, maybe it's like halal, but then like if you look at the 12-month average, it's not, or vice versa. So this can, what you don't want to do is buy at the borderline anyway, right? So a lot of scholars actually say instead of 33%, they make it 30%, just to be a little bit safer. The second rule is, this is if the company itself is based on debt. You don't want the company to be based on interest-based debt. Secondly, the company may be dealing with debt. So if they have a lot of cash, for example, that cash will be sitting in a bank, and that cash will be earning interest. In the first case, we're concerned that they're paying interest, and we're concerned that the debt holders are going to get a guaranteed principal back. In the second case, now we're saying, what if now I have cash, I put it in the bank, and I'm earning interest on it? So this company is now earning interest. So they say the cash and the cash equivalents should be less than 33%. So if the company has cash, that cash should be less than 33% of the market value of the company. Otherwise, they are earning too much interest. And again, we'll look at this over a period of time. And then the third rule is your accounts receivable should be less than 45% of your assets. Okay, where does this come from? where does this principle come from? So number one, the number's not, the number originally wasn't 45%, it was 50%, okay? And this is based on a fiqh principle where it's used very frequently, for example, in Hanafi fiqh, that how do you treat something if it's not 100% yes or no, black or white, binary, true or false? How do you treat that thing? For example, touching a mushaf without wudu. All of the four madhabs say that if you do not have wudu, you cannot touch the Quran, right? You cannot touch a mushaf. What happens, but what is a mushaf? What is a mushaf? What if it's like a book of tafsir? Can I touch a book of tafsir? Can I touch a translation of the Quran? So this is where the principle that's applied in Hanafi fiqh, for example, is that if the book itself, if more than 50% of the words are other than Quran, so you have the Quran written in Arabic, and then you have like a whole bunch of explanation in tafsir and footnotes and things like that, you can only, you can touch that because more than 50% was other than Quran, okay? So there's a lot of other concepts like this. For example, in Hanafi fiqh, if you do 4 rounds of a tawaf, that is considered you've done most of the tawaf. So they took the 50%, they applied it back, and they said accounts receivable have to be, which are basically, what is accounts receivable, by the way? Accounts receivable are those things. Nowadays, when you do business, when you sell something, you don't immediately collect the cash, okay? People usually give you deferred payment. So if I sell you a phone, if a business sells something to another business, usually they take that thing immediately and they pay in like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. That amount that they owe to you is considered accounts receivable. And because businesses charge interest on that, we want to make sure that those assets are less. And so they took 50%, they said, let's be cautious, make it 45%, and less than 45% of the concepts of the assets should be from, sorry, less than 45% of the accounts receivable should be the total assets. And there's a fiqh principle that goes with that, which I won't get into too much detail. Okay? So these principles and these ratios that we just reviewed, these are used by the way, for liquidation, there's like pretty much no screen. These principles are used by Amana mutual funds, Azad mutual funds, Iman, Wahid Invest. It's used by pretty much everybody when they buy stocks in a Sharia compliant way. Now, this system is not perfect, and there are some critiques. The first critique you can come up with is, well, they're looking at market value. Shouldn't you look at book value instead? Like, market value is somewhat arbitrary. They're looking at revenue, not profit. So in the first example, what if, fine, 5% of the revenue is coming from haram, but what if 100% of the profit is coming from haram? Right? What if 100% of a company's profits are coming from haram? You're saying 5% of the revenue, so you're taking 5% and giving that away as charity, but this can still create some problems. And for example, here, we're looking at ratios instead of actually looking at how much interest is taking place. So we don't know how much the company is paying in interest when we have the debt to market value ratio, or how much exactly they're receiving in interest. Interest rates can vary a lot. So they can actually end up being a very significant portion, or they can end up being a very small portion. However, the scholars came up with these ratios to make things easy and convenient for us. But I just want to make it clear that these things are not perfect. There's little imperfections built into them, okay? And there's an app out there called Zoya Finance, which helps you identify stocks that meet this criteria, okay? So it goes through and checks the balance sheets and the income statements, and it looks at, is the business halal or not, and it recommends if you can invest in that stock or not. Moving into exchange traded funds, mutual funds, retirement plans, 401ks, etc. Basically, all of these things are baskets of stocks, right? So if I'm buying an exchange traded fund or a mutual fund or whatever, a mutual fund might have stocks and it might have interest-based securities in it as well. I will treat them just like I would treat a single stock. Let's just pool it all together and say, what's the total amount of business? What percentage is haram? What percentage is based on interest? et cetera, et cetera. And that's how I would look at a pool of anything. So if you can deal with it for a single stock or a single business, you can apply that to more than that. We just want to talk quickly about bonds as well. Sheikh Mustafa, you want to take this? I can share, you can just turn on audio and video.
I made some modifications, so
Okay. Let's quickly switch. Go ahead.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. So hopefully everyone can everyone hear me? Let's assume that's a yes. Okay. So these are bonds. So let's look at what a bond is. Okay. A bond is basically a loan, and a loan is going to come with interest in conventional finance and conventional understanding. So a bond is basically a loan with interest. You can't have a loan with interest. So what happened is bonds have been tried to kind of be reworked into what's called sukuk. And let's take an example. Let me explain to you what a bond is. So let's say a government doing a really large project, they want to build a road. They need money right now to build that road. So what are they going to do? They're going to sell bonds in order to get enough money to go ahead and build that road. What does that mean that they're selling a bond? They're selling a loan. Basically, they're saying, hey, you give us money and we're going to go use your money to build this road. It's our money now, and we will pay you that money back with interest later on. That's pretty much what a bond is. And then you take that bond certificate and you can potentially sell that to somebody else, depending on how reliable your government may be, or whatever company may be, or something like that. That's what a bond is. So technically, bonds are like 100% clear-cut haram. Okay. Now, if you try to rework them and you make an Islamic bond, it basically has to be equity-based. Based on equity in terms of what we've been talking about. And with equity comes profit and loss sharing. There is no guaranteed return on the bond. It cannot be a loan. So sukuk, what's called sukuk, is like a substitute for a way to raise, funds for some kind of project or some kind of company or something like that. But number one, they cannot have a guaranteed return at all, right? And there's going to be potential profit and loss sharing that has to be there. So the Fiqh Academy of the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Conference, which is one of the largest Islamic fiqh law bodies in the world, they allowed sukuk in a nutshell in 1988, saying, yes, they need to be equity-based. They cannot be based on riba or interest, so we'll allow them. So they allowed that. And in 2000, the first sukuk was issued in Malaysia, and it just started growing. By 2017, which is just 3 years ago, according to the State of the Global Islamic Economy, there was $2 trillion in Shariah compliant assets. And of those, 342 billion were sukuk. Okay, so it's a very big part of Islamic finance, or Sharia compliant Islamic finance. And $2 trillion is a lot of money. That's what the government just issued for the local bailout recently. So the Islamic economy is a very large economy. Sukuk is a pretty significant chunk of that portion. But at the same time, it's very easy to make tricks, to use tricks or hilas to make them function just like normal bonds. The simplest way to do that is to include the third party. We talked about the whole idea of a third party coming in. Another way to do that is to use a buyback mechanism. Another way to do that is to come up with some type of, I make you my agent, and I'm going to somehow eliminate the risk so that there is no risk for me. I will get a guaranteed return, and there will not be a proper profit and loss sharing. And a lot of bonds, a lot of sukuk out there actually end up doing that. So that's all I'm going to say on sukuk. Are there any questions on just the concept of sukuk or the concept of bonds that I can answer now? Okay, let's leave it at that, and we'll continue, and we'll take questions at the end. Go ahead, Umar.
Do you want to keep sharing? I think the next slides are yours as well. Actually, I could share, but I'll let you do the talking.
Is the next one me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, my mistake. Okay. So, no, I'll share again.
Okay.
Let me see. Share screen. Okay. After bought some concluding thoughts. So, okay, so based upon everything that we've said so far, I want us to look at another type of contract in Islamic law, and that is marriage. So a sale is a contract, a rental is a contract, a lease is a contract, a manufacturing contract is a contract. Marriage is technically a contract, and a lot of the aspects of contract law are going to apply similarly to a marriage and to a sale transaction, like consent, right? You know, people need to agree to get into a contract of marriage. They need to agree to get into a contract of sale, etc., etc. So the word that we've been trying to explain, the wording of Sharia compliant or compliance or making something halal, it comes back down to the substance of that contract. And that is extremely important to understand. So let me give you an example here. We need to look at the difference between what is the letter of the law, the literal aspect of what things are, and the spirit of the law. What I mean by that is, just like I said, if I'm gifting you this phone, right, and I'm saying I'm going to gift you this phone and you're going to give me $10 back, it's not a gift anymore. The letter of the law says my wording would be it's a gift, but actually it turns into a sale contract. So when it comes to Islamic marriage, it's a contract. What does it require? It requires, number one, an offer, right? You say, marry me, and it requires an acceptance. The person says, I have married you. That's it. Marriage can be really quick. You know, I've done a marriage. I think I performed one in probably 45 seconds. They asked for a really, really fast one. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be super fast, and it was done. It doesn't take that long. I could probably do it faster than that, actually. Contact me if you're interested. So that's offer and acceptance. Then you need witnesses. How many witnesses do you need? You just need 2 Muslims. It's pretty simple, right? And if you want to make things even easier for yourself, right? Technically, Imam Abu Hanifa, he said, if you're marrying a Jewish woman or a Christian woman, let's just say it's a man, you're marrying a Jewish woman or a Christian woman, then the witnesses can actually come from her faith. It's okay. So they can actually be Christian or Jewish witnesses, right? It's not a problem, but just kind of cut out one thing. It's kind of like using the minority Maliki opinion to kind of make things easier for us. We could use Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion, for example, for this to just make things easier. You need the consent of both parties as long as they're consensual, nothing wrong there. And you need a dowry for the wife, right? A man has to pay the dowry, which is like $50 or more, something of value, right? And there's some invalid conditions which would invalidate that contract. Like say, you say, I propose to marry you for 1 day, that becomes a mut'ah, temporary marriage contract. You can't do that. That's not allowed. So if you're not allowed to do that, you can figure out a way to resolve or restructure a marriage contract or another contract between someone, a girlfriend contract, a boyfriend contract, make it Sharia compliant. So where's the difference? Where's the line between a lawful marriage in Islam and an unlawful marriage? So let me give you an analogy here, okay? You wanted to have a Sharia compliant marriage. If you look at the same thing, we want in many of these murabaha contracts, salam contracts, istisna contracts, we want basically Sharia compliant interest. That's the logic. The bank, when they want to open up a little Islamic window in their institution, they pretty much want the same type of conventional contract that they would normally have with interest, but they want it to somehow be Sharia compliant and they can work around it. Same thing, you know, many youth today, many young people, they're suffering. You know, it's very difficult for them to get married. It's difficult for them to, you know, go to college, and there's so much temptation out there. It's hard for them to get married. Their parents may not get them married. They're looking for some kind of avenue out. So what if we could take the same thing, we take prostitution, okay, and we make prostitution Sharia compliant using similar logic. Look at how both of them will work. The arguments are very similar, right? So the need for making modifications to a contract so that it somewhat resembles interest, it's allowed when there is a need for it. Is there a need for Islamic finance that somewhat resembles, interest-based finance? Yeah, people say, yes, we need that because that's what people really want, and they need to grow their business and they need to buy a home and all of that stuff. So the same thing, is there a need for people fulfilling their desires and, avoiding haram relationships? Absolutely, there's a need for that. Okay? Does the need truly exist? People say, yes, the need absolutely exists. Here, does the need exist? I think most young people would argue that the need for this is more important than the need for this, right? Many young people, they would be willing to spend $100,000 to, get their sexual needs taken care of. They'd be willing to give up their house for that, okay? So there's definitely a need that's there, and the need exists. Now, what many scholars say is, look, murabaha, salam, istisna, ijara, they're not ideal modes of finance, but they're allowed due to the necessity and the times in which we live. Same thing, prostitution is not the ideal mode of marriage, but we can use the same logic and say, but it's allowed because, there's a need right now and the situation is just very difficult. But when we do it, we're going to make sure we give it some Islamic terminology. We're going to make sure we call it murabaha, right? Even though it resembles exactly functionally an interest-based contract. We'll call it ijara, because good Arabic word, it sounds more Islamic, it has Islamic vocabulary. We'll call it salam, we'll call it istisna, right? So the same thing with prostitution. We're going to call it nikah, we're going to call it aqd, we're going to call it katb kitab, we're going to call it something like in Arabic that sounds from an Islamic fit perspective, it's got a wording there, so it'll become very similar, right? And we're going to allow this so at least people on an individual level, they can avoid interest in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you go with an Islamic bank over a conventional bank if you had to, because at least you got individually out of interest in the sight of Allah. You at least, hopefully you'll not be guilty of that, even if it's functionally kind of equivalent to an interest. So the same thing here. Avoid fornication in the sight of Allah, at least to an extent, right? And how do you do this? With the murabaha contract and other contracts, you're going to make your client, your agent, to take things. So this is a trick. You use a trick to make your client, your agent, to go and purchase a property, and then you take a promise, unilateral promise, because you cannot make an actual second contract with them. You take a unilateral promise with them that you're going to buy it, and you make the unilateral promise binding by using a minority Maliki opinion, so you can sue them in a court of law and eliminate all of your risk. Same thing. You can do this, say, look, go to a brothel, prostitution house, make the secretary of that brothel your agent, who's going to contract the marriage on your behalf, will contract the divorce on your behalf. So you have not made the intention to actually divorce the prostitute once you walk out, 1 hour later or 10 minutes later or whatever it is, one night later. You actually delegated all of that to someone else. You made them your agent, and they're going and performing the marriage for you. And the witnesses, probably, let's say Christian, Jew, whatever, same thing, no problem. The woman is maybe a Jew or Christian, or you can give her, Christian shahada, right before. And you can legalize that. You could do the exact same thing. It's got to meet all the other conditions of sale. This has got to meet all the other conditions of marriage. You're giving a dowry. You're going to pay the fee, right? So that's your dowry. You're giving that. And at the end here, you got a unilateral promise to buy. Here you got your unilateral promise on one side to divorce, which will be a separate contract, which you could actually agent out to someone else. So you can never be accused of engaging in a temporary marriage contract. You say, I didn't have the intention. I didn't say that I'm going to divorce her. I made someone else my agent, and they divorced on my behalf. So that's all taken care of. Marriage was done. Witnesses were there. Dowry was paid. And the divorce took place afterwards, and it doesn't matter whether she has a waiting period or doesn't have a waiting period. So that's pretty much, the reason why I'm saying this, I'm not advocating for prostitution, okay? If we only care about the literal wording in a contract, or we're going to use tricks to get around what the original intent and purpose was in Islamic law on finance contracts, then we could use the same logic and apply it to prostitution. And I don't think anyone would say that's a good thing. It's not good for society. No one would say it's even halal on an individual level. None of this stuff is going to fly. So why do we go ahead and do this? Why do people go ahead and do the exact same thing when it comes to financial contracts, and then they label it Sharia compliant? Final conclusion, and again, you could say there's a need for it. Many Muslims are in illicit relationships. A lot of people are using pornography. Let's make it halal. You can't make pornography halal. You can't. You're watching something. You can't make it halal. But you can at least get someone in there. You can make a contract between them, and you can make an argument that we can halalize this thing. But you know what? Who are you fooling? You cannot fool Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The conclusion of this is really that there are 7 views when it comes to the Islamic finance as a theory, as a concept. Okay, number 1 is that, and this is the conclusion of everything. It's very important. Number 1, the first view is that conventional banks today are not riba. They don't deal in riba. They don't deal in interest. It's totally different from in the past. In the past, riba was something else, and conventional banks, they don't deal with that. I addressed this in the first session in a lot of detail. All the arguments that people make that no, riba is actually okay. Interest is actually okay because the Quran meant something differently. Or the Prophet ﷺ, he meant something differently. Times have changed and interest changed. I've addressed that in a lot of detail, and no one takes this seriously. Although there were a few fatwas that came from a few scholars in Egypt and some other countries in the early, I think 60s or something like that, where they kind of made this argument, but not a single person accepted that. And I think no one who understands properly would acknowledge that this is a valid opinion. Second is that if we just change the wording of the contract, if you just take a normal bank contract, you change the interest to profit, just change the word, and then throw a halal stamp on it, it's going to turn halal because you changed the wording. Okay? Anyone who understands anything is not going to accept that. There are a few Islamic finance institutions that do that pretty much, but it's kind of a joke. If you actually look at it, it doesn't make sense to most people. So that's kind of thrown out. These people should not be validated at all. The third one is you allow certain tricks like buyback or a third-party buyback contract or something like that. Like Sheikh Umar said, happens in Dubai. You got a safe of platinum. We're buying the platinum, and then you're going to buy back the platinum. None of this stuff ever transfers out of the safe. It's all just a third-party trick to kind of get an interest-based loan. Okay, this happens on a large scale in the Muslim world, and there are some scholars who validate this. Right. So, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many scholars who are in this field, they would say absolutely not. This is prohibited. It is not allowed at all. Even though there's a few people doing it, this is just a game. You can't trick Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Fourth opinion is that there is no such thing as a time value of money in a deferred sale. Okay, what that basically means is there are Muslim scholars who say you cannot say that I'm going to sell my phone for $500 now and $600 if you're going to pay me after 1 year. We talked about murabaha the way it originally was. It is allowed to do that. So people who say there's no time value of money at all, even in a deferred sale contract, that's too extreme. They're making something haram that the vast majority of all scholars throughout history have said is halal for you to do so. The second thing is benchmarking to an interest rate, right? If you benchmark to an interest rate, meaning if I am doing diminishing partnership in a property, and I benchmark the amount of profit that I want to make to the exact same thing that a conventional bank is going to make, is that prohibited for me? We have the same profit rate, profit margin. The answer is no, it's not prohibited, right? Why is it not prohibited? Look, if I'm selling natural juice and my neighbor is a liquor store, and I say, you know what, they're making $200,000 profit every year in their business. I want to make $200,000 profit also. I want to make exactly what they're going to make. So I benchmark the amount of profit they're making to the amount of profit that I want to make. And I say, I want to make the exact same thing. I'm still selling juice. My juice is halal. There's no haram ingredients at all. If I benchmark my rate to the rate of someone who's doing something haram, does it make my business wrong? Have I done something wrong? The answer is no. So there are some people, they see a a superficial equivalence between the two, and they say therefore that must be haram. You can't do that. That's what makes it forbidden, and that's really too extreme of an opinion, right? So the people who don't understand that concept and they think both of these are forbidden, I think they've gone too much to the extreme, and they think the only solution is interest-free loans for financing. We need to establish JAK Bank that I mentioned before in the first session. That's our solution. We need to get one of those in there, and we need to start giving interest-free loans, just like JAK Bank and other people are doing, or get family to pool their money together or something like that. That's a solution, but that's not a macro solution to the problem. So it's very important to, understand this is an opinion. People hold this opinion, okay, but it's not a very strong opinion. It is said that Maulana Maududi held this opinion. It is said that Mullah Baqir Sadr held this opinion, and some other people. The next one is that Islamic finance is not feasible in the modern economy. It cannot work. So, and people need to have a house to live, right? So you can buy one house that's small, just what you need out of necessity, right? You absolutely need to buy that, so one is allowed, not two, not a rental property. A masjid cannot, get a loan on interest. Your business cannot get a loan on interest. Islamic schools cannot get a loan on interest. Only one house, one property for people. And some people said it only applies to people living in non-Muslim countries. Now, there's a lot of scholars who say this. Sheikh Qaradawi gave a fatwa like this. Dr. Siddiqui, Muzammil Siddiqui, is one of the people who gives this fatwa. Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, he gives the fatwa for people who are only living as minorities in a non-Muslim, majority country. That's their argument. Again, I don't agree with that argument for several reasons. Number one, Islamic finance is feasible if we make it work. And number two, the idea of the need to have ownership of a house is a very good idea to have financially. But to what extent does it classify as a need, and what would require a need to exist? That's a whole nother argument, but I just don't see that as falling into the category of making something that is originally prohibited to become halal now. Number 6, another widely held opinion is to allow murabaha, ijara, salam, istisna by using this trick of agency, making someone your agent, and making a unilateral promise trick, right? And saying that we're only allowing this for a temporary period until Islamic finance grows. And we're hoping that it's temporary. And once it grows enough, it becomes so prominent, and people will stop using all of these things, and they'll go back to the original musharaka and mudaraba models, which are proper partnership, profit loss sharing models, which is what Islamic finance was intended to be. The people who hold this opinion is Mufti Taqi Usmani himself. It's AMJA, the Assembly of Muslim Jurists of America. There are many celebrity imams, the ones who have got million followers and stuff like that. They hold this opinion as well. And the banks like Guidance, University, Devon, they function along these lines, okay? Little bit different, but they generally function along these lines, okay? So my view, and I believe Sheikh Umar's view, is similar, that this is a problem. This is not an opinion that should be adopted. It's somewhat respectable. We understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, first of all, you're using a bunch of tricks, and you can't trick Allah. You're not accomplishing any, you're not actually having any substance of achieving the goals that Islam was supposed to bring. Number two, hoping that it's temporary. It's not temporary. No bank who's using this is gonna be like, yeah, we're hoping we make. And I asked some of the banks that I just mentioned to you. I asked them point blank, how much money do you need to make to get to the point where you're gonna stop using this out of necessity, and you're gonna switch over to the proper profit and loss sharing model? How much money you need? Is it 100 million? You need 1 billion, 2 billion? How much money do you need to make to override this, to stop doing what you're doing right now? Because they say openly, we know it's not a good solution. We know it's not 100% halal. It's a temporary solution. It's not ideal. What do you need to make it ideal? They couldn't answer the question. They simply flatly refused to answer the question, because it almost becomes a cop-out, and that's very sad, to see that. But this is the last one, and this is my view on the issue. That is, we should only allow murabaha, ijara, salam, istisna in their original forms, without any of these little tricks that's going on. And we should be using musharaka and mudaraba as the contract for most of the Islamic finance that takes place, because that's the whole point. Profit and loss sharing is the entire, system and philosophy and underlying spirit upon which Islamic finance was supposed to be built on. Okay, so that's important to understand. And who is doing this, right? So I'll tell you a few people who are doing this, or at least doing close to it. Amin Housing Co-op is doing a diminishing musharaka or declining co-ownership partnership model. And people don't like them because you have to wait in line. People don't like them. Look, people don't want to go to number 7 because you want to buy a house. So I want to buy a house. I want to buy any house I want. And like Sheikh Umar was saying, the bank doesn't care where you buy the house. So the people who are in category number 6, they don't care where you buy the house. They buy the house wherever you want. It's not a big deal because we're not going to be taking on any risk. Category number 7, they want you to invest in a place that is very secure. They're going to choose, I only want this specific area. You need to get your house approved by me because we are going to be taking liability as well. We're going to be sharing in this profit and loss, right? Not just in some exceptional circumstance, in the normal circumstance. There's another model called Halal Inc. Great model, fantastic model. You can research it. They don't have any money, so they're not functioning, unfortunately, but the model is fantastic, right? So this is the real solution. It is doable, but people need to adjust their mentality. The consumer, person who wants to buy something, they need to adjust their mentality. I need to take on some risk, and I may have to pay a little bit more to do it properly. Number 2, the bank needs to adjust their mentality. They cannot keep eliminating their entire risk. They need to take on some risk in order to make money. Al-kharaju bil-daman is the principle. You need to take risk in order to get the benefit or take on some type of profits. That's the way it works in Islam. So
Can I switch?
go ahead.
Can we switch sharing?
You want to come back here?
No, switch. Just can I share instead of you?
On this slide specifically?
No, the one after.
I modified this.
So did I.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. That's fine. Yeah, let me stop it.
Sorry, you can see how much we coordinated.
There, you're good.
Okay, so can you see?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to the other questions, but we just wanted to share really quick that we had a couple of ideas that I wanted to share. One was related to this topic. One seminar that we were thinking of doing, and this would be a very short one, it wouldn't be long, but just a survey of US-based real estate financing companies. So I think a lot of people have questions on, okay, you talked about musharaka and mutanaqis and all this stuff, but how about like guidance, and how about Devon Bank and La Riba and University Islamic and all of these institutions? Can you comment very specifically on them? So we were thinking if there's interest that we could set up a specific session just going through all of those different types of banks and evaluating their contract and talking about them. And another one that we're considering, Sheikh Mustafa probably doesn't know this, but it's a seminar on personal investment. Okay, so we talked about, for example, like, what are the stock screens and how does that work and ratios and all of that. But we didn't get into, like I said at the beginning, how should you invest your money? Should you invest your money? Should you use a 401k? Should you use IRAs? Is that okay? But mostly, like, the concept is to make a seminar that's 70% like how to do things. If I have a 401k, how should I select funds in there? How do I optimize for taxes? How do I, and there's tricks in there, like how to give to charities in ways that optimize for taxes. And I'm not talking about standard donation to charity. I'm talking about capital gains elimination and things like that. There's a lot of other stuff that can fall in that, but the idea is how to invest. It's more of a practical class. And then, obviously it'll be the halal way to invest and so on. But the idea is, it's not like a Sharia class, it's like an investment class. Okay? And then Sheikh Mustafa, you had other topics as well?
Yes, there you go. We got medical ethics. So a seminar on medical ethics, we talk about end of life decisions, which is really relevant, even more relevant right now with the novel coronavirus. Cloning, there's cloned animals now, being sold. It's going to become a pretty common thing, in the future. Lab grown meat, things like that. So that's going to be one about just basic medical ethics in a nutshell, in like a good 4 or 5 hour seminar. And we'll bring an expert as well to kind of comment on some of those things. A second topic would be an analysis of feminism. So I gave a Friday family night seminar on this before, and there was interest in seeing more of this, kind of the pros and cons of feminism. And it's not so much about feminism, but it's about what effect this has on the view of men and women in today's society, and how that affects the Muslim mind, and how that can affect relationships, and how that affects just the entire society and the community. So that could be a second topic. Is the Quran sufficient without hadith? So there are many people, or there are several people who kind of say, we don't need hadith, we just need the Quran. All the hadith has not been preserved, it's not authentic. We can just, we don't actually need any hadith at all. Everything comes from the Quran, which is Quran only. So kind of addressing that in a seminar, very detailed, because this idea is kind of spreading among many people, and to just address that in a comprehensive manner in one seminar. All right, so with that, we'll open it up to questions. Now, if you did not have your question answered earlier, just type it again, because it's going to be really hard for us to scroll all the way up and try and find which ones were not answers. So scroll up, find your own question, and then just paste it again. It's going to make it a lot easier for us to be able to answer those questions, all right? Okay, so the first question is from Salim. Is a deed of trust and mortgage are two different ways or methods that property can be held in some states. So in California, a deed of trust is used, which basically gives the owner of the grant deed, the right to occupy the home and things like that. So it's a type of ownership, a conditional ownership. So does that qualify as a conditional ownership? Does that change anything in terms of the fact that a bank is potentially able to own property, in terms of being that third party that we're talking about? We're talking about having a third party coming in that's not even interested in owning this asset at all. So does having this deed of trust get around this idea of including a third party or not? So Umar, go ahead.
Okay, the basic answer is, I'm going to summarize the concept and then give the answer. As we've talked about, I think pretty consistently, the idea is not what the words say and whether it's called a deed of trust or not. What matters is how it works, okay? And so if we are dealing with a mortgage, whether the bank has conditional ownership or not is not really the relevant part. And whose name it's in and all that. Like, what matters is who has the liability and the risk, who benefits from the profit, and who takes the risk. As long as we've set it up so that, again, this boils down to justice, okay? Islam's not prohibiting this just for the heck of it. In fact, Judaism, Christianity, all of these religions prohibited this, right, in the past for reasons, and the reasons are justice. So if it's your money that is going into an investment of some sort, then you must accept the liability and you must accept the profit or the loss, both that come with that. And so whether it's based on deed of trust or not, you have to look at how is the mortgage set up. And if the mortgage is set up in a fashion that it's like, from one of these Islamic banks that's got diminishing musharaka and all that, and they match all of the conditions, that's not a problem. And if it's set up in a conventional way where the risk is not being taken other than default risk, then that is a problem.
Okay, great. Next question is there any website to check if the company is halal to put in the stock market?
Yeah, and I mentioned that, and it is zoya.finance, which somebody put in the chat. So www.zoya.finance. They have an iPhone app that you can use as well.
Yeah. Is car financing with interest permissible if the financing agency is part of the car company entirely or partially? I just throw that in there. You're muted.
Yeah, I know. I muted intentionally to clear my throat. The answer is if you are doing car financing with a company and the financing arm of the company is 100% owned by the company, then that is not an issue. That would be equivalent to the permissible type of murabaha with deferred payments, which would be called mu'ajjal. So what you're doing is, so basically the way murabaha is frequently used nowadays is it's used with deferred payment, right? So you get the good now and you make the payment later, which would be the opposite of salam, where you make the payment now and receive the good later. So murabaha and salam are kind of like opposites in that way, right? So as long as you are dealing with a company that owns its financing arm, so like if, you know, for example, Honda financing was owned by Honda itself, they're effectively one company, they're one party, and therefore you can do financing with them by buying a car and paying them in payments, even if they call it interest. Okay, even if they call it interest, that's not a problem, and you can go ahead and proceed with that type of financing. If the financing arm of the company is not owned by them, or is partially owned by them, then that becomes a problem. If it's not owned by them, then that would not be allowed. If it's partially owned by them, then there's some ratio that applies, and I'm not confident which ratio I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
You just don't do
Next question.
With them. Enough of the car companies have first-party financing that you can deal directly with them. You don't need to go to the doubtful matters.
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of them, surprisingly. So we're actually writing an article. We've been writing it for about 5 years now, but we're writing an article on that, and hopefully it will be published soon in terms of which car companies actually own 100% the financing arm of their business.
I'll tell you which one doesn't. Tesla.
Yeah, so basically the one who started the research and motivated us to start writing the article basically wanted to buy a Tesla. So he was trying to figure out if Tesla does that, and they don't. So he was very sad. He did get a Tesla anyways in the end. But since he did all the research and found out a ton of other car companies actually do, he said, let's release this information to everyone so that they know they can actually get first-party car financing, which is permissible. All right. Is life insurance permissible? Does it work like stocks? So the short answer is no. It's not permissible. And the short answer is no, it doesn't work like stocks. So stocks are very different from life insurance. Stock, you're actually buying a part of a company. And life insurance, you're not. You're buying a right of getting money back, or a guarantee of getting some type of money back depending on certain conditions. So they don't work the same.
By the way, just to add to the life insurance concept a little bit though, most of the scholars have allowed the concept of life insurance if you get it for free as a part of your employment contract.
Yeah.
Okay? So if your employer says you don't have to pay us any extra premiums, but as a benefit of your job, we will give you a certain amount of life insurance, like you will get, $100,000 if you pass away, your family will get that. Then most of the scholars have absolutely permitted that. But the number of scholars that have permitted it outside of that is extremely small. It's like less than 5%.
Yeah. All right. Bank as a conditional owner. All those topics for future seminars. Yes. Okay, good. Car leasing. It's marketed as a lease, but technically most car makers. Okay, so car leasing is marketed as a lease, but most car makers bake in the interest rate into the price of a monthly lease by including a money factor. Does this make leasing haram? Go ahead.
And the answer is no. In fact, this was an example that was used in the first weekend. And it's an example that we recently quoted in a fatwa about the permissibility of the COVID-19 government loans. Is like we explained that if I sell you this phone and I say you can buy it for $1,000 today, or you can buy it for $1,200 if you pay it to me in 1 year, right? Those are the two different transactions that we could do. Is I say, look, either give me 1,000 today or give me 1,200 in 1 year, and we pick one of those two. Either one that we pick is fine, as long as we pick one. Okay, we have to make that clear. Now, that extra $200 on top of the 1,000, that in conventional terms we call interest. Okay, we call that interest. And in terms of a lease, usually that's called a money factor. Okay, and those things are absolutely fine. Whether we call it interest or we call it money factor, we call it whatever, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what have you achieved. A car lease, the way that it operates, we're not talking lease to own, by the way. We're just talking a car lease that is not towards ownership. Okay. So if we say, let's do a lease, and that lease is going to cost you whatever amount, $500 a month, and of that $500 a month, where there's going to be $50 of it is interest. So it's $450 plus $50 interest, and the total amount will be $500. Okay. The way we look at that, because they call that the money factor. Okay. And for us, we would say, oh, so one party is leasing a car to another party for $500 a month. That's the net effect. We have to look at what actually happened. If they call a portion of that a money factor, that's really not an issue for us. It's not riba.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, the summary of that is basically, you know, it's not money for money, because there's an asset involved. Okay, so that makes a huge difference there. All right, the next one is Salim saying, and a bank can also lose money if it ends up in foreclosure. So does that affect the risk that we've been talking about, the bank not taking on any risk? Does risk of foreclosure count as a risk?
Okay, I think I mentioned this earlier. Risk of foreclosure is actually a subcategory of a larger risk called credit risk. Credit risk is the concern that when you give someone money or they owe you money, they may not give you that money back for some reason. That credit risk applies across all transactions, whether, sorry, maybe not all transactions, but any transaction where there's some sort of loan involved, okay? If I immediately give you $1,000 and you give me a phone, okay, there's not credit risk. We traded it immediately, right? But any type of transaction, I guess with the exception of Selim, right? Any type of transaction where you're not prepaying, but you're paying later, right? There's some sort of loan involved. There's some sort of, let's not call it loan, let's call it a debt, right? The transaction creates a type of debt. That credit risk exists across all transactions. And so the argument that someone might use is say, hey, I'm taking a risk because there's credit risk involved. That risk doesn't really count, because even if I loan someone $100, right, and I said, give me 110 back, there's credit risk involved, but I can take them to court and sue them for it. We can get into the nitty-gritty details of it, but credit risk does not count as al-kharaj bil-daman. Credit risk is not taking risk. No one's going to be dumb enough to give money to a person when you have a high chance of them not paying it back anyway, except for the banks from about 2001 through about 2007, and the whole mortgage crisis happened, right? So they were dumb enough to loan people money who they shouldn't have loaned money to, but they weren't that dumb, because what they did was they knew exactly what they were doing. They gave money to people who they knew couldn't pay it back, then they packaged it up, and then they securitized it, and then they sold it off. To who? To you and I. Well, actually, no, you and I didn't buy it because we knew it was haram, but they sold it off to consumers. So they took money from people, they lent money to people who couldn't afford it, and then they securitized it and sold those loans to other people. So they didn't have any risk in the middle. And then there were insurance companies involved. So there's, you know, all these levels of insurance and so on, right? But generally, you're not going to give money to someone who's not good for it. Doing that is just stupidity. That's not taking risk.
Okay. All right, where does refinancing fall into all of this?
Where does refinancing fall into all of this? A refinance is basically the equivalent of a finance. And so if I decide that my house is worth, well, I don't decide, but let's say my house is worth $1 million, and I decide that I would like to get some money. I need some money because I want to start a new business, or I just want to, I don't know, enjoy myself, go around the world, travel, no problem, right? I can borrow money. I can either borrow, well, borrowing in Islam is discouraged, right? So if I want to just go travel the world or whatever, I shouldn't borrow money. I should use my own money. But I can decide, you know what? I have a house that's $1 million, and I'd like to get some cash so I can go travel the world. And Sheikh Mustafa has $100,000 that he wants to invest into something. So he wants to invest. He really wants to get into real estate. Okay, he really wants to get into real estate. He likes my house. He would like to own 10% of my house, and he doesn't really want to go spend $1 million. He wants to put $100,000, and I'm looking for $100,000 so I can go travel the world. So I can say, you know what? I sell you 10% of my house, and you give me $100,000, and you know, I will pay you rent on the 10% of the house that you own. That would be a refinance, right? And that's basically how refinancing works with, for example, musharaka. And then, yeah, basically.
Right. So yeah, so that's the Islamic version of refinance.
There's the Islamic version of refinancing. And then, look, if the financing option is halal, then the refinancing with it is also halal. If the financing option itself is not halal, then the refinancing option is also not halal. It just follows that. So if I'm doing shady murabaha or shady ijara or something like that, then that would be a problem.
Okay. What if the builder of the house is a financier, but then down the line 2 or 3 or more years, the builder transfers the loan to a bank? Would that be allowed?
Hassan, the answer is, if you are working with the builder and you signed a contract with the builder to give you a loan, sorry, not to give you a loan, to sell you the house, right? So you're working with the builder and you say, I will buy the house from you, I'm financing this through you. So you negotiate the entire contract with them, then they go in the back end and they sell off the loan, which Islamically is not permissible. You can't sell a loan. Is that allowed? And the answer is, the part that you did, which was negotiating a contract with them to pay for the house, that part is absolutely fine. What they did is not allowed for them, right? It's impermissible on them. So they did something haram. But just because they did something haram in the back end, you're not held liable for that. So for example, when we go and buy things in the market, we will engage with non-Muslims or even Muslims who are doing wrong things. But we will buy products from them, we will give them money, we will engage in contracts with them, right? What they do with that money, whether they go out, purchase alcohol and drink it or whatever they do, that is not our issue. Our issue is what we negotiated with every person. If you have to actually be liable for every other person that you do business with, and you have to know, is what they're doing in the money in the back end halal or not, that is too much of a burden. Right? That is too much of a burden. That is not what Islam's asking. Islam's asking that your dealings with other people should be just. If they deal with other people in an unjust way, that is not something that we are accountable for. And the evidence for this is in the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, and you can see that he did many types of transactions with non-Muslims, including Christians and Jews and mushrikeen and so on. And he even engaged in a transaction of a mortgage, right? He gave a mortgage in one of the transactions to a Jew. So we can see that it's perfectly fine to engage in these transactions as long as the transaction itself, your transaction between you and the other party, is halal. What they do in the back end, that's not a problem. In fact, this is exactly the principle that Devon Bank uses, or Whittier Bank. Devon Bank and Whittier Bank, the way they operate, Devon Bank is not a Muslim organization, right? They're not a Islamic, they're not owned by Muslims. So what they do is they get money in the back end through interest, and they sell it to you through murabaha. So what they're trying to do is make it halal for you while it's haram for them in the back end. And that particular principle is not a problem, that they might have haram in the back end, you have halal in the front end. The problem is you have to look at the details of the murabaha. Are they following the conditions of murabaha? And that's where the tricks and stuff can come in, possibly.
Okay, is Forex trading or options trading halal or not? Explain why.
The question is, what is your stand on Forex trading and options trading? And my personal stand is both Forex trading and options trading is not permissible. My view is, sorry?
I have the same opinion as well.
Okay. The problem with Forex trading is you are trading, you're investing in money. You're investing in currencies. And investing in currencies is a problem because Islam does not recognize that money is a store of value. It's only a medium of exchange or a unit of measure. And therefore, you cannot be investing money. Now, is it okay for me to say, you know what, I think the US dollar is going to go down, so let me change my bank account from being a US dollar account to a Chinese yuan account, right? Or a euro account. Yeah, that's fine. You're just saving your money differently. But to trade that on an ongoing basis, that for me is a problem. Because if you're saving money, that's not investment, right? You're not trading. Options trading, the issue with options trading is that you are basically you're generally selling something that you don't own. Okay, so that comes into play in a lot. That's why short sales are a problem. That's why puts are a problem. And then many of the other options like straggles and all that. I mean, there's a lot of complicated exotic derivatives you can get into, and they're all built on these fundamental principles of speculative investment. So you're trying to benefit from a price change rather than trading an actual commodity. Rather than operating an actual business, you're saying, if the price goes up, I will make this much money. And that's the equivalent of a type of gambling. The very technical answer is it has too much gharar in it. And it fails certain conditions of sale.
Gharar meaning uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does General Motors offer first party financing?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. Okay. If you pay interest on a conventional mortgage but claim it as a tax deduction at the end of the year, is it still considered paying interest and not allowed?
Correct. The taxes don't really affect things, right? And so, in fact, even if you got like musharaka mutanaqisa, like proper, let's say, how does, for example, Amin Cooperative make it work, or how could another organization make it work very well? You set up a musharaka mutanaqisa with the party, and so you have this declining co-ownership program. There's a monthly payment. It's a 30-year loan. It costs 1.3, 1.4 million. Over the 30 years, even though the house is $1 million. So all of these conditions like are in the contract, right? The musharaka conditions are there. However, what you can do for the sake of taxes is, because we don't care what the words say, right? We don't care if it's called interest or profit. We look at how it actually works. So we're looking to make sure it's profit. But the government is going to care about like, hey, is the word interest there or not? So a lot of the mortgage companies will call it interest intentionally. And that's not a problem. It's not a problem to call it interest because we don't care what it's called, and that allows you to get a tax deduction. So that's fantastic, right? We don't care what it's called, but they care what it's called, so we can package it however they like, so you can actually get the tax deduction.
Can you talk about COVID loans? So just for the sake of time, we co-authored a paper on this recently. If you go to calislamic.com, click on research, it's the first paper there. You could look at it and understand the details there. So we'll leave it at that. On housing loans, I have an example, a Whittier Bank versus the conventional lender. Both calculated the interest portion at the same rate. Whittier Bank called it cost of money and the conventional bank as interest. Monthly payments were exactly the same, whereas the difference rate of interest and cost of money were the same, and so were the monthly payments. Whittier Bank calls it percentage of ownership and the conventional bank monthly payments. I kind of answered this already in the benchmarking example that I gave, that there is a difference. The example of the juice and the alcohol store that I mentioned. You want to add something to that, Umar?
Yeah, I think the basic concept is it doesn't matter what it's called. So if they are taking a conventional mortgage and they're repackaging it by changing the words, that would not be acceptable. If they've actually changed the substance of the contract so that they're sharing in the profit and loss and they're sharing in all of these things, that's what makes it acceptable. Changing the words wouldn't. Changing the substance to be halal, that's what makes it halal.
Okay. Hassan saying in a conventional bank loan, the person actually builds up equity so they don't lose everything if they can't pay and then they lose the whole house. But you kind of mentioned that they lose everything. So can you clarify that?
The person feels like they're going to lose everything if they can't pay and lose the house. Okay. Hassan, the idea is, this becomes very tricky, okay? So it depends on, at a very generic level, you have to evaluate the different situations that can happen, okay? So one of the basic things I talked about early on today was the concept of justice and this concept of conflict of interest. Islam doesn't want to create conflicts of interest. Islam wants complete fairness. What happens with the conventional bank is as follows, okay? If I buy a house and the house is $1 million and, you know, we all pray that this doesn't happen, but we enter a recession right now due to COVID-19, right? People are losing their jobs. Economy is a little bit shaky right now. So let's say we get into a recession and let's say real estate goes down and that $1 million house I bought is now worth 500,000. Okay, you with me so far? That $1 million house is worth 500,000, but the loan I want to sell it, but the loan I owe is on the $1 million, right? people start walking away from that loan and declaring bankruptcy. Okay, so in that case, the bank loses. The bank loses because the person declared bankruptcy. There's other situations where I might have gained enough. So people will evaluate. They'll say, you know what? I'm pretty close to owning the house. Rather than let the bank possess my house, let me sell the house, right? And even if the house prices are down, maybe I'll do a short sale because that still works out better for me, and so on. So I might end up doing that. I have to get approval from the bank to do the short sale and so on, right? But people will make that evaluation. But if for some reason, and a lot of people are in this category, a lot of people just don't know how to deal with money properly, by the way. They don't know how to budget. They don't know how to get a good deal. They don't know how to find a good mortgage and so on. And if they get into a situation where they just lost their job and they want to maintain that equity and they think they can maintain the equity, like, let me try this, let me try that, let me try that. If they run out of time, the bank will just take the house away. The idea is you should get your equity back, but you don't get your equity back. And by the way, the equity that you do get back is whatever's left over after whatever amount you owe to the bank. So if you owe to the bank $1 million, okay, let me go back to that example of $500,000 house that you had to sell and the person doesn't declare bankruptcy. Sure, you built equity in that house, right? You built equity in that house. You built a lot of equity in that house. You paid for it for a long time. Now you've built $500,000 worth of equity. You have built $500,000 worth of equity, but you still owe the bank more than $500,000, right? You owe the bank more than $500,000. It's not worth it for you to try and pay the bank off because the house is only worth $500,000. So what you're going to do is you're going to try and get out of it. But if not, the bank is going to basically take the house, sell it, keep all of the money. You get zero. You built the equity and you got zero. Is that clear? Versus in an Islamic transaction, even if the house price went down from $1 million to $500,000, right? You still get $250,000 back. You get your fair share back. That's the important piece. It's not that you won't lose money or can't lose money or won't this. It's you get back your fair share.
Okay. I mentioned earlier about benchmarking the interest rate. If the contract follows all the conditions of sale without tricks like agency, buyback, or third party, is there any issue for using the interest rate as a benchmark for a seller to use to determine their profit on an installment sale? So the answer is technically no, there's not a problem. But from the perspective of optics are important, right? So it gives the impression that, something seems shady there, so you want to take that into consideration. PR matters. So there should be some other type of index or rate that is beyond the interest rate that kind of measures something along the same lines that you should use instead. So use any alternative. Even if you're trying to get almost at the same thing, use another. It's ideal to use another alternative. Although technically, if you do, it doesn't make it haram at all.
Yeah. So I have a slightly different view than Sheikh Mustafa here. My perspective is that I really don't have an issue with it. I really don't. I know people raise this issue, but it's like, what's the issue? If you go out and you buy meat, for example, right? Halal meat is a little bit more expensive than non-halal meat. Why? Because there was extra work involved. And that's typically what happens with the Islamic finance as well. You generally have to go through more effort to make sure it's compliant. You might have to involve some scholars and, pay them some money and so on. So I don't have an issue with the Islamic loans being a little bit more expensive. But the idea is, look, this is how much it generally goes for. And it's a little bit more because we have to do extra work. That's the market rate. Islam doesn't have an issue with market rates. If it's benchmarked against LIBOR or LIBOR plus something, whatever, I fundamentally don't have an issue with that. I do agree that people look at that and go, that sounds kind of funny. As long as the risk and the liability and the profits and the losses and all of that works out, benchmarking it is not an issue at all, in my opinion, just from a pure legal standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same opinion, but you don't think there's a need, or there's even a recommendation to develop some alternative? There's not even worth. It's not even worth doing. It's not even worth investing the time.
They did it, and so there's I forget what it's called. So LIBOR is
there's an alternative index.
Yeah. So those that are not familiar with LIBOR. LIBOR is a standard that's used for determining the current interest rate, and it stands for like the London interbusiness something rate.
Interbank.
Yeah, interbank. So anyway, this is like a standard, and It's an interest rate standard, London Interbank Offer Rate. Thank you. So it's an international standard for what the current interest rate is at a kind of like a global level. I'm trying to like simplify the concept. And so the question is, should Muslims develop an alternative? You know, some Muslims set out to do that, and they developed, I forget what it's called, they developed an alternative index that monitors this, and it's not based on interest. But you know what? It correlated just like with the LIBOR anyway. There's no value. Like you can call it something else, but because
it's gonna end up the same. Okay.
we're trying to promote this concept of, it's not the rate that matters, it's the percentages that matter. It's not the words that matter, it's the outcome that matters. Like from that perspective, I'm like, I don't really care, you know, if it's based on something else, as long as the risks and everything else is fine. So yeah, you know, it'd be nice for Muslims to develop something, but I don't see a lot of value, and when they tried, it didn't work too well.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, like 10 years ago, you know, when I was looking into this, it bothered me. I said, you know, this seems really shady. You know, it's exactly the same as the interest rates. That's just like a sham. But the reality is, once hopefully you understood everything in the seminar. If not, go watch it like 3 or 4 times more. And once it starts to settle and it starts to make sense, you understand the difference between the underlying spirit, the functional versus the literal. It doesn't matter. If it's exactly the same as the interest rate, it doesn't affect the halalness or halalicity or whatever you want to call it, the transaction being halal. There's no problem with it all because it doesn't affect anything at all. Okay? What about people who use a conventional loan because it's affordable with the plan to switch to guidance or the like later on, or start out with guidance because of a current need and then switch over to Amin later on? Due to some need, it could be that they have parents who support and live with them or something like that. Go ahead, Umar.
You know, what we're teaching is a general concept, right? A general legal framework for what's allowed, what's not allowed. The concepts of necessity and need and so on can be applied in certain cases. And so those are not concept, those are like specific to a person in a situation, right? So those are generally called like fatwas, where you have a fatwa that's given to a specific person for specific need. Somebody asked, you know, if life insurance was allowed. Maybe there's a situation where a scholar might be willing to make an exception for that because of some specific need, right? Because we all know that even pork becomes permissible and alcohol becomes permissible if you're going to starve to death or you're going to die of thirst or something like that. So there are situations where obviously some things that are completely haram even become halal. But you can't issue a general fatwa based on that. You can't say this applies to everybody. Because what happens is, because where these general fatwas have been issued, where scholars have said, some of my own teachers, by the way, have said this, that say that, you know, it's permissible to do this because you need to buy, you know, your wife a house as a part of the marriage, and therefore you should be able to buy one house, you know, so you can get into the marriage and buy it for her. The answer to that is like what happens is people end up buying, you know, a 5-bedroom house, you know, a really huge mansion with a large property and real estate and so on. Hey, I only bought one house because I only need to buy one house. So people get carried away with this stuff. The answer, the simple answer is it depends on the person and the situation. And for most of us living in North America or in the West, there are some Islamic means available. By the way, even when these fatwas are given, approving some of these programs by the other scholars, they justify it based on need or necessity. And so different scholars will have different levels of leniency that they may apply to that. Even like if they were to say like use one of these very common real estate companies. So it just kind of depends on your specific need and necessity, and you would need to consult a scholar with your specific situation to get your specific answer. But as a general rule, the answer is no.
Yeah.
And by the way, guidance, like we didn't say if guidance was halal or haram. We didn't comment on guidance. So I think your question's unfair. You're saying, can you start with guidance, switch to Amin? Well, if guidance is compliant, why not just stick with guidance? And if Amin is compliant, you know, I mean, we didn't get into that detail. So be careful with your question. I don't want to imply something about guidance. We haven't researched guidance thoroughly enough to comment on it, and we weren't intending to do that in this seminar.
Yeah, I did give a general comment on guidance and put them in category number 6. But yeah, not specifically talking about them as an institution. Next is can't find Zoya app on the iPhone. Yeah, if you go to the App Store, you won't find it because it's in beta mode. So you got to go to zoya.finance, sign up, and then you can get the app. In real estate, there is also option to buy, like the option to buy a home in lease to own type contracts. I'm not sure what the question is there.
Lease to own, I talked about that,
Yeah.
right? The option to buy at the end.
Option to buy. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's kind of the same thing you talked about, the lease to own contract.
Yeah, lease to own is problematic if what you're saying is I'm going to rent it and then at the end of it I will give you a gift or I'll sell it to you or something like that. But it's totally fine to say you will lease the house at the rental rate for 30 years, and at the end of the 30 years, if you want to buy the house, then I will sell it to you at the market price or whatever. It's not an issue.
Okay. Is the ruling for cryptocurrency the same as Forex? So in terms of, in general, cryptocurrency, I did a presentation on that. You can find it on our website or on YouTube channel. In terms of if it's the same as Forex, in terms of your intention and what you're trying to get, I'll let Umar answer that question.
I'm not going to take that one. I think your research on this topic is more extensive than mine.
Okay, so it comes back down to very similar to what Umar said. So the same thing is, buying and using cryptocurrency is fine. There's no problem with that. I have a whole seminar explaining that. Why you're buying it matters. So if you're buying it for the purpose of speculating on it, it becomes a problem. If you're buying it for the purpose of saying, you know what, this is not just speculating, but like, look, this is the currency of the future. Our dollar is not going to be anything along the same lines. I'm going to shift a portion of my account, just like he gave the example of shifting to yuan, something like that, from dollars to pounds or euros or yuan or something like that. You do that with cryptocurrency, it's going to be fine. Right? Speculating on it would not be fine. So part of it comes back down to the intention, and part of the intention comes back down to your actual transactions that you're engaging in. So you can claim, in my heart, this is what I had, but your heart, your actions reveal what's in your heart, and your heart determines what actions come out of you. The two of them are interlinked. So that's kind of the general answer.
Yeah, basically, it seems like we agree on this topic. So just trading it, buying and selling it all of the time as an investment, that would not be fine. But if you, like, for example, I needed to buy something from a website and they only accepted crypto, so, I bought some Bitcoin, used the Bitcoin to buy that, that's not an issue.
Yeah. Managing money seminar would be helpful. Yeah, it definitely would be. It's a huge problem, especially given the recession that we're kind of in, or we're about to be in. If Masjid or you can, as a service community, it would be helpful. Yes. Yeah. So assuming that, we need to teach people how to manage their money properly. The people who need it the most probably don't have that much money to spend on the course. So yes, we will definitely take that into consideration. In your opinion, which banks provide truly Islamic real estate financing, la riba, guidance, etc.? Okay. So let me give kind of like what I mentioned about the 7 opinions. If you kind of understood that, my answer was kind of built into that, but I'll give you kind of a hierarchy. Okay. So the ones which are like 100% haram are like conventional banks, Bank of America, Chase, etc., etc. Okay. One level below that, like right below that, I would put la riba in there. Okay. And this is a category that AMJA, the Assembly Muslim Jurists of America, kind of did. So they've kind of put them like one category below that and saying they're really not that functionally different from conventional banks. One level below that, significant level below that, actually no, one little tiny level below that would be somewhere about, kind of what are the Islamic finance banks operating in the Middle East and all of that stuff that's going on, or they might be in the same category. Okay. One level below that would be the kind of ones that I was mentioning, Guidance University and Divan, kind of fall into that middle category, which some scholars allowed some of them, some didn't allow some. Amjad kind of put them in the same category and said they're kind of like, we're in a need. There's a few tricks being played, but we're allowing the tricks because there's a need for it, right? So they're kind of in that category where they're not ideal. They shouldn't really be done, but because we're in this need category, we need to, we need to allow that. One, personally, I don't think that there's a need. I think there's options for a better model. So taking that one category down, getting very, very close to the 100% halal model would be something like Amin Housing Co-op, right? And I think that's a great model that's in place, and that's the model that other people should be using, actually. And then one level down below that would be something like Halal Inc., which is not functioning, but I think they have something on their website. They basically say, like, there's not a single Muslim scholar that will, disapprove of our contract. In theory, everything is like perfect about it. Only thing that's not perfect is that they don't actually operate. They don't have any money to actually get anyone into a house. So that's kind of an example. And then one level below that would just be in a totally different category. And that would be like JAK Bank type model, where you're getting literally an interest-free loan. There's not even finance happening in the first place. The finance is just an interest-free loan. That could be your family, or that could be some kind of, nonprofit type of bank or something like that. So that, so in my opinion, in my personal opinion, obviously the interest-free loan is fine. And the ones that are at the lowest, and Halal Inc. type models, those type of models are the ideal, and they're also the only ones which are truly providing real Islamic financing, with maybe a few clauses, that need to be, considered. There was a few clauses in there a little while ago about once you reach a certain threshold, now you're committed to do the rest or something like that. These are little tiny things, but generally the framework of it is like 99% or 100% halal. So that's my personal take on it. Umar, do you want to plead the fifth, or do you want to reveal your stance on that?
No, I think that's a sufficient answer. I think what we're saying is that some options are very, very clean, and they work really well. Like Amin is one of them, because we've been through the contracts. That's why we're commenting on it. Some of the other ones, we haven't reviewed the contract in details, and so there's some things that we have questions on, and it's hard to just comment on something other than there's some things that we don't understand about some of those contracts, and that can become a little bit of a problem. But we're not saying we're not saying it's like haram or anything like that.
Okay. So Salim is saying lease to own is an option contract where seller had tied into a contract.
Let me answer that one.
Go ahead.
Yes, a lease to own is an option. It's a type of, in fiqh, we will call it a type of khiyar, okay? And in modern conventional language, we would call it a type of option, okay? Because, well, actually, lease to own comes in both forms. You can either be lease to own, done deal, or it could be lease to own with lease, and then at the end, you get to make a decision, okay? So that, when you get to make a decision, that's called an option. That option, if it says, oh, your option is to buy it for like $1 or something like that, that's where I've got issues with it. If the option is at the end of it, you can buy the product for the market price, that's not an issue.
Right. Kind of like what happens with car leases, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So the car leases, they basically
Residual
look
value.
at the residual value, and they look at like what the car is worth and kind of do some math on that, and that's usually not an issue. But the houses, they tend to be more problematic, because the difference between a house and a car is a car depreciates and a house doesn't. So if you're taking $1 million house and giving it to someone for $1, that just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Any halal options for commercial or construction loans that you know of?
Actually, Salim had one question before that, which is if you have a tenant, for example, put a deposit, and that deposit is non-refundable, is that allowed? Because that is a type of option, right? It's a type of option. And I will say I personally don't have an issue with it, and also most of the scholars have allowed that, because what they say is this is like a fee in trade for Like basically what you're doing is you're already engaged in the contract. You said, I am going to rent this house, or I am going to buy this property, or whatever it is. And now you're putting down a small deposit just to show that you're serious, right? To make sure, or maybe to offer some cash up front. But like the idea is to show that you're committed to the contract, because the buyer put in, the seller put in all of this effort. As you put in a deposit, you say, I'm committed to this contract. Because if you back out of the contract, now the seller has to do all the work of finding another customer. And they might have lost all that time and so on. So it's totally fine, in my opinion, to have a non-refundable deposit that is done along with a contract of sale or a contract of rent.
Yeah,
And the next
agree.
question was halal options for commercial or construction loans. I personally don't know, but I'll tell you how most of the Muslim business owners that I know are doing this. So, for example, Salim Sheikh, who's attending, he runs a company, he runs many companies, but one of his businesses is called Income Booster. Okay. And he's designed it for people who may not be experts in like real estate or don't really know how to invest or something like that, but they're looking to boost their income. They're looking for a way to invest, and they're looking for something halal. So what Salim does is he will collect money from multiple people. What he's really interested in? He's interested in buying houses and selling them and making money on them. Okay. He wants to buy houses at really good deals. He knows how to work the tax sale market, foreclosure market, all of these different markets, right? So he goes to these auctions, buys houses for really good deals, and he sells the houses and makes money on that. And he wants to do that on his own. However, what he learned was that the most amount of money that you can make is not by buying a house for $100,000 and selling it for 105. It's by buying that house for $1 million, right, and selling it for 5 million. And the reason for that is most people can't, because at these auctions you have to buy the houses on cash. Most people don't have the cash, so there's a lot of money to be made, right? So he knows he needs to like collect a lot of money to get to those really large deals. He wants to buy the $1 million house, a lot more money than the $100,000 house. So what he did was he said, look, I don't have that kind of money, but why don't I form a business, have other people invest with me? So he collected money from a pool of people, and he runs this business, and he'll collect money from me and you and others, and he'll bring it all together. So he has that $1 million, so he can buy that house and make a good chunk of change on it, right? So he's built a business model around musharaka. He's built a business model around musharaka where a bunch of us pool our money together, and we all share in the profits. And he also takes a little bit of an extra profit. He charges like a management fee, a percentage fee, because musharaka allows you to do that for someone who's not a sleeping partner. And he's consulted a lot of scholars, and he's done this based on very, very sound principles. And I think Sheikh Mustafa and I both endorse that business model. We don't have an issue with that business model. Similarly, there's an organization that runs out of the Bay Area called Cordoba Funds. What do these guys do? So Salim's model is based on buying houses and selling them, finding a good deal at an auction, selling that house off. Cordoba Funds in the Bay Area, again run by Muslim people,
Safir.
Safir and Razi and Zahir, his brother. And so they run this business. What they do is they go out and find good places to rent houses. Right? So they go out and they say, you know what, but if we bought one house, we might be taking too much risk. It's very expensive. House can be very expensive. What we want to do is buy like 10 houses or 20 houses, right? So if something happens to one of those houses, we're not taking that much risk. We'd rather buy a portfolio of houses. That's how you diversify your risk, right? So they say, you know what, we're going to buy 20 houses in like Michigan, and they're going to be, I don't know, $100,000 each. And then we want to put them on rent. We want to collect that rental income. And eventually when we sell the houses, we'll make appreciation profit on that as well. So they'll go out, they'll buy a bunch of houses, but what they do is, again, they collect money. So they'll collect money, they form a fund, right? And they bring it together. So I can invest, you can invest, anyone else can invest. They take all that money, they'll buy the houses, and then whatever profits come from those houses, the rental income that comes, they share that based on your percentage of investment. And again, they charge a little bit extra because they're the active partners. They have to do a lot of hard work to renovate houses and find the tenants and do the maintenance work and take care of those dishwashers that you and I might not want to take care of. So they have a fund based on the musharaka again, right? And it works really well. So similarly with construction, I actually don't know of any commercial like Islamic banks. I guess like maybe some of these, there may be Islamic banks that offer that in the US that I'm not aware of. But generally, the way to do it is to form your own LLC and then say, you know what, I want to do an istisna-based project where I would like to, and in fact, I'm invested in some of them myself. I mentioned Income Booster, I mentioned Cordoba Funds. There's also some organizations that do construction based on these types of contracts. So you can make your own company and you can say, I'm really good at real estate construction. I will go raise money from 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 Muslims. I'll tell them what my business is about, and I'll form this company and take this money and I will invest it that way. So you don't have to go through a bank. It's a little bit more work because you do have to go out and find those investors, and people like Salim know how that works. But those are at least some options available to you.
Yeah, just on that, this idea of using the Arabic terms. Personally, I think we should eliminate the Arabic terms. So when you're coming up with a contract like that and you say, we're going to make an istisna contract, stop calling it an istisna contract, okay? I think those terms should just go away. It's simply a manufacturing contract because the word doesn't matter. It's the substance that matters. You can call it whatever you want, but throwing Arabic terms kind of gives people this understanding like there's some type of automatic validity within Sharia or within Islamic law, and that's very misleading. So when something is misleading or very likely to be misleading, it should be avoided, right? So I recommend we stop using terms like that. I think Umar's on the same boat.
Yeah, I think they're only useful if you're trying to like quickly understand, like, if I look at a new contract and I'm speaking to a scholar, I would say something like, what kind of contract is it? It's like, oh, it's musharak. I'm like, okay, I have a quick idea of what they're talking about. Right. So it's a way to understand what it's about. But again, I could have said it's a partnership, like it's where everyone's investing, and that would work equally well. Arabicizing something makes it sound more halal, but it makes it no more halal. I think that's the point we want to make.
Yes. Okay. Is Amin? I got a private message. Is Amin housing okay if you're not in need? And the answer is yes, because it's the real Islamic version of the contract. How about student loans in regards to higher education? So student loans are basically, they are interest-bearing contracts. So it's a loan where you will be paying interest unless you're able to pay it off within, I believe it's 6 months or something like that from the time you graduate. No, so if you can, here's the general rule. If you're going to take any type of loan, if you can guarantee somehow that you will not be charged any interest, then yeah, you can take it. So for example, you're going to take a student loan because your parents have the money to send you to school, but you're getting this interest-based loan and they're like, hey, you're going to take 5 years. Maybe if you're not a good student, you might take 7 years, to finish your degree. And we will make sure that we cover that. And we're going to set aside more than enough money to make sure that this is, guaranteed and you're not going to be incurring any interest. Then yeah, it's going to be fine to take that because it's kind of like a credit card. When you get a credit card, you're using the credit card. As long as you're not incurring any interest, it's going to be fine. If you can guarantee that, like a real guarantee, not like a hope. I hope I keep my job. I hope my dad keeps his job. No, it has to be really guaranteed in some capacity. In terms of whether, when the interest kicks in, there's an argument that's made by some scholars saying that, student loans are an absolute need nowadays and we can't function without it and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that argument can be made. Argument is made by people, you can't survive without a college degree or something like that. But even, let's just say for the sake of argument, we were going to say, okay, maybe there's an argument that there's a need for student loans. For what? Are you going to be an English major and pay $120,000 for that English degree and then get what, a $35,000 a year job, doing something with that degree? That's not it's not maybe not the best investment idea in the world, which we'll have another seminar for, explaining to you maybe what degrees you should be getting. And number two, it's hard to justify that that's some type of economic need. So the argument that's being made, it's an economic need to get a degree in order to survive in this world. Well, first of all, you need to be careful about what degree you're going into. So even if the argument was going to be used to say there's a need, and I'm still kind of iffy about, saying that there's some type of absolute need. because there's a lot of people without a college degree or without a 4-year college degree who are doing just fine. I mean, they're surviving, they're living. It's not like everyone has a college degree in the world, and everyone who doesn't, they're all homeless and they cannot support themselves or something. So this is more like a middle class or middle class aspirational concern. So yeah, I think the argument could potentially be made. Most scholars have not issued a fatwa saying that yes, it's considered absolute need. But even if they did, let's just assume that they did issue that fatwa. It'd be very conditional upon the idea that that degree is really going to translate to you getting some real economic benefit out of that. And you need to decide what degree you're going to be going into. So if you go into third world studies, or you go into Chicano studies because you think it's interesting, or you go into history, you're probably not going to get that much return on your money, and definitely would not be allowed. Even if someone told you in general it's a need and it's allowed, even the need would be reversed based upon that.
You know, recently I learned about a country. I know it's not like this in the US. I forget which country it was. Their college degrees have different prices depending on different major. So,
That's even the case in Sharjah. There's many degrees. I went to American University of Sharjah, and it was no, sorry, not American, Sharjah University. And the faculty, engineering degree is different, medical degree is different, even in undergraduate.
Yeah, so actually there's multiple countries that are doing this. The way they do it is they say, if you get a degree in like, you know, a liberal arts, usually that's like a lower price. Engineering would be like higher price. Medical ends up being even higher price than that, because they look at the return on investment. And they're actually looking at it correctly, and that's how we need to look at it. So number one, we don't mean to diss English majors or history majors, so don't get us wrong.
Yes.
If history is your passion and you decide you want to learn history and teach high school history or college history, that's not a problem. The problem that happens is generally when people pick a random major because they like it, but they haven't thought about what it's leading to. Like, I have no interest in teaching. Like, somebody could be like, I have no interest in teaching English. I just wanted to learn it. Okay, well, that's fine. You can go learn English. Nobody has an issue with that. But if that's the degree that you're getting and that's what you got the student loan for, that can be problematic, right? So generally speaking, I don't think Sheikh Mustafa or I have like really given like an official answer on student loans. What we try and encourage people to do is, number one, try and get awards and scholarships. This is why you got to work hard, because you can't just be like, yeah, I was lazy in high school and now I can't get a scholarship. Try and get as many as you can. And number two, like, this is because something it's personally I went through was I worked all through my university experience. It's hard for me to empathize when people are like, yeah, I just want to focus on studies. So fine, focus on studies, but can't you do a full-time job in parallel? And yes, maybe instead of 4 years, it might take you 6 years or 7 years. That's okay. So my personal perspective, try and get the scholarships. Number two, try and go, be smart about where you're getting your education. Ivy League schools, by the way, don't have an ROI, generally speaking. So try and find a high quality educational institute that doesn't charge as much, and then pick a good major and try and work in parallel. And in the end, if you've exhausted all means and you want to go for student loans, then maybe try and find a scholar who will allow you to do that.
Yeah, he's joking, by the way. It's not about trying to find a scholar that's going to allow you. Just wanted to clarify that in case someone didn't understand the sarcasm there. All right. If you think house is okay to do lease to own or option to buy, then why option trading is not halal? So I want to make this very clear. We are not saying that. We said very clearly that lease to own or options to buy are super shady and generally not allowed at all. That's why options trading is also not allowed. So hopefully that clarifies that.
By the way, a lot of people will build these things. They'll pick up like Mufti Taqi Uthmani's book, right? He's very well known for being like one of the leads in Islamic finance in the world. The reason he's known so well is he invented this industry pretty much. I forget if it was 60s or 70s, but the term musharaka, you're not going to find in fiqh books, by the way. It doesn't exist. The term that exists in the classic fiqh books is shirka. It's a partnership. A certain type of partnership, shirka bil amwal, like a partnership of wealth, or a shirka bil aqd, okay, a partnership in a joint commercial enterprise. These types of partnerships are now called musharaka. We give it a different name, doesn't matter, right? But Mufti Taqi did a lot of the work in saying, let's call it musharaka, and let's get all the conditions from the hadith and Quran and list them down. How does ijara work? If you read his material, for example, in ijara, right, he will explain to you ijara is a rent. Nowhere in that book does it talk about rent to own. People have then like expanded and built upon that to add the rent to own thing, right? So like fundamentally, all of these, ijara, musharaka, mudaraba, all these contracts are halal, but we keep adding conditions and all of these different things, and we turn them into something that becomes a lot more shady. So lease to own is one of those things that we don't agree with for houses. Like we don't understand how that can possibly work, as you rent a house for 30 years and at the end you give it away for free. That just doesn't make any sense.
Clarification on that. I don't think he came up with the term. If I recall correctly, he said the term musharaka is already being used in the industry.
Okay.
I don't think he actually was the one who suggested the term. I think he already saw it being used somewhere.
Yeah, let me put it a little bit differently. So these like the term musharaka, the term like some like the term musharaka is something that came about, I think, in like the last 100 years or so. It's like a relatively new term. And as Islamic finance started to become much more codified and sort of a new language developed. Not that the concepts didn't exist. Shirka existed, ijara you'll find in the books, hawala, kafala, a lot of these you'll find in the books. Bayus salam you'll find in the books. So a lot of these you'll find in the books, but the whole codification and how murabaha should work in a three-party scenario and all this stuff, you're not going to find any hadith about that. You're not going to find that. You're not going to find murabaha, third-party murabaha, like all this stuff in the classical fiqh books. This is modern stuff. And that's why there are issues that have been created with how we've modernized Islamic finance, because we lost the purpose or the intention that Allah had, the Shariah, the lawgiver, the one who created us, the one who put a maqsad and a reason behind it, the one who wanted to establish the fairness and justice and avoid injustice and unfairness and exploitation, right? So he intended certain, there's like the technical terms, but there's then the intention behind it. So Allah had a certain intention behind it, and by changing the conditions, we get away from the original intention, and that's the problem with some of the more some of the variations of the modern contracts.
Okay. Yeah. So since we're a little bit about an hour over, what we'll do is this is going to be our last question, and then we'll conclude, and then we can always take questions via email if you ever need to email us. So the last question is going to be, are equity REITs permissible to invest in? So a REIT is basically a real estate investment trust, where kind of what Sheikh Umar mentioned, that people pool their money together, or there's a pool of money basically, and they're going to go and buy a bunch of different properties. And also people can constantly become part of this REIT and buy certain shares within that. So I'll let you go ahead and answer that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So REITs come in different flavors, as the question implies, because it says equity REITs, right? So REITs come in different flavors. You can have a real estate investment trust that is highly leveraged, for example. The term leverage means that you've thrown some sort of debt in there. And so if it's a leveraged REIT, it's debt-based or it has elements of debt, then the answer would be no, you don't want to invest in that. But if it's equity-based, where people have pooled their money together, then it's not a problem. And in fact, some of the business examples that we described are effectively REITs. So whether that REIT is formed for capital appreciation, or it's formed for rental income, or it's doing a combination of both, that is all fine, as long as it is equity-based. And it's hard to find good equity-based REITs. So Saad, if you find any, please do let us know.
I was just going to ask you that. So are there many only equity-based REITs?
There aren't many in the market. So some of the REITs are traded on exchanges, and the majority of them are not based on equity. There's also more of a concept of microfinance going on in real estate. So there's, I forget the name of the organizations that are doing it. Some of you may be aware there's certain websites you can go to, and they have, basically you can see the different projects they're working on. So someone might say, they might say, hey, I'm working on a project to like buy a house and flip it. Anyone want to invest? And it's just it's like a eBay or or like an Amazon for investing in real estate projects. You can go find like, oh, there's this project in LA, and they want to buy it, and they think the return is going to be 6.5% or whatever. So there's websites that do this. You'll find that like 95% or more of the projects are debt-based, but you will find a small percentage of projects that are equity-based, and those that are equity-based, they're absolutely permissible. I shouldn't say absolutely permissible. You have to look at the other conditions, but fundamentally there's not a problem with them. And so it doesn't have to be that you have to do all your investments with Muslims only. In fact, I just want to make a point. What's the name of the company in the UK? Is it Unmortgage? Sheikh Mustafa?
Yeah, Unmortgage, yeah.
There's a company called Unmortgage. There's another company I was recently asked to give fatwa on. I forget its name. It's based on ethical financing. So there's a variety of companies that I've seen, like at least like 4 or 5 different organizations that focus on what they call ethical financing. And they want people to either buy homes or invest in businesses or whatever. And they tend to follow the musharaka or diminishing musharaka model. And so you can see that, you know, even non-Muslims, when they want to be ethical about it, they will follow one of these mechanisms. Sadly, some of the laws make it very hard. Like even Unmortgage has some issues because of how the laws are structured and so on. But there's a lot of organizations that are trying to make this happen. So equity-based REITs, short answer, again, it's not an issue, and you'll find a lot of non-Muslims also that are offering these equity REITs. They're just a smaller percentage of the total number of REITs that are out in the market.
Yeah. So with that, we'll conclude, inshallah. So this this class is recorded, and it's going to be uploaded probably within about 24, maybe 48 hours, and it'll be available on Uscreen. So you probably already have access to this if you got this code. If somebody just gave you this code, you know, technically you should have registered for the class. So please go on Uscreen and register for the class. And, you know, our marriage and divorce seminar is also posted there already. And I think there was another seminar, or maybe that's the only one so far. So basically our seminars will be posted there. And other people, if you think that, you know, they can benefit from this, you could just send them the link to the Uscreen and they can purchase the class, and they will have permanent access to it, and they can watch it as well, inshallah. So keep us in your du'as. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep us sincere, to increase us in our knowledge, to help us to practice upon the knowledge that we have, to give us a deep understanding of his religion and not a shallow, superficial understanding of his deen. Ameen. Subhanakallahumma bihamdik, nastaghfirukallah wa natubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.